also brings some salts along with it. So on an average, our recent studies shows that on an average, uh, uh, 1.25 tons of salts are added per hectare per year. So this is the process of salinity. Secondly, the pumping of the groundwater, as we know that more than 60% water is contributing into the agriculture. So that pumping of that water, which is mostly of marginal or saline quality, it also brings salt to the surface. So both salts from the irrigation from the surface and from the groundwater added to the salinity. And more importantly, when we talk about the lower Indus, so this phenomena is occurring at a larger scale. 40% of the area, more than 40%, either waterlogged or saline. Because of the arid climate, because of being close to the sea, because of the flat topography, and because of the lack of the proper drainage system. So this is the state of affairs of the salinity. Over the time, many projects has been implemented to overcome waterlogging and salinity. And most of those were basically engineering approaches. And they did not work properly because of the lack of the proper operation and maintenance of the system. So gradually there is a time, there is a concept that on one hand this is waterlogging and salinity is a nuisance. In the other hand, it also provides opportunity if we use proper techniques to manage it. So the concept of living with salinity came into the concept basically emerged from the decades of research that you cannot remove salinity from the system because it is a dynamic, it is not static, it keep on moving over space and time, therefore we can manage it, we can live with it. So saline agriculture is one of the option, and the other option is the aquaculture, saline aquaculture. In those waterlogged area, in those saline area where water table is saline, soil is saline, you can use fish that can grow in the saline water. So in today's session we are exploring the possibility of living with the salinity. You are using the concept of saline agriculture, saline aquaculture. For this purpose, I would like to request Dr. Mohsen Hafiz for his keynote speech, followed by panel discussion from our learned speakers. So over to you, Dr. Mohsen.
Thank you, Dr. Do we have any pointer or something? No, I just want to check that one, the presentation. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yes, please. Okay, so we are, thank you, Dr. Saab. We will be talking today about the opportunity for saline and brackish and saline aquaculture in the context of Pakistan. As Dr. Saab mentioned that the salinity is one of the major issues. So what are the alternative options, what we can do it in the context of that one. So I will be sharing some of the findings. Okay, so aquaculture is the, when we are talking about the aquaculture is the fastest growing industry, and it's the sector which is accounting more than 50% of the total world food fish. In the Pakistan, when we are talking about there is a salinity is a lot, and then marine and brackish water aquaculture does not formally exist. Its informal system exists when you travel around the motorway from Multan downward to the Sakhar. You will see many thousand ponds on both sides of the motorway, and even if you go inland, there's a lot that in aquaculture is happening there. But that kind of environment, there is no formal structure from the government side of the brackish and saline aquaculture. And so we are looking around the possibilities on that one, especially when we are talking about arid and semi-arid environment, where there is a irregular rainfall, what will be happening, how the farmers are able to utilize that one, the groundwater for the saline aquaculture there. And as the land is already waterlogged and salinized, typically that the government has a good system for the freshwater fish aquaculture, but not for the salinities. We'll be trying to explore that one, what's happening in the area in southern part of Punjab and then the Sindh, where the brackish aquaculture is there and what we can do differently. Okay, that we know that one, the saline area exists, and then that has already problem, but also at the same time it has a huge potential for aquaculture production. And then when we are talking about that the aquaculture there in the saline areas, it could act as a tool, and then saying we could use it as a part of the brackish water fish farming, and then that fish farming could be used for improving the livelihood of the people and make sure that could be done. But one of the biggest problem is there, that's again personally witnessed there, we have a different kind of fish species, and then the farmers are not well trained about that one, what kind of fish they need to grow it, especially depending on the salinity, and then what fish species are salt tolerant or whatnot, that one. And we are looking around some of the ways that one, how we could guiding the farmers and also supporting the government for promoting the aquaculture policies, especially in the saline aquaculture context there. So the study of this, the objective of saline aquaculture is we are looking around the resource inventory of saline and marine aquaculture for various farming systems in southern Punjab and Sindh provinces of Pakistan by collecting the secondary data which is available within government agency and also the primary data which we have collected in collaboration with PCRWR and Khwaja Farid University in part of the 4 district there, and extensively utilize the remote sensing technology on that one. In addition, we are also mapping the stakeholders, government and private sector, and see what they are doing it and what also on the farming families. So we have carried out extensive survey of 120 farmers and saying it how that's, what are the issues there, what we could provide a need. Third is important and knowledge sharing by the World Fish in other countries, what's happening there and how we could bring the best practice in the context of Pakistan. Okay, so what we have done, the challenge is improving the livelihood of the poor people by promoting aquaculture in saline areas. So first thing is we looked around the resource inventory. So we did it also biophysical, social, economic, and developing the tools there. And then as well as then we went around the local level. We have consulted with the government agency, the progressive farmers, the fish market seller, and as well as the provincial level, government and non-government, and then the universities, and then the progressive farmers, and then that's again at the national level we are extensively consulting with the different departments, Fisheries Development Board, PCRWR, universities, and as well as the provincial governments. So the purpose of today is also sharing the finding and getting the feedback from the relevant stakeholder, saying what's exactly the, is that they all right, so what we are doing it, what's the missing thing there, how we could improve those practices, and improve, when we are formulating later on some recommendations, so the recommendations are real and applicable as a part of that one. Next, please. Okay, so we're looking around that one in this area. We looked around the 2 districts of the Sindh, Thatta and Badin, and then also that for southern Punjab we took on the Muzaffargarh and Rahimgarh Khan district, and then the Bhaulpur division where we did a pre-testing. So we developed a comprehensive questionnaire, and then that will show in the next slide. And overall, we have done a 121 saline fish farming survey there. And then that's giving us a good idea about what are the farming practices on the ground and what we can do differently. Next, please. Okay, so this is showing that the study area maps. This is on the top, you are saying that from the Muzaffargarh and Rahimgarh Khan, Bhaulpur, and then below you are saying that from the Bawalpur and Dera Ghazi Khan division, which is a study area, and then Thatta and Badin. These are the 4 districts which we have comprehensively done a survey, and I will be sharing the survey finding in the next, please. Next, please. Again, that thanks to the PCRWR for sharing that one, the information on the soil salinity, the groundwater table, that's showing it, that in the Punjab, that one, the groundwater soil salinity, groundwater table, the land cover, we got it from the FAO, and as well as we have done our own analysis, and then also the groundwater quality, which we see from PCRWR, that all that information has been used in that in the matrix to estimate on that one, which are the hotspot area where that the fish farming is happening, and on the top we use the water bodies 1 to 5 acre of the area, which was detected from the remote sensing and then validated on the ground. Next, please. Next slide, please. And the similar analysis we have done it for soil salinity, groundwater table, land cover, and then the groundwater quality. That's giving us the information what's happening on the ground. Next, please. So all that information has been used in a framework for using the remote sensing framework. Here on one hand side, we are getting the information from the weather data, boreholes, electrical conductivity of groundwater, soil salinity, land cover, soil type, different climatic parameters that have been used for pre-processing. I will not go into those details, but what we have done it, we have looking around the different thematic layers and then getting the idea that one, different pre-processing parameters have been done to get the information on the hotspot analysis, and then that's helping us on the bright spot and the hotspot, which are the potential areas where there is the water bodies are there, and that's potentially could be used for the saline aquaculture, and I'll be sharing some of the findings for that one. Next, please. The survey result, the team has spent a time extensively in the field, and I will be sharing the finding of objective 1 and 2, which has been completed. As the survey, we have conducted the survey, including the comprehensive themes of socio-demographic, general pond questions, aquaculture production, commercialization knowledge, the harvesting, consumption, exchange, fish seed use in ponds, input use and cost of pond preparation, fish disease and growth rates, knowledge, attitude and practice on improved aquaculture practices and better management practices. As well as we also asked the question about the farmers, about the youth inclusion, about the woman's perception on that one, and what are the indigenous species and how these are playing. And lastly, we also asked them about hygiene and sanitation, what are the farming thinking there, especially for 121 farmers. And we got a very mixed response, differently depending on the region and everything there. Next, please. In socio-demographic, all male participant, our observation is female presence in saline aquaculture is virtually non-existent when we did a survey. It may be some that background activities happening, but overall, we were not able to really identify that the female role is active, at least in when we visited in the area there. In terms of that, the household level, that around at the marital status of around 88% was married and 12% of the people were there, and average number of household number was around 9.4. And in terms of breadwinner of the household, 79% was there, and as well as there was the other people from the family who were supporting it. In terms of the looking around the general fish farming question, so we asked the question, do you worry about the disease outbreaks in your pond? And that's where here we are saying that when the Sindh is in the like a purple one, and then the Punjab is the greenish one, showing it. Do you worry about disease outbreaks in your pond? And then that response was around 28-29%, both common for the Punjab and Sindh. Observation of animals like outer rodents, and again the response is same, 94-98. And then when we are talking about do you have a fish hatchery for breeding purposes? In Sindh, we got a more around 3%. It's not substantial, but at least in Punjab we didn't get any feedback on that one. Do you have a nursery pond beside production pond? That was the other way around. In Punjab it was more 66%, and in Sindh it's only 14% satisfied with the growth parameters. In Sindh overall the farmers were more satisfied than the Punjab. and the percentage is quite substantially, it's almost half. Next, please. Looking around the pond usage, ownership, and then the pond water sources. So we looked around on that one, that how many ponds owned by the respondents, they leased in, and again in Sindh it's more owned by the respondents there. In Punjab it's less. In lease in Sindh is very less, but in Punjab is more on the lease on that one. And pond water source, when we looked around on that one, again we are getting a clear the information on the pond one for that the rainwater, that the groundwater in Punjab is more on the groundwater, and in Sindh that the irrigation water is diverted more for the aquaculture, which is a totally different trend what we had before going into the field. Next, please. Previous slide, please. Next. In terms of fish species with maximum growth rate in pond, again that there was a different observation in Punjab and Sindh, but overall in Punjab, Katla and Rahu was the main thing, and in Sindh, gross carp and silver carp was the main thing. When we are looking on fish species with maximum survival rate in pond, we are saying again in Punjab, Rahu and Katla is the main survival, and in Sindh, Rahu and common carp are the main thing. And then again, that varies from the various fish species and everything. I will not go into these details now. Next, please. Every pond, every annual revenue, expenses, and net income. If we are talking about in Thatta and then in Rahim Yar Khan and Muzaffargarh, so we are getting that the expenses and the one average net income is around 596, giving the example of Thatta. And then the expenses are the around that one, and revenue is much more of that one. Revenue, and then the average net income is almost around 129,000 rupees is that the expenses there, and then that brings that the net income is around 500,000. That's average annual revenue for that Thatta. And then when we go into Rahim Yar Khan, it's much more higher, and then the Muzaffargarh and Bahawalpur, and then the Badin, that varies. Average revenue per species in 2021, gross carp is around 97,000. But when Rahu is the main, and tilapia, that's giving a per species, that's more revenue in tilapia, and then followed by that the Rahu. And we also asked the question from the farmers, aquaculture activity face, what are the challenges compared to the agriculture activities? And again, getting the farmer perception. In Punjab case, let's say when we ask that one, compared to the agriculture activities, strongly disagree is around 13%. But when we say on a disagreement, in case of the Sindh, it's much more than the Punjab is only 34%, and Sindh it's 57%. And when we are looking around that, the agriculture activity face more challenge in Punjab, that's a more prominent there. In Punjab, the farmers are saying we need a better practice, we need a capacity building, we need all those sports there. But when we are looking around the post-harvest infrastructure for the marketing of the aquaculture pond, and again, there is a strong information is coming from farmers in Punjab and Sindh. In Punjab, it's more that we need to have much more sport and everything there for post-harvest aquaculture. And in Sindh, it's also 58% there. And when we're looking around the youth involvement there, the younger generation are interested in fish farming. Again, that in Sindh and Punjab, it's almost same. It's around 80%, around 90%, the younger generation are interested. And then that's the same thing is that whether the government should support on that one, that's a strong support, that 86% in Punjab and 69% saying that this government need to provide support to improve the livelihood of the farmers there. And on the social-cultural norms and barriers for women access in the aquaculture, again, looking around, only 2 women seen across the 5 districts who helped their husband with the fish farming, fish feeding only. And prominent culture of women in, the culture thing also matters. Maybe that's why we are not able to get that if women's participation or something there in part of Punjab and Sindh there. And women, but at the same time, the interesting factor is coming from the survey. Women help decide about the income coming from the fish farming, but not involved in any of the decision making. And then the men determine that about the task related to fish farming, and they think on that one, the perception is that one, it's just the men who need to make a decision, then the women on that one, and they are making the decision for pond for renting, and then the keeping guard of pond at the night, and all those decisions are made with men, which is very normal with our socio-cultural things. In terms of the women role there, last two slides, and then I will be concluding it, is on views of women role. And again, that's women help decide when and how many fish to take home of the consumption and sale. Again, that's strongly agree on that one. When we are talking about women help to decide income from the fish farming will be used within a household. The woman is the one making a major decision as there. Next, please. Again, that the conflicting views on whether women should work in the fisheries, again, that there is agree again is better if women do not work. That's the which we are getting from the number of the respondents there. Next, please. These are some of the slides showing it about the field work in different ponds of the area. I mean, in Rahim Jar Khan, Thatta, and Badin. Next, please. Again, that the fish harvesting in Rahim Jar Khan and other areas there. Next, please. Doing the survey, the team. Next, please. IMI and PCRWA team. Even in Sindh, many of the time when we were visiting, many of the fish pond was dry due to the extreme heat wave. Next, please. Again, we are doing the consultation stakeholder mapping, who are the main stakeholders there, and that's where we are doing also part of consultation here, and we'll be doing a separate consultation workshop later on. Next, please. In summary, water is scarce and salinity in Pakistan, that we need to saline aquaculture is one of the future pathway to address, especially in the saline areas. And there is a huge potential, but that needs a lot more capacity building. Also need to share the best practices there with the farmers and everything. That's important. It's important to share the knowledge and sharing the best practices there. Different institutes need to work together, especially within government one, how to provide that and develop the culture of the saline aquaculture in part of Pakistan. And lastly is women and youth must be included there as a part of the project and as part of the saline aquaculture. And saline aquaculture could provide a substantial help in improving the food and nutrition insecurity which people are facing, and especially with this stagnant growth of the children. So fish could be an alternative source of the protein, and that will be strongly encouraging. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mohsen, for setting this scene for this session. Because your presentation was related to aquaculture, saline aquaculture, and you have shown some of the potential and also challenges in the adoption of the saline aquaculture. So I will directly go to Junaid Wattu Sahab, who has a lot of experience in working in aquaculture, and I know that currently they are also working on this saline aquaculture. Wattu Sahab, my question is directly to you. What are the basic, what is the scope of saline fish farming in the country, and what are the challenges, and how those challenges can be overcome?
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashraf Sahab. Assalamu alaikum ji. I am Junaid Wattu from Fishery Development Board. We are doing some new kind of aquaculture in Pakistan, promoting of new technologies and testing new technologies in various parts of Pakistan. And we are successful in implementing some new interventions and new technologies, and on ground we see now the change in the production methods. Like we introduced tilapia in 2008, And the tilapia species which was present in Pakistan before 2008 was Tilapia mozambica. Uh, that was a very small fish in size. It grow rapidly, but when it reach 50 gram, it start breeding. So the overpopulation of the fish in pond become a nuisance, and it do not gain weight but consume more feed. So it become a problem for the fish farmer. They want to eradicate it. They want to keep it away from their farm. So they are very annoyed of this fish. When we started introduction of a new species of tilapia, that is Tilapia nilotica, which grow faster, attain a bigger weight, sometimes it reaches a size of 1 kg, so it is a good fish. And the other thing is, already we have carp species in our pond systems which called Rahu, Mori, Thela, the Dr. Saab told us. That fish has a bone in their muscle, we call kanda. So this fish is not very welcome in our houses, especially the women are not ready to offer this fish to their kids because they are shy of this bone. So this fish, Tilapia nilotica, has no bone in their flesh. So it's very acceptable. It has a very good taste. When we start promoting its introduction in fish farm, we got lot of resistance, not only from farmer but also from our sister organization in provinces. But we introduced it at some farmer level. We provided support. We provided free seed to the farmer, provided them trainings. Initially, when the farmer started to accept it, we face another problem that there is no feed in country which we can offer to this fish. Because for other carp species, Rahu, Mori, Thela, silver grass, they are herbivore fish. We do not need artificial feed. They consume artificial feed, but as a supplementary feed. Their original feed is the plankton and the grasses. So this new species require feed, a commercial pelleted feed. So we started convincing the feed mill owners, especially the poultry feed mill owner, to start producing this tilapia feed. Initially, the response was not good. One or two persons started producing tilapia feed for their own consumption because they started to introduce this species in their ponds. So on experimental basis, the feed started. One person from Lahore, they just import a feed mill from China, the fish feed mill, the first fish feed mill, and that was a very small size. They established initially for their own purpose, but later on when there was a production, they offered it to the other farmers and the sale was good. Apart from tilapia, the roe farmer also started buying that feed, and the huge demand compel other feed mill owners to start the same business. Now we have about 15 feed mills which are producing fish feed in Pakistan, and 99% are in Punjab, because the Punjab farmer is interested to invest in aquaculture. Interest is good among farmer for the introduction of new species and investment on inputs. So this was our introduction of tilapia. Now you can see tilapia everywhere in Pakistan. We have now 3-4 hatcheries. Even Fishery Development Board initially for few years, 5-6 years, we act as a bargaining agent for these farmers. We collect money from the farmer and we import seed from Thailand, distribute among farmer without any profit. So that was cheaper for farmer. Instead they import by their self. That was very costly. So a big demand and less cost, the way we did it from 2008 to 2015-16 we did it. Then later on we provided brood stock to the local farmer, and they started producing, breeding this fish here in Pakistan. Now we have about 5 to 6 tilapia hatcheries. I just tell you one story that there was a person, he came from USA, he had some money, he was actually computer engineer. Uh, he started to do some aquaculture in Pakistan. He purchased a fish farm in near Muzaffargarh, maybe near Multan, I think. I have visited that farm many times. And that person, when started aquaculture, the farm land was very highly slant. The person who sold it, he sold it because the farm was not useful for producing fish, because the carps were not able to grow there. That was the level of salinity. They put in the rahu grow, and when it become 100 day, 120 day, they start the wounds on the body, and the growth stops, and the fish died. So he was very angry that somebody has cheated me, and this farm has no use. Somehow he met me, and I asked him to start tilapia farming. He started tilapia, and the tilapia was good at that farm. So he was very happy that somehow I am able to do with something with this farmer. Now he has another farm, and he is investing heavily on the farm, and he has even established a IPRS system. IPRS is a in-pond raceway system in which the energy cost is very high, but the production cost is good. You can search on IPRS on the net. So this was the tilapia story. Now tilapia is everywhere. You go in the market and you see tilapia is there. Similarly, we started an experiment on shrimp farming. In Sindh, we established a farm of 25 acres. Actually, farm was established already. We invested to renovate it and make it operational. And we conducted 2 crops there, 3 crops there, and we produced 125 ton shrimp in that farm. Actually, all imports were imported, like the shrimp seed. Still today, we import shrimp seed from Thailand. There is no shrimp hatchery in Pakistan. The shrimp feed is different from the fish feed because the size of the shrimp is small and the mouth size is small, so it needs very small pellet size. So to produce that very small pellet size, there is a huge investment on the feed mill. So we do not have any feed mill here in Pakistan, but we have started now a project. The project is providing subsidy to the feed mill owner to establish 2 feed mills. And the private sector is very interested to invest by their own to establish feed mill if the demand is there in the country, because now the investors are looking for any new avenue for investment. Then we started shrimp farming in Punjab. We provided free of cost seed to few farmers in Punjab. And this was a new area for Punjab farmer. They even do not expect that shrimp can grow in Punjab. So we imported seed and we provided free of cost. One of the farmer in Muzaffargarh, he did it and he harvested a not good crop, but it was 227 kg as I remember. He was a contract farmer of Metro, and he just sold this crop to the Metro, and the response was good at Metro. They asked them, if you can grow this, we will purchase it. So this was first instance in Punjab that shrimp was grown. This species of shrimp is a venomized species. We called it Leptopeneus venomai.
Bhattu sir, just thank you very much. Just I will stop here.
Yeah.
Your story is very interesting. You are just narrating all this step, how you are overcoming these challenges faced by and how the scope of this growing aquaculture in Pakistan is improving. I will come back to you.
Yeah, sure.
I will take on board Dr. Aslam Sahib. Dr. Sahib, you have seen Dr. Mohsen presentation, and also you have listened remarks of Junaid Bhattu Sahib about the aquaculture. Aquaculture. So what are the other options for saline agriculture? Yeah.
Question from you.
Yeah.
Because this theme is better
Salinity
management
yeah.
for improving life. one challenge, that is a food security. Other challenge is poverty alleviation. And third one is environmental sustainability. Okay? So our focus from this actually is also this livelihood mean, it is linked with the poverty alleviation. And this environmental sustainability at the same time, we have to produce more food, but we have to take care of the health of our land and water sources also. So now I am coming to the salinity. So throughout the world today, 418 million hectare area has saline soil. I will not talk about waterlogging salinity. These were the twin menace in the past. Currently also these are twin menace in certain areas. So 418 million hectare area in the world that has the saline soils. Majority of these lands are lying in arid to semi-arid regions of the world. Asia alone contribute 46% of the soil which are salinized in the world. In India, there are 10 million hectare area that is saline. Just I want to make one more clear point. Salinity, this is of two types. One we call salinity just in general sense, total salinity, total soluble salts. I am not going in soil chemistry, something like that. Other is sodicity. I will come later on to this point. So in India, 10 million hectare area has salinity, of which 6 are saline, I mean the total salinity have, and 4 are having sodicity problem. Now let's come to Pakistan. In Pakistan, according to the latest information available, about 4.5 million hectare area has salinity of different levels. We categorize that non-saline or moderately, slightly saline, severely saline through these three indexes, electrical conductivity and SAR and all these things. Now, as Dr. Asher mentioned, in Indus Basin of Pakistan, during the formation of these Indus Basin, rivers brought and they are bring today even salts, which are lying deposited in the deeper strata and in the aquifers also. If we look at the salt balance of the whole Indus Basin, so per year, rivers are bringing about 23 million tons of salt. As mentioned by Dr. Pumpage of poor quality groundwater, they are adding 45 million ton of salts to Indus Basin, right? So from this 10 million tons are going to sea, they are washed out from the system. 2.2 million tons in Punjab especially, they are deposited in the evaporation ponds. In southern Punjab we have this. Now, out of all these things, the remaining part, about 49, I am quoting this latest information, 49 million tons, they are going to the soil profile and also the deeper strata, I mean aquifers also. Okay. So in Punjab, especially, we have major problem of secondary salinization. That is due to the poor quality groundwater irrigation induced salinity, we call it. Technically, we say secondary salinization. Sodicity means a sodium ion, sodium salt that is more dominant in the saline. I mean, in Indus Basin, we say generally 70 to 80% of the tube wells, they are pumping saline sodic water. Saline sodic water. Especially at the tail end of the irrigation system, farmers, I'm sorry to say, not receiving their due share of surface water, canal water, they are forced to pump saline groundwater and irrigated their croplands. And they are causing this secondary salinization. Compared to the salinity, secondary salinization more difficult to reclaim and also very expensive because it involves this chemical amendments and all this stuff. The other salinity, just we can give the heavy irrigation and they can be washed out through the root zone and this and that. So with this picture, our topic is the small holders, small farmers actually sitting at the tail end of the system, they are facing this big problem, And this salinity effect now, it devours the productive capability of the land, resulting in lower crop yields, deterioration of soils, structure, physical properties of the lands, and also nutrition, this fertility. So then it ultimately affecting livelihood of the farming community. If livelihood is impacted, then their health problem, their education, standard of living, all these things are affected by these things. So what we have to do, I am just now briefing, then again sometime. In Pakistan, according to my knowledge and experience, lot of work has been done in the past and even today through different organizations. For example, I can refer to IMI. In 90s, Dutch Phase 1, 5-year project came, waterlogging and salinity management. Dutch Phase 2, 5-year project, waterlogging management, salinity management. Similarly, Pindi Bhatia Research Institute, International Waterlogging and Salinity Research Institute, WAPDA, Lahore, Azri in Balochistan, Irid Zone Research Institute, in Sindh, DRIP, now it is called DRC, in addition to other, LIM, all these, there is a good, a rich wealth of knowledge, practices, strategies are there. Always my argument has been about all aspects of irrigated agriculture. We are just lacking in implementation. For example, we have done work a lot of through research organizations like PCRW or also NIAB in Faisalabad in bits and pieces through piloting approach. So let me accept as a nation, we are very good in developing project and implementing, executing. We are very weak in follow-up. That is the actual time to sustain the projects, their impact, repair, maintenance, all these things. When we execute and then we leave the project. There are examples, Drainage 4 project, Vardan, SCOR projects, similarly in Sindh, Mirpur Khas projects. So my point is, I'm stopping over here, we can talk again later on in detail also. We have to reactivate these implementing agencies like irrigation department, that at the tail end of the irrigation system, they should get their due share. In the past, there was a salinity shoots. Some additional water was given to farmer through the outlets. DLR, Directorate for Land Reclamation, Punjab Irrigation Department. But they have changed now a role and also they call it now water resources zone. So these institutions should be reactivated, reoperationalized, and farmers should be, for example, in the past, they were provided subsidized gypsum and also guidance, technical training. Here point comes the conjunctive use of surface and groundwater. They also need the guidance and technical assistance in that. So there are so many things we have done in the past. Like we are saying that Indus Basin is the largest irrigation system in the world. On the other side, drainage and reclamation also we have done a lot of work. We need to continue. There should be a persistency in the work. Then result will, I always say, my last comment, I always say, on one side we are talking about very sophisticated research in that. I am saying just provide the input to the farmers on time, irrigation water through canal water, to the time you can see the impact in terms of crop productivity and all the things. Adulteration is the other issue. They are paying, there was in the first day, fertilizer crisis in the presentations. No, I'm saying gypsum crisis is also there, you know. So I'm stopping over here, then we can talk.
Thank you, Dr. Saab, for raising very important question of the institutional lack of coordination and institutional capacity to address this issue. The work has been done, ladies and gentlemen, recently with the help of the ACIR initiative Living with the Salinity in the Southern Indus Plain, PCRW has done a comprehensive review of what already has been done, what are the issues and what are the way forward as highlighted by Dr. Aslam Sahib. This report is also available online at PCRWR website and also ACIR website, and you can also get a copy of a hard copy if you like from PCRWR office.
Just one second.
Yes, sir.
I just want to mention the example of Monitoring Basin. They have very well established program of different 10-year management strategy. We don't have any kind of strategy and
So, Dr. Thank you very much. This is, this question I'm going to take to Dr. Zagam Habib. She has done a lot of work on institutional capacity, policies. Dr. Zagam, just listening to Dr. Aslam Sahib remarks, how do you think that are there sufficient capacity available in the country? Is there any dedicated institute that can address to the issue of the salinity and the aquaculture, which the Wattu Sahib has mentioned? What is the way forward for this lack of coordination and restricted or limited capacity to address this very important issue? Over to you, Dr. Zagam.
Thank you, Doctor. I have been listening all of you, and I'm going to move. Okay, I think I have some questions also from all of the presenters. We have generally about, first you asked about capacity and institution. I think the fishery department, I have seen Punjab Sindh, they are quite active. On the salinity management, I agree with Dr. Aslam. We have a lot of data. We have done a lot of work. We have also, there's some basic guideline about a lot of projects. But now I will give the example of China. I once went there only. I have seen fish pond there, and I have seen fish pond in my area, Faisalabad. Those are affected by secondary salinization because the yield is very low. 3-4 years back, few people started and they stopped it. So I think we need actually determination more than institutions and we also need the good dedicated local development studies. For example, the area you have selected, fishery is actually successful in those areas because there's a lot of water in southern Punjab and Sindh. And the fish pond in Faisalabad, I have seen they were having problem. They were using tubewell water, and one big pond that was also somebody who came from outside, and he built a pond, and then he was very upset because there was no drainage, and the water was actually really saline because there was white patches all around the pond. So I think we cannot be successful when we continue sitting, planning at Islamabad or at Lahore. We need to go and implement, and each district need best resource management mechanism. That includes the salinity management, that includes based on water availability, other options. Now I was talking about China. I have seen in China they are growing grasses in some of the area. Which are very saline. I have seen, when I saw they were trying to cultivate Gobi Desert in 2001 when I left me. I luckily went there for a week and later on. So I think we need dedicated solutions, and we also need to, we do it like a project. I'm sorry, but even now it's launched as a project. We should go and see all of the alternates that are possible. We go and see why people are not able to do it. We should go. I forgot to put my, anyway. So I think the aquaculture is good, but it doesn't address all of the salinity management. I'm not actually agriculture person, so I don't know all of the alternate. I have seen alternate in other countries. And for the fishery, we also need to see what is the impact on the water resources, from where the water will come, what is the competition for water and land both, because most of the salinity farms are outside the villages. That's why you don't see the women there. I have seen in Tata and the other side. It's also in Mirpur Khas a lot of these ponds. So how much drainage is required? Yeah, and also the salinity tolerance of the fish. Because I asked that person in Faisalabad, can he treat the water? Did he ask somebody if he can treat the tubewell water and use it? But then he said that he has to replace the water. So how much water these ponds are using? What is this competition, some other cropping system, for example, um wheat, maize, or some other things, or some other saline? I think these are all questions. So we know many things and we don't know all of the things. We on the implementation we are weak. Actually, there's implementation hindrances, bottlenecks, or implementation issues also. So I think we theoretical on the theoretical part, our knowledge is very good, but on the practical part, I don't think we have all the knowledge, and that I have slight difference from Dr. Aslam, because it's not the farmers' implementation issue; it's the capacity providing institute, and we have already many institutes. So I'm not favor of making new institute. Fisheries department should do it, and along with the irrigation department. And last thing, I think all water should be allocated.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I was going to ask you, is it an alternate to irrigation? But I know is it's not alternate to irrigation. These are the new area which are developed for the. It's new water. So from where that water is coming, from where it's going. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sabha. Your point is very well taken. That you know that aquaculture, saline fish farming is one option. There are a number of other options that can be adopted. Saline forestry is an option. Salt-tolerant crops are an other option. You know, biosaline agriculture is another option. Fuel wood you can grow, you can, you know, all kind of, there are number of other crops you can grow. And this is where the concept of living with salinity basically emerged. So thank you very much. We will come back to you. I would like to take a few questions from the audience. Dr. Zakir, please. Short and quick.
I just have one small question. Dr. Musa presented some data where there was a growth rate and survival rate of the different species. And what you have told, sir, that the tilapia is very much, adaptable to highly saline conditions. These both are very, very much in contrast. So what do you think would be the apparent reasons for that? Because in Dr. Musnafi's indicated that the roe was the most surviving species, and in your case, you told that the roe was not successful, but the tilapia. Thank you.
Yeah.
Also, there's any data or kind of information available which can show the optimal conditions of the different species.
Zakir Sahab, thank you for asking Dr. Sahab the question. When we talked with the fishery department in Punjab, we came to know that these numbers, but when we made a criteria, we are talking about the normal farmers, small landscape farmer, 1 acre to 5 acre, who are not getting a subsidy, they are not getting all the prospectus and everything. So that's where the farmers, we went there and got the information of 1 farmer, then did a comprehensive survey, and these are the survey findings which we are validating within that one. We also shared this information with the Punjab Fisheries Department, and just they are saying that kind of information is not available at the grassroots level, at the ordinary farmer, small scale farmer. But maybe that the Vattu Sahab, what has been shared, there are some progressive farmer. We were asked that can we talk with the progressive farmer, and we have not chosen that path, because ultimately we want to develop the best practices guidelines for the ordinary farmer based on their practices for the small farmers, so that they will have an idea of what to do it and how to do it. Based on last 30 seconds, based on my practical experience in Rahim Dar Khan and then Bhaulpur when I visited fish farmers, they are saying it, we have no idea. We planted this, we grow the tilapia. In one pond it is half kg, another pond it's 1 kg. They are not linking up with the salinity level and everything. That sort of information, the best guidelines, whether they should know, they should grow the tilapia or rahu fish, That's the important finding of this project. So at least giving you some of the basic line recommendations. We are not interested in 20-page, but one-page guideline in Urdu, and that will be shared within the farmers. Over to you, Bhattu sir.
Sir, actually, Dr. Saab told about carp species and not included tilapia in their survey as long as I listed the species. I talk about tilapia. So there are species you can grow in fresh water. There's a carp species. Carp species are good in fresh water. Fresh water means zero salinity or near zero salinity. But there are species who has a range. Tilapia has a range up to 5 as a good candidate. Above 5, it's grow but slow, and it can go up to 10. But we have species that can grow up to 35 ppt salinity. So we can go there, and the shrimp is species which can grow from 0 to 40, anywhere between. So species are there, and results can be shared whenever you come to us, or just send an email. We can share results.
Now I would like to take question from this ladies pavilion. Ye Saika.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I have a question about the soil salinity. Soil salinity is more prevalent in our lower Indus. I want to ask that in present scenario, as we know that large area of the lower Indus is covered with the standing water due to the flooding, heavy rain, and what will be the effect of this standing water on the soil salinity or the soil quality? As we know that this rainwater is the fresh water and have the low mineral contents, either it would be able to flush out the salts from the soil in the lower Indus, or it adds due to the there is a problem of the drainage, and due to the standing water, it will increase the soil salinity or destroy the quality of the soil. What is the about present scenario? Thank you.
Very good question and very good present question, you know. So, you know, you answered also yourself a little bit, depending upon the quality of standing water. For example, if it is saline water, first thing, it will flush out the salts which are already present in the soil profile. But because the moisture will remain in the soil and it is saline water, then again there will be accumulation of salts in the soil profile. So drainage is, you know, the basis of permanent irrigated agriculture. On one side we are saying irrigation, other side parallel is drainage. Especially in area to semi-arid area where rainfall is less than the crop evaporation requirements, we have to irrigate. So if there is no drainage, then these kind of problems will be there. So the answer to your question is, if standing water is of good quality, let's say, then it flush out, in both of the cases, it will flush out the already present soil profile, you know. But if it is saline, again there is accumulation of salts in the soil profile. And if it stands for a certain period of time, there will be a disaster in terms of salinity.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. I have a very small question regarding Balochistan soils also. Balochistan soils are mainly calcareous.
Yes.
So I want to ask you about that it's very difficult to reclaim them with the help of irrigation or something like that, because the parent material, the mountains and the nearby area, the catchment areas are mainly highly calcareous, and the salt also occurs in the beds of great thickness.
Yes.
So, what do you think that what could be done there?
I
What could be the remedies, or what could be, because it cannot be reclaimed?
I understand your question. Actually, I am afraid of my boss, Dr. Ashraf. He is controlling. Otherwise, that's why I said that we will talk later on. You mentioned this lower Indus Basin. Just 1 second. Because I just talked about the first part overview, I didn't talk about the second part. That you have the questions about ecological zone and this and that, you know. So I have worked in the Balochistan. I walked along different canal commands. There is a very vast subject, water allowance in all Sindh irrigation canals, 9 cusecs per 1,000 acre. This is a water allowance. This rice, dadu, kral, everything. So water logging is always there. And salinity is the integral to water logging. Balochistan area, I have done consultancy. I have seen in different areas like Dera Murad Jamali, Usta Muhammad, Nasirabad, and other areas. There are large tracts of lands, white surface, white layer is there on the top. Now I'm coming back to, similarly in Sindh case, I gave the example, water allowance is already too high and always there is water logging. On the other hand, we are always fighting with Punjab, they are not giving our water, sheer water. Okay, chemistry, soil chemistry. Calcareous soils, calcium carbonate, they have the calcium carbonate. We say here gypsum is not very much effective. Sulfuric acid, H2SO4. Through chemical reaction, it will make calcium sulfate. And what is calcium sulfate? That is gypsum. If you add 2 molecules of water, 2H2O. So for calcareous soil, it is the case also in southern Punjab, our this Bhavar Nagar area, Harunabad area, Hasalpur, Fakirwali, and this and that, Bhavalpur. Calcareous soils, we have done a lot of work in the ME, through modeling, everything, through survey, analyzing, and in the lab, sample, this and that. For calcareous soil, sulfuric acid is more effective for reclamation. But as I mentioned, similarly, this will be a long discussion. Type of soil. If there is a clay soil, then it's a big problem compared to the sandy soils. This is when soil physics and soil chemistry will start. Anyway, calcareous soil, we have seen sulfurous acid generator story. In the one past, there was one intervention through on-farm water management, promotion of sulfuric acid generator. That's okay, sulfuric acid. I am stopped.
Just last question from
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity. Sir, I am from Balochistan. I am working as Director General Agriculture on farm water management. Especially, I want the recommendations of Vato Sahib because it belongs to some policy matters. Sir, in the result of super flood 2010, many farmers belong to canal areas like Nasirabad, Jafarabad. Basically, I'm talking about the Sobatpur district. So they have converted this flood disaster into opportunity. They have, because the area came under flood in a dated area, so they have made some ponds for fish culture. So they have, I personally visited this area, but they face the problem of marketing. There is a lack of supply chain management. Many farmers that time, they have adopted this business, but after 2 or 3 years, they have left many farmers. But some farmers still, they are adopting this business. So I want some recommendations on this side. So as water management is concerned, we have constructed a lot of, about 12,000 water storage tanks, which are concrete storage tanks. So is there any integrated approach? Because on one side, we are curtail the water losses in the form of storage. So can you suggest how we use this constructed concrete water store tanks for fish culture? Thank you, sir.
I have visited areas, the Jafarabad, Nasirabad, and especially Sobatpur. I have a friend in Sobatpur. He has a big farmer there. He has a 1,000-acre fish farm. The marketing is an issue for carp species, really, because this has a bone and we cannot export it to main importing countries like Europe and USA. But carp is consumed locally. Most of our carp consumed locally. Some goes to, in fresh farm, like with ice, it goes to Middle East only. So we cannot do much with carp species. If we just change the species, and changing species is not easy because there is a whole value chain, the hatcheries, the feed mills, the marketing system. So if we just change the species and we introduce such species which are acceptable in the Western market, we can do the problem of marketing. And we are doing on this. The carp is one, the tilapia is one, the shrimp is second, And the CBAS is third. We will work in future on the CBAS. As long as the cemented tanks and the concrete tanks, you can do farming in those tanks, but those tank lack natural feeding. Like the plankton, they grow less plankton compared to the earthen ponds. So you have to use the feed and good drainage system, so the feces do not decay on the ground. You should have some drainage system to remove the feces from the bottom. You can use them as a pond.
Well, sir, thank you very much. I have two questions. One is from Dr. Mohsen Hafiz Saab regarding the possibilities of aquaculture in the saline water being pumped to Cholistan Desert from Rahim Yar Khan under the old SCOP 6 project. And that is when we visited last summer, that area. And that water is pumped out and it is used for defense purposes, over there, instead of making use of that water. My second question is that what is the main obstacle of attracting youth and particularly women in this aquaculture? Because this aquaculture, saline aquaculture, to me, I think it's more easier. It is easier than the managing saline agriculture. So these are is there any capacity building gap or others? My second question, Doctor, is to both, it was from, my second question is both from Dr. Aslam Saab and Dr. Ashraf Saab. I think as the figures have given, the secondary sodicity and secondary salinity are the major, I must say, is the potential threat to our irrigated agriculture. In Punjab, as you have given the figures of India, 40% of their 10 million hectares is under sodicity. And in Pakistan, particularly in Punjab, this is secondary sodicity is a serious issue, which is normally called kala color, which is hard to reclaim. So what are the solutions in case of agronomic solutions or irrigation solutions, as we can see the example of China and Egypt, where they have gone for in Egypt, sodicity is not the issue, salinity is the issue. So they are using the ridge planting or those ridge planting and bed and furrow irrigation. So what are the messages for our farmers? Because most of our cotton, maize and major farmers are using this brackish water. Thank you very much for this long.
Very quick. Yeah, just I think that there is a huge potential. When we visited this SCOP 6 and we had a meeting with the SCOP people, they are saying it, yes, that's potential, but the fundamental thing is they are doing it some kind of farming, but saying we needed much better information about the fish type, species which is salt tolerant, and then some of the seeds and all sort of things. I think that's one thing. Second thing is, in terms of youth and women involvement, I think there is need of capacity building, there is need of practical guidance to the small farmers, because at the time, currently they are thinking about it's a side activity. But if you put them in professional capacity building and guide them, this is really commercial, this is a profitable one, and guide them about the basic steps, that will be a major revolution there, and also increasing the farm profitability and then the farmers' income there and changing their livelihood. Over to you.
Is give to farmers their due share of canal water to reduce the dependence on groundwater there. Number one, this is in my view, top priority. It should be like this. Number two, gypsum should be provided, pure gypsum, and it may be subsidy. Number three, conjunctive use guidance. Although a lot of work is there, we are mentioning again and again. Conjunctive use, we have to live with the salinity. So on conjunctive use, farmers should be guided properly agriculture department, agri extension. Actually, we are not talking, many project departments, they have their role to play in this. For example, irrigation department, agriculture department, on-farm water. Number 4 is to evolve already evolved salt-tolerant varieties, wheat, rice, cotton, everything. So these are my 4 bullets.
Laborator, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. जी कोई जी बताइए.
We got 2 comments and 1 question, so I'm going to ask the question and comments later on. The question is from the Fakhir Saab. Although saline aquaculture is done in salt-affected areas, is there any information available that how much water-intensive consuming is this farming? For example, beef is highly water-consuming farming.
The water is aquaculture is water consuming. You need at least 100 cm water level in a pond to grow shrimp, and even more than this for fish. This is a the water consuming its activity. But I can just add one thing, as you are saying about gypsum and the change of water chemistry with use of chemicals. When you grow shrimp in highly saline water or maybe some sodic water, shrimp exoskeleton is made of chitin, which consume lot of chemicals to make its exoskeleton, and it's change initially every day it change its exoskeleton. It's come out, throw it away and produce a new skeleton. So shrimp consume lot of chemicals from the pond, and sometimes chemicals are less in water as shrimp required. So we have to add different kind of chemicals, and they are available in packets we use in the pond. So this shrimp is also a salinity decreasing or consuming factor like gypsum. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other? It's okay? No question, no. Okay, चल बेटे आप कर लो. अब student को मौका दे.
I am agriculture engineer from Arid Agriculture University. My question is that as we know that we have the second largest mine, salt mine, Khyora. The area near Khyora mines are all saline. There is no groundwater usage that people can drink or anything. The groundwater, there has no rain for like 4 to 6 months there. The water has evaporated. The saline particles have come on the top of the salt land, and the land is wasted. How can we use that land for fertile again then?
खेड़ा माइन की गल कर रहे हाँ. Thank you very much, बेटे. वो डॉक्टर साहब ने he has already elaborated. You know, number 1, drainage system is very important. Number 2, you have to grow the soil tolerant crops there. At this moment, PCRW are already implementing a project in experimenting the soil tolerant, basically saline agriculture, soil tolerant crops. You have to introduce the appropriate crops that might be grasses, that might be food crops, that might be wood crop, or that might be the aquaculture. And Vattu Sahab, they are also building some one training center in those areas for aquaculture. So that land can be used productively. There are various options, and that option basically depends on the quality of the water and also the salinity level in the soil as well. And thirdly, the most importantly, the environment, the climate, and fourth, the marketing, available marketing is very important. So these are the few of the work we are doing in those areas. So ladies and gentlemen, we are just closing this session. There are 3-4 very pertinent message that we can take home. Number 1, there is a huge salinity in the Indus Basin, and we cannot remove salinity from the system. So we have to live with the salinity. So for living with the salinity, we have a number of options. Number 1, aquaculture, saline fish farming. And there are a number of challenges and scope as well. that Bhattu Sahab, Junaid Bhattu Sahab mentioned. The other options, as Dr. Aslam Sahab mentioned, saline agriculture, fuel wood, biosaline, and these are number of options. And the word is basically Israel has done tremendous work on using the saline water for example, one of the broccoli is one of the costly vegetable that is available in our market. That is highly salt tolerant crop, vegetable crop. So these can be grown in those areas. But all these, these are lacking the policy interventions. The institutions are basically lacking. Who can support those? As mentioned by Dr. Aslam Saab and Junaid Bhattu Saab, there is a basically the farmers are willing to do, but there is a need of complete value chain from production technology to the selling in the market. So this chain is actually missing, and here institution had to play a role, either the federal, whether those are federal institution or provincial institution. With these remarks, we are all scientists are working to address those issues, or hopefully those will be, over the time, those will be overcome. So with these remarks, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for all the panelists, Dr. Zagam Habib, thank you very much, Junaid Bhattu Sahab, Dr. Aslam Sahab, Mohsen Hafiz, and all the participants who joined online and in person. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. So the session is closed. You can have a cup of tea if that is available, because the time is over for the tea as well.
Yes, we have to live with it.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, okay, okay. I got my presentation ready from last night. I have to do a summary of these 8 fish, and then that's at the end of the day. But that's a very high level summary, I guess. Let's see what I did.
Hello? Hello? Hello, Steve. Can you hear us? Hello, Dr. Steve. Can you hear us? Hello, hello. Hello, Steve. Can you hear us? Miss Meher, can you hear us? Miss Meher? Hello, hello, hello. Dr. Steve, can you hear us?
Hello. We are going to start our next session in 2 minutes. It focuses on water, energy, food, environment, nexus modeling. So feel free to bring your coffee to the seat. So you have 2 minutes to make it to your seats. Thank you very much. Welcome to the last session before
There are different
lunch.
conventions that
So
are
the later-
available which provide guidelines and sometimes some principles how to share the transboundary waters. I can mention a couple here. For instance, the 1992 UNECE Water Conventions that serve as the mechanism to provide the countries sharing transboundary watercourses with a way to develop bilateral or multilateral agreements to prevent, control, reduce transboundary water impacts, etc. Similarly, we have the 1997 UN Convention on the Law of Non-Navigational Use of Watercourses, and this also lays out the principle of equitable water sharing, sustainable use, and the principle of no significant harm. There are very good examples also that we can consider while discussing any of the transboundary rivers. There are some success stories also. One of the success story, obviously, we are sitting in the Indus Basin, so about the Indus Water Treaty, it is often, used as one of the success stories how the two countries are managing the water resources of the shared Indus. Similarly, there are success stories from the international rivers, for instance, in the Europe. Majority of the people sitting here are familiar with the Rhine, Danube, then in the Africa, Senegal, or in Senku. So, I mean, these, and then in the sort of South America, you have this Columbia and the Parana rivers. So there are working mechanisms how to share water from these river basins. Now, once we come to the Afghanistan and Pakistan, we don't have any sort of water sharing agreement between these two countries. And there are many rivers. Often, the people do not even know how many rivers do we share between Afghanistan and Pakistan, and where these rivers are even located. So there are around 9 rivers that flow between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Today, we will be primarily sort of focusing on the larger rivers that are shared between Afghanistan and Pakistan, between the province of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa on the Pakistan side, and on the Afghanistan side, we have multiple provinces through which these rivers pass. These include Kabul River, Kuram River, and the Gomal River. The importance of these 3 river basins is that, there's around 43 million people who are residing in these 3 river basins. And we almost have 26 billion cubic meters of annual flow coming from these rivers. So this is a huge amount of water. And 1/3 of the Afghanistan-Pakistan, not on the shared level, but on the Afghanistan side, almost 1/3 of the population of Afghanistan is primarily dependent on these rivers. And on the Afghanistan side, also I want to mention is that, it's a country where almost 90% of its resource is transboundary water. So from Afghanistan side, obviously, this becomes far more important, and they would certainly like to safeguard some of their interest. The other thing I mentioned here is the length of the border between Afghanistan and Pakistan. It's around 2,670 kilometer long border that we share between Afghanistan and Pakistan. And also this border is sometimes contested because, Afghanistan consider it as a Durand line. We consider it as an international border. So just to tell you the sensitivities, around this water sharing. And on the Pakistan side, as I mentioned, on the Pakistan side, almost 1/3 of their population is dependent on these 3 rivers. But on the Pakistan side, we have almost 15% of the population of Pakistan who receive directly or indirectly water from these rivers. When we consider the socio-economic conditions of the people who are dependent on these rivers, these are not particularly good or comparable as what we see in the other parts of the country. The population residing in these basins are poor. They have sort of tribal norms in most of the cases. In terms of the Human Development Index, the recent report that I came across of the UNDP 2021, they are, very, very sort of below the overall world average. Afghanistan is around 169 and Pakistan is at 154 number. The gender equality indices also does not reflect a better situation. So in this backdrop, we believe it is important to discuss, debate, and think about the future of the transboundary rivers shared between Afghanistan and Pakistan. What are we going to do, because the pressure with the growing population is going to increase. The areas where you have very amicable practices already available or agreements already available, these are now being contested. So where we do not have any sort of water sharing agreement, how we are going to govern this huge water resource. There are obviously demands on both countries, so every country is trying to meet those demands. What we have seen so far is the unilateral development approach that has been taken on both sides, on Afghanistan and Pakistan. So all of these issues require attention, debate, and we need to think about what is the future we want for these shared rivers between Afghanistan and Pakistan. I don't, assume, or I would not claim that, we will come up with a sort of mechanism of future water sharing between Afghanistan and Pakistan out of this session. But with the learned people we have here during this session, we believe that at least, we can have a direction, a consensus, a roadmap that we can further pursue and take forward with the concerned people on both sides, with the concerned governments on the both sides. So looking forward for these discussions. So the way we have planned this session, we'll start with the opening remarks, and then we would have a keynote presentation from one of our from one of our colleagues from South Africa. So he'll be giving a keynote presentation, and then we'll have a panel discussion. The keynote presentation, Jonathan would go in detail, but it is about a book that myself, Jonathan, and a colleague from Afghanistan have recently edited, and we have put about a lot of effort sort of compiling this book with international experts, with the experts from Afghanistan, with the experts from Pakistan. And this book would come out most probably in the first quarter of the next year. And that would be the first book on Afghanistan-Pakistan shared waters, where we talk about these three major rivers, the Kabul, Kurram, and Komal. So Jonathan would basically be talking about that book, our journey, and what you can expect while you have that book available for you to read. So without further, taking more time, I'll now ask our Senator Nisar Memon Saab to please come on the stage for his opening remarks. Senator Nisar Memon is a very well-known personality in the water sector. He has vast private and public sector experience in key leadership roles as CEO, board member, senator, and federal minister. After 30 years with IBM in Europe, Middle East, leading IBM Pakistan for 10 years, he took early retirement to join public service, where he has been contributing on water and environment issues at national and regional level for the last 20 years. As senator, he chaired Parliamentary Committee on Water Resources, which have consensus recommendation to build the Amir Bhasha Dam. He is Masters in Science, authored books, Insights into the Senate of Pakistan, a policy brief on Kabul River Basin, and several articles in the newspapers. He is founder chairman of the Water Environment Forum in Pakistan. Welcome, Senator Sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning from Pakistan. I'm delighted to make second opening comments because I think Dr. Azim has really laid down in detail some of the things that were very necessary to have this discourse that we are going to have subsequently. So, and I'm very happy that there are very experienced national, regional and international participants who are the stakeholders, and a number of them are here, and they are not only here by virtually, they may be some of them virtually be participating, and that's why I say good morning from Pakistan. In fact, my job is now much easier and I can jump into the ideas that I wanted to discuss because the basis has been laid down, and this Afghanistan and Pakistan has not only share the common history, civilization, traditions, languages in many parts, but also share the common environmental situations. Now, water is, everybody says, water is life into lifeline of all. But I would say that in the sense of the Afghanistan and Pakistan, the population is faced with several challenges. Now, the key that we will be discussing is not only water challenges, but the challenge comes out of the climate change and socio-political and global challenges that we have been facing, and we are facing right now. Now, KRB, as you mentioned, is a long river, and allow me to use the word KRB, which is Kabul River Basin, because it's long to every time to say KR, Kabul River Basin, is about 700 kilometers, out of which 80% flows in, as you heard, in Afghanistan. And in fact, we are sharing the use of it. About 16% of the Pakistan's water requirement, 15 or 16. The reading that I had was 16. I will take Azim's, which is 15, give and take. This is the share of water that Pakistan draws from the Kabul River. However, Kabul River also is used by the Afghanistan, within the country of Afghanistan, which is about 26% of the annual flows in Afghanistan are the Kabul River. Now, I think the one thing that we must build on in arriving at any kind of a consensus or discussion is that it's a very unique relationship between the two countries. Both countries are upstream and downstream as well. Both countries, because if you recall, from the Chitral River, the water goes into the Kunar River in Afghanistan, and then it joins in Kabul River within Afghanistan, and then the Kabul River enters into Pakistan. So the Pakistan then has the similar downstream and upstream as Afghanistan has. Now, this is a unique example of the two Muslim neighboring states who are joined by the common history. And this is where, because of this commonality of upstream and downstream to both of each other, it is believed that the vision can be, a shared vision is recognized for the shared solutions and shared benefits. I think this is the key point that I wanted to mention in arriving at the in moving forward. Now, when we talk of the upstream, of course, there is a number which you can say is 8.5 MAF is the Chitral River, and the 16 MAF is the Kabul River. But besides the number, this is the sound basis on which a cooperative planning can be made, and in the interest of the two people. The question is how? That is the most important. Yes, it can be done, everything is fine. I think there is nothing else that I would like to share. And my learning, by the way, let me very clearly say, my learning of this subject started somewhere in 2018 and seemed to end up after 4 years here again on the same subject. And I will mention you how it started off, but it is 18. And in there, from the learning that I had, is that you need to go not on the normal pattern of, let's say, sharing the water, but sharing the benefits of water. I think this is the paradigm shift that has to be done. If we do the paradigm shift, if you ask me, what is the one thing, Nisar, you think we should be doing in moving forward, I would say let's shift the paradigm. If you shift the paradigm, then I think only we will be moving this. And there are a number of examples you mentioned. I think Mekong comes to my mind, and of course the Nile is there, the Columbia River is there, a number of others you mentioned. But these three rivers that were seen by me, I would not say study, because study is a very strong word, and I would not qualify for that. I think it's only the researchers like Azim and others can talk about it. I've seen that these three are a good example for us to follow between the basin countries. Now, what are the lessons that we can learn is from these basin countries? I think there's another thing that we need to add also, and which you mentioned, is the Indus Basin Treaty, which is survived. I would say 1960 it came, it was brokered by the World Bank and between India and Pakistan, where the sharing of the water took place. And I think we must move out of sharing of the water quantities
to sharing of the benefits. And that is where but the fact remains that the Indus Basin Treaty is there, and also Pakistan has the experience of that, which Kabul doesn't have. To that extent, they had some arrangement with Iran, but that's, to me, is a very small example. And then there's another thing that Pakistan has the experience, is the dam construction, the dam management. And not only that, but also, we also have the management experience. And I would say the skills of Pakistan, I don't know, I've seen Afghan people, and they also have identified that Pakistan's skills are something that they would like to draw on if it was possible. So I think working together, I believe that the disasters like we faced in 2010, and I still receive some of the things from the Supreme Court of Pakistan that they are still following on the parties of what 2010 actions were to be done. I think if it was being done properly, perhaps we would have avoided a lot of things in 2022, and we didn't do it. And I think a lot of friends here have written on that, so I will refrain from going into that further. Now the question is that there is a history. There is a history of efforts that has been done, and both the countries have been engaged in climate change, on water, on agriculture, and there has been an international support, like the support of the USAID, support of the NASA, support of the US Department of Agriculture, ICIMOD, but the successes can only be, it is believed, not only by me, but all the experts that I have interacted, that by the joint research and studies. So unless we have the joint research and the studies, it will not be there. I think the lead efforts in this, and I have the pleasure to point out that we have the former chief executive of the lead, Dr. Ali Tawqir Sheikh, who's sitting right here, and he, in fact, it was during his time that 18 and 19 that I was drawn in, and I also authored this brief paper on that during that time. And this was the subject of discussion. There are a number of other things that the lead had done, and I think there's a plenty of it. I'm sure that your book will contain many of those references. So I think those were drawn in, but they were the real ones in my view. But somehow the other, I don't know. Please pardon my ignorance, but sometimes you miss on all the happenings that may have happened, and I may have missed, but to me, there's no, significant or visible progress on this. And I think this was confirmed to me when I interacted the other few months back. The foreign minister of Afghanistan was here, and there were a session like this, and there were a number of questions, and they were all questions that you can imagine between Pakistan and Afghanistan. They were answered. I waited, I said, there must be somebody who will talk about the water. Not a single question on water. So I presented, and I must say that I am very impressed by the foreign minister of Afghanistan. He looked behind, and he said something, and then the answer to that, my question was, Excellency, what are the efforts that are being made in approaching the water, because we are sharing the Kabul River and number of other rivers. So what is the efforts that are going on, and what is your vision on this? You know, it's very rare that politicians come out very openly, and this was the one occasion where I was so impressed. He says, his answer, which was interpreted, was, frankly, we have not. Now, this is the current government of Afghanistan saying we have not. That means that there is a need to do it. I think so. But anyway, he recognized the fact. But if you ask me what are the learnings during all this 18, 19, and I must submit here that the organization, the lead organized interaction between the Afghanistan and Pakistan professionals in 18 and 19 in Almaty for the first time, and then the second time it was a follow-on in Dubai, if I recall. And from that, what were I must say that I must share with you, what were the things that were learnings, which is what I want to share. It's not my personal thing. And I was obviously very active in it because of the brief paper that has been written, and I was given the responsibility to coordinate long discussions and interaction, but we arrived at the fact that there has to be not isolated. All these organizations I mentioned, they supported the individual development of the projects. No, it has to be integrated development, which was missing at that time. I again must say qualify that maybe after that is there, but at that time it was missing, so it should be integrated development and also approach of sharing the costs and benefits of the KRB, which was missing, and it was felt that this should be done as compared to the traditional division of the water. Now, what were the key inhibitors that were pointed out? I think number one was mainly was deficit, trust deficit. I'm sure we all know it. The other was data and knowledge sharing wasn't there. Everybody had a data, everybody had a knowledge, but it was not being shared across. Now you can't manage the natural disasters and the flows of water if you're not sharing. And then the capacity building. Now capacity is there, needed to be done, but each country, because of the situation, international and regional situation, would not draw on each other to get that. And mainly Pakistan could benefit, Pakistan could provide that benefit to them. The joint studies, the teams, and the actions were missing. So these were briefly, were there. Now, I'll quickly come, because I think I have gone longer than what I had planned, and Azim will be very uncomfortable to manage this session. And the way forward, I believe, the professionals, they agreed in those meetings was, one, identify the multidisciplinary public and private sector joint teams composed of members from each country. Number two, establish the KRB Secretariat. Three, develop the KRB document. Now this is interesting. This book, maybe this is something that has drawn on the KRB document, and I keenly look forward to its coming and reading and then benefiting from it. Then finally, the fourth thing that was that initiate the KRB Institute, because unless the institute is there, and then it was said that there has to be 4 high-level dialogues. First of the secretaries of water, climate change, agriculture, energy, food. The second could be interaction of the following that would be the ministers of the same ministries from both the countries should participate. Third was the parliamentarians from each, so that lawmaking that has to be followed can be supported. Fourth, then finally you go for the 4 heads of the government to sign the KRB document of understanding, if that is the objective which was put in front of us. Somehow the other, the communication in this was very important. Communication is a long subject, so I'll just leave it to that. Now, having said that, what happened then, after 19, I think you all know the history is in front of us. The country had a change of command, a change of total change, and right now, I believe, is a very difficult situation. However, there is an international interaction on humanitarian assistance. Now, humanitarian is also floods. So I think this should be combined together. There is a way forward. Because I think in every situation we can always find a way to navigate ourselves to the objective. I read your 4 questions. Question number 1, 2, 3, 4. If I read it, it will be a long time, but I believe everybody has seen the number 1. I would say the benefit sharing is the answer to the question number 1. Question number 2, I will say absolutely it can be done, but you need a modeling simulation technologies for integrated basin management or food management on KRB. Third and fourth is, of course, the other gentleman will talk about the other basin, but the fourth one is the one which I will say IBT, Indus Basin Treaty, which has survived several wars between the countries. That can be basis, but it has to be changed from the sharing to the benefit, from the lack of environment consideration in it to environmental consideration into it, and finally the dispute management mechanism that is there in IBT. I can see the Secretary Ashfaq Mahmood Saab is here. He has participated, he has navigated, he has steered through difficult courses, and that is where I think we need a faster dispute resolution mechanism when we go for KRB. Ladies and gentlemen, IMI has taken this step. I propose takes the next step of forming the Kabul River Basin Group in each country, composed of all stakeholders, adopt a top-down and bottom-up approach, and professionals like Ali Toki Sheikh and are here and they can support it. I think the shared prosperity awaits in both the countries. Let's move forward. And I remain optimistic because the fact that we are all discussing this shows that there's a need for it. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Nisar Sahab, for your very candid remarks and your knowledge on this subject. Regarding capacity building, we have been actively engaging with the professionals from Afghanistan before the regime change. There are some limitations now to the extent we can engage, but with support from World Bank, with support from USAID, IMI has contributed to the capacity building of the Afghanistan water professionals particularly, and we hope that things would be more conducive in the near future, where we can again resume that active engagement with the Afghan counterparts. So without taking more time, now I'll turn to Dr. Jonathan Lautze. He is our research group leader on the Aquifer and Basin Management Research Group. He has vast experience of writing on this subject. He has also written and edited the State of the Basin reports on the transboundary river basins. And he, as I mentioned, is also the co-editor on the book that is forthcoming. So over to you, Jonathan, if you may hear me. Let's have a sound test first. Your voice is very, very low. Can somebody check the voice of the online presenter? Can you speak again, Jonathan?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better. Can you make it a bit louder also? Perfect. So over to you.
Okay, thank you. Interesting discussion thread so far from Azim, who I think introduced the book that I'll talk a little bit more about, and then the preceding speaker, I think, made a lot of interesting points that I was really happy to hear. I think if I understood correctly, there's commitment in the new Afghan regime, or there's recognition at least, that there's a need to cooperate on water, which is great. The other issues he flagged around the need to kind of integrate data, excellent. This is really consistent with a lot of the findings of our book. Yeah, as Azim mentioned, I'm going to talk in about 15 minutes or so to give an overview of this book on the state of the basins, basically 3 shared basins between Afghanistan and Pakistan. It's a 200-plus page book that I'm going to talk about in a very short time, so I'm obviously going to not get very detailed here, but just give an overview on this. As Azim said, my name is Jonathan Lautze. I'm based in South Africa, but I'm originally from the US. I am a research group leader at IMI, and I also am very involved in one of the initiatives called Nexus Games. I'm a work package lead on that. Okay. So, you explain this? Okay, I'm supposed to. Okay, sure. Okay, overview. So, just very, very briefly, what am I going to talk about today? It's funny. Increasingly, I get on this issue of why we do things. Why basin management? Why boundary basin management? Why basin level knowledge? It's interesting to note. Azim pointed out some success stories. I think from Senegal Basin. I think 1 or 2 others. I heard Mekong come up. There's also, if we're being honest here, a lot of challenge stories when it comes to boundary basin management. Despite the principle and the benefits that can be derived from basin management in principle, I think in practice, it really struggles. I think the reality is a a lot of countries really struggle to cooperate and achieve effective basin management. And I tend to think there's actually more falling into that category of challenge rather than success, unfortunately. So then it might just be good to reinforce the realities of why we want to do basin management and do some of the knowledge co-generation at a basin level. Then we'll get into the three specifics, these three basins on which the book focused, Kabul, Kurram, Gomal, and then the structure and author composition, and then we'll get into some findings and themes, and then ways forward. So the ways forward, you know, in this session, one thing I'd encourage from my side is to get specific. You know, it was nice to hear the preceding speaker come up with a specific suggestion. I think he said one thing, is to think more broadly, not just about water, but about benefit sharing more broadly. I think specific things, right, moving beyond kind of general talk, is what we need. You know, and even taking that specific idea he had, and then let's bring it more. You know, let's drill down even further and get specific within that into particular steps that can be taken. You know, if I dig into some of my background, you know, I've worked in different basins like Nile, elsewhere, challenge basins. One of the interesting things that we tried to focus on at times was specific triggers, to say what are the triggers for cooperation, because there's major challenges, there's always kind of like historic mistrust issues that I know were just flagged by the preceding speaker. But now what are some specific triggers? We try to drill down and say what are some specific practical steps we can take.
Okay, trying to zip along in my presentation, I want to just very briefly touch on why. Why do we want to take a basin perspective? So, and I may be preaching to the choir here, but in very short terms, there's more benefits that can be derived from basin management. By integrating at a basin level, you can achieve more in terms of a lot of the conventional objectives, kind of development objectives that we want to achieve. Again, drawing on something just raised by the previous speaker, you know, we should be linking water to broader objectives. I think that was a key outcome or key, you know, thread or theme of the book, is that we should be using water as a means to achieve human development ends. And so the linkage is clear. What are those human development ends? Things like floods, as shown there, decreasing pollution, managing flow variability, managing climate change. All of these things can be done better when you manage at a basin level. Integrating sectors, and then when you don't manage at a basin level, you can have unwanted consequences, like basically mistrust issues. One country doesn't know what the other country is doing because they're not sharing data, and so they can speculate, hypothesize that one country is doing things that are harming in another country. So it's just better to cooperate, to avoid this tension and to achieve greater benefits. And then when you start on water, at times, you can actually have spillover benefits to other sectors. Again, consistent with that sectoral linking issue. You know, and then why cooperate? Well, so why do this knowledge synthesis thing? So what we did was, you know, effectively a book on three basins, these Kabul, Kurram, Gomal. So then what's the value add in terms of why we're synthesizing knowledge? How does that fit in here? So, you know, we felt there was hard and soft benefits to doing this, better understanding the basin. This can support improved planning, joint decision-making. We also felt, you know, coming back to the point raised by the previous speaker, this mistrust issue, knowledge co-development, this co-production aspect could help kind of respond to some of those mistrust issues. Having colleagues from the different countries work together to generate data could provide value. And then we hoped this would support convergence in thinking. So not necessarily maybe sort of direct alignment in thinking, but at least kind of bridging gaps which exist, meaning pushing towards converging towards a common thinking about the basin. And as I said, we hope this is kind of like baby steps or first steps to towards cooperation. On the right of your screen, you see some other examples of books or products that have been developed. There's a lot, basically globally. There's a product line which EME and United Nations University has been a part of called Basin Books. There's an example shown on the right of the Zambezi Basin. There's also TDAs, Transboundary Diagnostic Analysis, which are often GEF, Global Environmental Facility supported, with the same objective in mind. Just to reinforce the point I just made, there was a UNECE Transboundary Allocation Handbook, I think released last year. I was kind of part of this as an international expert. And again, you know, there was this pyramid in terms of the way things were thought about. And I think the previous speaker kind of had some similar thoughts on these kind of bottom-up, top-down thinking. But we hope this is kind of like, you see the arrow at the bottom. Some of this thought process is around generating the foundation in terms of just knowledge on which broader strategy and planning and sharing, water sharing and allocation can build. So it was our idea that this effort towards the State of the Basins report fit in that context and would help support these broader end. So we went through a process that started, I think, early 21, and now we're in late 22. So it's been a 1.5-year journey on our side, where we started off with 9 basins. We heard Azim refer to this earlier. And then, you know, just for manageability and kind of supporting some level of focus, we decided not to focus on all 9, but we tried to focus on what were viewed as the most important of the 9 shared basins. And we used various sort of criteria to guide us in that decision-making process, and we did this pretty collaboratively. And, you know, you see one of the key criteria there, which is basically flow, volume. But we looked at other ones, like actually abstraction and other sort of things. So then it was based on this process, we arrived at Kabul, Kurram, and Gomal to place primary focus. And I think, as the previous speaker alluded to, Kabul is clearly kind of like the elephant in the room. It is the largest, you know, has the highest potential. I think whether it's 15 or 16%, whatever, it's a large contributor to Indus Basin flow. And so, yeah, kind of accounting for it is key, I think, for Pakistan and then for both countries. Yeah, all right. So then, so this SOBR, the State of the Basin Report for AFPAC Basin. So we actually, in terms of developing the structure, we drew on formats. So in terms of, there was basically different ways to slice the structure, meaning that basically the table of contents. So we looked at a lot of basin books, other SOBRs, like from the Mekong, and then other things like TDAs as well. And we kind of collaboratively came up with a structure that I think made the most sense. We felt this is the most robust effort of its kind to integrate data and information from the 2 countries. So as the previous speaker alluded to, this is lacking. Despite, you know, the data that exists probably is not that deep. I mean, it's probably not the most extensively researched set of basins in the world, but there is data on the different sides, and there was not a lot of integration of the data to come up with kind of common or integrated pictures of what's happening. So it was our assessment that this was one of the most robust effort to integrate data on water and related sectors from the 2 countries. We also take pride that this was quite a co-development effort. You know, we tried to diverge somewhat from other international products or the processes that are often associated with them, which were kind of driven or can tend to be driven by kind of like international consultant teams that seek some input or some kind of sign-off from kind of basin stakeholders, but we actually tried to integrate them into the process. So this was a real co-development thing. I mean, we worked together on this, and I'll show that in a minute. And then ultimately, you know, we had some internal discussions around whether to call this an SOBR or a basin book or a TDA. We ultimately decided on an SOBR with the hope that this would be like a first SOBR for the 3 basins, and then we can periodically update it. Hopefully we could do that at some frequency, like every 5 years, and the next one can be even stronger and more in depth than this current effort. So the table of contents that we came up with is shown there. We had a foreword written by Jeremy Bird, the former CEO of the Mekong River Commission, and also I think he's now with Asian Development Bank. And then we covered the what we felt were key areas. You know, a lot of questions were asked, well, where does water quality fit? So, or other key things that may not be listed explicitly in the title of a chapter, but it was integrated, like environment. Those were integrated into the context of different chapters. So water quality, you'll certainly find coverage of in, for example, chapters 5 and 6 on surface and groundwater. Chapter 4 covers climate and climate change. You know, one way or another, a lot of the key aspects were considered across these 10 chapters. Yeah, so as I said, the co-production was something we felt was quite important, and it's something I think we're proud of. The original aim was to have an Afghan, a Pakistani, and an international each chapter. we did do this in the context of regime change in Afghanistan, and that caused quite some disruption to the production process. And some of the Afghan authors, I think in the middle of chapter development, started to kind of redirect attention to relocation of, just personal, at a personal level. So then they had to drop off. So we didn't achieve Afghan authors on every chapter. Nonetheless, the majority did have an Afghan author, in addition to a Pakistani and an international. As I said earlier, we aim for kind of like quote-unquote truer co-production. That is more than consultation and sign-off, but we really wanted to work together to do the work, everybody gets their hands dirty in the production of this document. And I think we did a decent job at that. As I said earlier, I think this is believed to be the most, or one of the most ambitious efforts to consolidate data on water and related sectors from the two countries, shown there in the bottom, land and environment, climate. So then getting to some of the themes, I'm not going to go too much in depth on this, but then staring us in the face was that the extremely high poverty levels in the two portions of the different portions of the three basins, generally considerably higher in the Afghan portions of the basins than the Pakistani portions. So then that was kind of an immediate thing that jumped out at us. Equally, or kind of the opposite extreme is that there seems to be abundant opportunity. So water use is relatively low, it seems, and so you said there would be considerable potential, particularly on hydropower, particularly in upstream portions in Afghanistan, to kind of tap that to drive development. And then, you can say this in a lot of regions, so I'm always cautious with just saying like knowledge gaps, because researchers tend to complain about knowledge gaps even when the knowledge is decent. But then the level of knowledge gap was quite considerable. And so, just some of the key things, just to pull out a couple. So predicting climate change impacts, there was a high level of uncertainty on that front. And then groundwater. So groundwater can play a key role potentially in meeting the basin's water needs, particularly at a rural level, but different levels. And there was major data gaps on groundwater, shown in that final bullet there, renewable yield, abstraction, and groundwater level trends. We did still pull out some key elements there, but nonetheless quite a range of limitations. Yeah, so just to pull out some very high-level, highly distilled findings from the chapters. On climate, there were two trends that jumped out at us: decreasing snowfall, and due to increasing temperatures, is going to cause more variability. So some of the challenges felt, in the last month or two, may get worse in some ways if there's not efforts to respond to that. And then increasing rainfall again may add to this, so that could further increase flood risk. It's interesting. A lot of these findings were made before the events of the last couple months, but now it just further reinforces there's a need to acknowledge that and respond to that. Surface water hydrology, again, just highlighting the data limitations, the sparseness of flow gauging stations, particularly on Afghanistan's side. There's increasing water quality challenges. I mentioned water use is not that high. That's often because this water storage is low. So there's not that many large dams. If I remember right, there's 3. So whatever that would be, whether or not that's a precise number, it's quite low relative to the volumes of flow. And that reflects a lost opportunity, particularly for energy production, also is contributing to greater flood risk. As I said earlier, limitations on groundwater data. Nonetheless, I think there's indication that Pakistan is withdrawing groundwater at an unsustainable rate. So that's a concern. But in order to address that challenge, you need to be monitoring more and understanding things, so that you can come up with kind of targeted mitigation strategies. Moving on to a couple more chapters, some of the key findings. Just again, the same findings emerged throughout different chapters. Substantial volumes of unused water, but still there was growing population centers, as shown there, Kabul, Peshawar, which may drive increased urban water use, which needs to be accounted for. And then getting to the focus of this session, you know, what's the role for water cooperation? What do we do about that basically elephant in the room, which is key to developing integrated strategies across a suite of other issue areas. So there's, you know, major barriers to water cooperation is what we found. I mean, you know, as just basically in the development of the book, even referring to a boundary was you know, calling it an international boundary, I think already triggered controversy, where one side felt we should call it the Durant line and the other side said it was an international boundary. So there were kind of just major foundational issues that needed to be overcome to then move into discussions around water. So that was quite clear. There's also the geopolitical factors in terms of the sphere of influence that the different countries found themselves in. I think was also came through very explicitly. And so, but they're still reinforcing something I said just on the previous couple slides. Despite these major challenges, there's real clear potential direct benefit that can be achieved through cooperation. Flood mitigation, hydropower development, which is quite important to the two countries. And so when you try to drill down, to come back to something I said earlier, and try to get specific and say what are the particular incentives, what are the specific entry points that could be used to trigger, to open the door for dialogue. I noted the previous speaker referred to Islam or religion or Islamic law. So when there are some interesting clauses in Islamic law, I mean, which complement some of the international principles, which everybody gets a lot of attention globally. You know, the UN Water Convention from 1997, et cetera. There's, you know, there are some clauses in international law, in Islamic law that call for water sharing. Those can be built on. I think there's a common foundation in the two countries. Equally, climate change, I think, was felt as a kind of uniform entry point that both countries are going to have to respond to that. There's a growing level of urgency to do that, and maybe that will help them put some of the other differences aside to say, look, this challenge overshadows, the challenge of impending climate change overshadows a lot of these issues of you know, disputes over whether we call it a Durant line or international boundary. Yeah, finally, last slide. You know, some bigger thoughts on ways forward. Yeah, okay. Basically, it's clear to us that the challenges here suggest more than incremental change. I mean, you know, it's good to start small, but I mean, there seems to be a lot of work that needs to be done to support a basic level of human development in the two countries. Stability and investment would seem to be needed, and then in order to do that, it would seem cooperation could play a very important role, and it would seem to be increasingly urgent to move on that. And again, you know, we can say it's cooperation is good, but if we want to start to get practical and say, now what are these first steps? How do we roadmap it? Going forward, one of the things we're thinking to explore in the context of a U.S. State Department funded project called the Shared Water Facility is to engage with perhaps this WMFEP project and others to undertake a rapid assessment process, this RAP, which is a tool to unlock and roadmap cooperation between the two countries. But yeah, I also am interested to hear, maybe in the discussion today, what sort of practical steps can be taken to kind of catalyze or trigger things to move in the right direction. Okay, thank you very much for your time. Thanks, Azim, and thanks, everybody. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I guess we have excited the audience sitting here to read this book when it comes out. So with all this knowledge in the background now, we are ready to start the panel discussion. And I would like to invite the panelists on stage. So first I'd like to invite Mr. Ali Tawqi Sheikh. Ali has been a renowned personality working on transboundary waters, climate change. He has been heading a very nice think tank organization, LEAD, in the past. He's been the advisor of the Planning Commission on the climate change issues. And he has personally taken a lot of interest, as mentioned by Nisar Saab, on the transboundary water sharing between Afghanistan and Pakistan. So welcome Ali Saab on the stage. We have our next panelist, Dr. Shaheen Akhtar. Dr. Shaheen Akhtar is a PhD in International Relations. She is currently working as professor in the Department of International Relations, Faculty of Contemporary Studies at the National Defense University, Islamabad. She is a scholar with a wide experience in research and teaching. Her area of interest is non-traditional security issues, water, energy, gender issues in particular, the regional stability, conflict resolution, peace building with a particular reference to Kashmir, Sri Lanka, etc. She has participated in numerous international seminars, workshops, conferences focusing on the regional affairs. So she has a very impressive bio. I haven't read it all, so please excuse me for that. Our next panelist is Mr. Dinesh Bhatta. And Mr. Dinesh Bhatta is from Nepal, and he holds a master's degree in water resources engineering. He has been contributing in the field of water resources since 2006. He has experience of working at various levels at the capacity in the ministry, department, central level, large irrigation projects, and district irrigation offices. Currently, he is working in the capacity of the project director and also the joint secretary of the community managed irrigated agriculture sector project in Nepal. Previously, he has also served as the project director of the Irrigation and Water Resources Management Project. Welcome to the stage, Dr. Dinesh. Our next panelist is our colleague from Uzbekistan. He is the country manager for the Central Asian Office of IMI, Auture Anarbekov. Auture is a broadly trained and a water resource management research for development specialist with an academic background in the water resources, governance, management, economics, institutional development. He's a researcher and country manager at International Water Management Institute, regional office in Central Asia. And he's more than 15 years of experience and a very valuable contribution in the transboundary water affairs. Our final panelist for today is Yele. So I'm just trying to look at the profiles. So Yele, if I may invite you also on the stage. There is, I'll give you a chance for your self-introduction. Somehow lost your bio due to some reason. So, and Sasaf, thank you very much. If I may ask you to come on there and yes.
Yeah.
So I'll start with you, Yele, with your introduction, self-introduction, and then I'll pose a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, it's an honor to be here with all the distinguished panelists and also the presentation. I'm really happy and glad, thankful that IMI has invited me here. I had the luck to work in both basins, in Kabul and in the Indus Basin. In Kabul, we did a study on robust planning of the Kabul Basin, looking at different scenarios. That was in 2013. And I think there's quite a bit of interesting information that comes from that. I've worked in Pakistan, in Punjab and Sindh in the Indus Basin, and at the moment I'm so lucky to be able to work as a team leader in Balochistan on the water resources program there. I have a degree in physical geography from the Netherlands. Then I worked in I have another degree from the National Mines Institute in New Mexico, and have been active for like 30 years in water resources, done a few publications. I'm very glad to be here, and I hope I can contribute something to all the wisdom that is here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, my apologies. I now figured out where it was. So let's start with the first question that I have for my panelist. So how can we reap the potential benefits of improved socio-economic development between the shared water resources between Afghanistan and Pakistan? As talked by the colleagues, Nisar Saab and my colleague from South Africa, we don't have any agreement at the moment. So in order to develop the socio-economic conditions of the people dependent on the waters in this region, what is that you can suggest as a roadmap that we can follow?
Yele. Thank you. I think there are enormous advantages that could be taken from cooperating. First of all, let's look at what happened very recently with the floods. So if we have a better flood control upstream, obviously we can already decrease the influence that the very heavy rainfall has also in Pakistan. So better flood control measures could be in terms of nature-based solutions, where you would look at, I think, opportunities that still exist in Afghanistan, where you have a slightly wider floodplain. We saw yesterday the sort of shocking images from 1965 Ravi River and current, and you really ask, what can you still do there? In Afghanistan, there are some opportunities still to be worked on. Obviously, they're the same sort of issues on land and how we deal with it, but we might be able to do a bit more. And particularly if that is, of course, supported also here from downstream. That needs to be something done in cooperation. Dams, we just talked about how limited the amount of water storage in the Kabul Basin is. It's at least in the part upstream in Afghanistan. There could be more done, but this requires very good cooperation between, again, Pakistan and Afghanistan, and agreements on how to share, particularly maybe the benefits of this. For example, the hydropower, I think that's a very good idea. And I think from Central Asia, Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, for example, we can hear some really good developments that have lately actually been made, and that took time. This will also maybe take time, but it should continue, even though what was mentioned as well, we have a different political situation. And I think we should not let that stand in the way, and there are scientists that are still continuing. Things are moving, and we need to keep this slight momentum that was started in all the different discussions from many sides going. What would be important there as well is coordination, because I worked for the European Union. We had discussions on cooperation. Then there was GIZ that had other discussions. The US aid did again something different. And what we need is a sort of coordinating role, which might come from Afghanistan, but also from Pakistan, in bringing all these initiatives together, so we don't have all these parallel initiatives that eventually have little force. We can do much better. So these are just a few things. There's much more. One thing, I think, again, on flood control, it becomes even more important because we have now, due to maybe climate change, 2 seasons that are a bit scary. We had the monsoon season usually did not have much influence in Afghanistan, but nowadays it seems to have. We have had already a few monsoons that were giving a lot of rainfall in Afghanistan, which before almost never happened. But the second one is there's quite a lot of snowfall in the winter in Afghanistan, which might melt much faster. And if we have a very high snowfall year followed by a warm spring, we will get again a situation of flood. So it's actually doubled almost the risk. So this is probably a very urgent part to start working on immediately. There are many more people we can add the wisdom here, so thank you very much for listening to me.
Obviously have a limited time. I'd like to come back to you again. So requesting all the sort of panelists to keep your answers a bit short. So I'll come to you, Dr. Shaheen, now. And the question that I'm going to ask you is about how do you see the future of the shared river business between Afghanistan and Pakistan when you compare it with the Indus Water Treaty? And also from the geopolitical point of view, because you're an expert in that area, and also the security lens attached to that, how do you see that going forward?
Thank you, Azim, and I'm very grateful to be part of this conversation. Well, what is the learning from the IWT, and what is like which is not there should be like as part of our own initiatives. I think geopolitical tension are there, but it happened during the political tension. If you recall the effects of the partition and the, say, abrupt disruption of the, say, canal water and all that. So water is more important, so there is always space available to really have some cooperative, say, conversation going on and some mechanism being put in place, and it took us 10 years to really develop that. The good part is that we have permanent structure there, like the Indus Water Commission. Even when it is not that empowered, because of maybe given that times like understanding of what it was like supposed to really do, but Water Corporation was part of it, which never happened. So even when the mechanism is there, it is weak, it needs to be strengthened, and then it mandate has to be expanded. So what is the learning for like Water Corporation on the Kaba River Basin will be, if we have a Water Corporation, some arrangement, some structural cooperative mechanism in place, and which can identify the issues which are current, because the climate change was not there, so it was not really integrated in the IWT, which is now challenging the Water Corporation, and a lot of political tension which may emerge in future on, say, IWT will be associated with that. But they, which can be part of the conversation when we have this cooperative arrangement being, say, put in place on the Kaba River Basin. The third thing is the community participation was not there. It was not thought of. It was like only the, say, engineering, technical allocation, distribution, which was like given a lot of importance. So community, which is very much part of like managing the water and is being affected by it, and especially under the condition of climate change, it will be more so. Their livelihood is associated with that. Then the growing population is, you're talking about the, say, socioeconomic development, so it's about the people. So community, say, role in the managing, and IWRM fits in well, should be there. The other thing which I think is like gender is always ignored. There's a huge gender gap when it comes to managing, say, shared water resources. And gender is being like affected hugely. Now it is like coming in a big way. So there should be a gender sensitive lens being, say, also given space in terms of when you are evolving these cooperative structures and conversation, and in the implementation, if whether it's a flood, whether it is environmental degradation, or whether it is fetching water to the home, in every sense, women are the most vulnerable community, and within that, the most vulnerable, like the people, like gender, is very, very important. The last thing I will say, the pollution, even when it is mentioned in Indus Water Treaty, but it hasn't been really developed. There's a future cooperation clause as well. So those are the areas which need to be developed under the IWT, and the learning is that they should be made part of the like cooperative arrangement. The last thing is the perception part, the discourse. The very discourse and perception, when you have the geopolitical tension there, as well as between Pakistan and Afghanistan, how you evolve a socio-centric discourse on the water cooperation. So everything should not be left to the high politics. High politics also should be sensitized to really develop environmental peace building, you see, which is like very, very important, because in the end, all the leaders talk about that they should really be say delivering for the people, or say they should say work for the development of the people. And there is a growing population. These are new realities, and there should be enough sensitization on the part of all level, community and the managers and the top leader. Only then I think one can really say expect that a new discourse on the water cooperation emerging. So that's my thoughts on the.
Thank you very much. All very important points. On the discourse part, I remember we did a analysis on the discourse that comes in the media between India and Pakistan water tensions. And these are typically triggered by certain events, certain times, and typically when we have water
development in Punjab, we have a comprehensive database of all the 58,000 water courses we have in Punjab. We have a GIS-based databases of all these water courses. We have all the basic parameters of those water courses. And by sitting in our office, we can just see and we can just identify where is that water course is, what is the location, and how much is the current status in terms of lining and in terms of all these parameters. And we have also like geotagged of geotagging. We have carried out geotagging of all other interventions like the high efficiency and laser line leveling. So in terms of database, like I think as far as Punjab is concerned, we have like like the adequate amount of data, and we are trying to convert that data into the IT system, so we will be able to make it a good planning decisions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, looking at the time, I will be moving to the audience. If someone has a question, sir, please. Please introduce yourself and provide a brief, ask a brief question.
First of all, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My name is Jalal Qureshi. I did my PhD in groundwater recharge. I am a professor in USA. I am teaching 2 universities, environmental science and geology. I am also consultant. I work more than 30 countries. I went to Haiti when I was the first person from Pakistan. I went there. I worked during the earthquake. Then I worked for 30 countries groundwater data, and I submitted a report to the World Meteorological Organization in Vietnam. I was in touch with WMO, World Meteorological Organization. After that, I worked as a consultant for the UNDP as a sustainable goal. So that's my brief.
Yep, please.
First of all, I'm really thankful to the PCRWR and IWMI. Those initiated this program like a water week. I think that's the second year they are going to organize, and they are trying to invite all the kind of peoples. But to be honest, what is my feeling in Pakistan, like a jail mein कातिल जो है वो नमाज पढ़ा रहा होता है और तकबीर देने वाला चोर होता है. First of all, I think that we are just so much serious here. Last 2 days, I have not seen any person who is laughing. हमारी बॉडी में कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड बहुत ज़्यादा है instead of oxygen. We are not listening to the root level people. There is a very big gap between the farmers and the technologists. There is a big gap of the experts and the ground level, like the students. If some student want to say something, we are not in a position to listen them. If either he have any kind of knowledge or idea or something. I worked in Pakistan 40 years. मैंने भी ब्यूरोक्रेसी के साथ काम किया, एक्सप्लेनेशन कॉल भी थे. Then I left after 25 years, complete my job from PCRWR as a director. Now I am working with many international organizations, national organizations. I work last 10 crore से ज़ायद का.
Sir, conceding the time, I would request if you come to the point.
Yeah, I am just coming to points. I am working from last 2 months in the field in the flood affected areas. I did not find any technologist or expert there. Because the problem which we are going to face in future, the rain came, the rainwater. None of organization have still in position to collect the water sample and check what is the water quality. ये जो पानी है ये तेजाबी पानी है, ये एसिड रेन है. इस पानी में जो औरतें हाथ धोती हैं उनके आबले पड़ जाते हैं, जो जानवर वो पानी पीता है उसका लिवर फट जाता है. That's the actual ground situation. हमें in future हमें वो टेक्नोलॉजीज लानी है जो I am really thankful that the topics they have selected is number one. Technologies, policies, climate resilience. और यही काम आप यहाँ इस्लामाबाद में कर रहे हैं. The same thing they are doing in Karachi. They are doing in Lahore. Because मैं पूरे पाकिस्तान को विजिट करके आ रहा हूँ.
Sir, thank you.
My question that हम टेक्नोलॉजीज में बहुत पीछे हैं. दुनिया में रिसर्च सबसे ज़्यादा इसराइल में है. So the organization only doing the research is the PCRWR, जिसका अपना पता नहीं है कि जब वो क्रिएट की गई तो वो फ्लड के लिए क्रिएट की गई थी. The Irrigation Drainage Flood Control Research Council. बांग्लादेश के बाद
Sir.
No, sir, I am to be very honest with country. That's why I am here. मैं हर साल 20 लाख रुपया खर्च करके पाकिस्तान आता हूँ.
Sir, that's well noted point, sir.
That's my question. We have to find a technology which is friendly used for farmer and the people. Drip irrigation की बात हुई. Bubbler irrigation दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा प्रोजेक्ट बलूचिस्तान में स्टार्ट हुआ. The Balochistan is number 1 in corruption. Number 2 is Sindh.
Sir, we will not be able...
देखिए सर, पॉलिसी में मैं बात करूंगा कि आप हकीकत को माने पहले. आज में जो हमारे एक्सपर्ट्स बैठे हैं ना, उनको ब्रेन वॉशिंग की जरूरत है कि how they are going to change the situation. So my just only the technologies, innovative technologies अभी तक पाकिस्तान में नहीं है, जैसे फ्लड के लिए आनी है.
Sir, just one minute. I think Dr. Hipsa has shown it recently, the technology at PCRWR, which they have used it for flood water, especially for the cleaning the water. I would request Dr. Hipsa to provide an update on that one. That could be. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir, recently we have developed the 3 different types of the flood water treatment technologies, and they are cost effective, low cost, and those technologies do not require any experts to operate those technologies. They are very people friendly, user friendly, and tomorrow inshallah when you will come to visit us, we will demonstrate those technologies to you. Okay? Thank you, sir. Yes. One is hand operated, other one is solar operated, and different agencies, the national level NGOs like NRSP, they are manufacturing more than 100 units for these technologies to provide these to the flood affected communities in Sindh and Punjab.
Thank you. François?
Thank you. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. My name is François Onimus. I'm a senior water resources specialist at World Bank. My question is, let's say it's a comment, but I'd like to have the feedback from the panelists on the importance of impact evaluation. That's something we have insisted on in the recently approved Punjab Resilient and Inclusive Agriculture Transformation Project. It's to make good decisions and to advise the policymakers in the appropriate way. It's very important to have good and strong impact evaluation of different interventions and to help select the right interventions. And I think there is a lot of room for progress in the impact evaluation on farm water management. And this has to be done at different scales. One scale is the plot, the farm, obviously, in terms of the economic benefits and the water savings, etc. But then you also have to look at the scale of the basin, because water savings at the farm level doesn't necessarily result in water savings at the basin scale, right? So these things has to be done at different scales. So I just want to ask the panelists their views and whether this is a priority. Thank you.
Response from each of the panelists.
Will I respond to the comments? Yeah, you have rightly said the period project.
it is well prepared and it was, reviewed again and again. It was improved a lot and tailored well to, to bridge that gap that is we find in the technologies and adaptation and, the farming systems. So it's very inclusive project and it has considered the farming the technologies like these orchards, establishment, tunnels, and high efficiency irrigation system along with this surface, water courses, etc. So, and also it has some marketing component as well, strengthening capacity and service provision, all these things. So I think that is a very good project. It will be demonstrated very well and it will be taken up by the other provinces as well.
So in Balochistan, the government of Balochistan have started some programs like especially the installation of tunnels. There are two types. One is the low-cost tunnel and the other is the high-cost tunnel. So we have imported some materials from Iran and they have, the farmers installed by their own. But the provincial government, because the demand generated came from the farming communities, so the government of Balochistan have started some installation of tunnels, the sophisticated tunnels with linked with high efficiency irrigations. To some scale there are some controlled. So as well as the high efficiency irrigation, because the future of Balochistan linked with high efficiency irrigation system. So the government of Balochistan have started the high efficiency irrigation system. So the farmer is also contributing up to 20% farmer share and 80% is from the government side, is subsidies going there. So the other thing, we are going towards solarization of tube wells. In Balochistan, 60,000 tube wells are there, which are operated by the solars with the electricity. So the government of Balochistan now plan to replace these tube wells with the solars. So mandatory, so the one thing is mandatory, this proposal was given by the government agriculture department that each solar should be linked with the high efficiency irrigation. Otherwise, this would be failed because we are again upstream the underground water, and so this is from my side. This is thank you, sir.
Hafiz Saab, just more focusing on the third-party impact evaluation. Pre-aid project may be successful, but what are the evidences done by the third party? Is that successful or not? What are the interventions there, and how those interventions are?
Yes, thank you, sir. A very good point raised by Francois. So impact evaluation is very, very important, I would say, because now whenever we go to the government for a new project, they always ask, okay, bring us the outcome of the previous intervention you have done. So we have recently experienced a very tough time from the P&D regarding the impact evaluation. So we started, we have developed a mechanism under the PIPUP. There was a mechanism. In parallel we were carrying out the impact evaluation of the interventions we have been doing. So that the experience helped us in building another good M&D and impact evaluation system under the PREATE, and the Francois, he's also the co-TTL of that PREATE, and he really helped us in building a good M&D and impact evaluation system under the PREATE. And that, I think that M&D system or impact evaluations would help us in in our future planning and future projects. Thank you.
I want to bring attention of all the planners that everybody has pointed out that about data deficiency. So why can't we have, this is the task of the Federal Planning Commission basically, we can't have a authority for all data that their own staff like other WAPDA and other authorities, so only professional staff is available from all provinces and collect data, and there should be available in the center. So one consideration on that side. Secondly, always we describe what we code this and we need this, but when we come to give examples, so go to the website of Water Resources Ministry, and they have from Dr. Amir Muhammad, some other decades old figures, and we still quote those. IMI has not, PCRW, they are doing good work, but nobody has done any work after that. So why we give old figures? Why can't we conduct fresh studies? And about solar, evidence-based, we cannot say in the air that it will not affect. Do we have some evidence-based data available, studies available that it will not affect farming community or groundwater depletion? So please throw some light.
Thank you, Ji. Just quickly a comment on that one, that we consider data as a commodity. That's a single point. I think we need to bring a transparency, and then that's the kind of the role of the different government department, which we need to play, because they are the first primary custodian of the data. But data need to be standardized. That's what we are assisting as a research institute, PCRWR, IMI, to the various government entities. It's their role, but we are playing a role as a knowledge institute and saying how to speed up, how to try to make it standardization and everything there. Second thing, you talked about the solar one. We are working on the evidence-based information, what's happening at the Punjab in different districts and everything. At the moment, there is no information available, but there are some earlier evidences that's clearly indicating that one, it's more on a behavioral thing than a real impact on the groundwater. But at the same time, we need to look around on that one, the long-term, the groundwater zone, which are the vulnerable zone, which are not vulnerable zone, and we are hopefully very soon, we are in regular discussion with the Ministry of National Food Security Research in Punjab, sharing those initial things, and then so that we could share those evidence-based information within the general public, and the ministry could use it for decision making. Dr. Aslam Saab.
Yeah, so I am Dr. Aslam, professor in the University of Lahore. Just I want to ask Hafiz Saab that currently throughout the world, different donors they fund the projects. If you are convincing them that these will be the tangible benefits, okay, tangible, not as like old ages. Through this irrigated agriculture productive improvement project, have on-farm department collected some information about crop yield with respect to some reference? Before this project, these were the kg of wheat per hectare. Now, after this implementation.
Thank you, sir. It's a very good question. Yes, we definitely have information about the at the start of the project, we prepared the result framework and the impact of project intervention on crop yield and water productivity. We have built those indicators in that, and at the end of the project, we definitely have those figures. So in terms of water productivity, so before the project in the baseline, the water productivity was around 10 rupees per cubic meter. So after the project, that went to in terms of high efficiency, that went to up to the 35 rupees per cubic meter, and in terms of water cost improvement, that was around 20. So we have those reports, and we definitely have those figures, and based on those figures, we able to successfully design a new project. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Mushtaq Gill from South Asian Conservation Agriculture Network, SECON, and another private sector entity that's SAVI, Sustainable Agriculture, Water and Intelligent Ecosystems. Well, I think my first question will be to Madam Hifza about while explaining the salient features of National Water Conservation Strategy. It was mentioned that 4 types of water are available right at the farm, village, or basin, micro basin, and one is surface water or canal water, groundwater, rainwater, and wastewater. So these are the 4 main pillars for developing efficient on-farm water management strategy. May I just suggest that, well, I think PCRWR is the main, it is the apex body for water resources management at all levels, at primary, secondary, and tertiary level. So if for implementation of this aspect, may I ask that for management of these 4 types of waters, the idea of micro basin or sub basin, as my friend from World Bank has also indicated, can be taken up for, I think I can quote the example of IMI's project in South India, taking village as a micro basin or a small. There you can have the canal water, the groundwater, rainwater, and also the wastewater. So for that purpose, I just referring to the comments about database from DG Water Management Punjab, you know, this is, you can just click the information and you know, on your computer and get the complete information of 58,000 water courses in Punjab. So 90% of them are rehabilitated, reconstructed and improved. My question is that this is exactly the totally non-traditional approach on which this, and there is an important institutions ground based level, and that is the water user associations. I think they were the main pillar of this on-farm water management intervention right from the day one. So in the present strategy, when in case of Punjab, they have improved 90% of total 58,000 water courses, 50,000 plus. 50,000 kilometers of lining is there by all, you know, physically, financially contributed by the farmers. So this is a strong institution at village level. At this stage, these water user associations, they are almost 2 million in Punjab only, 2 million water users who are the members of this. So can we use the village and then on groundwater against 1.3 million total tubewells of the country, more 1 million plus are in Punjab, which means that about 40 tubewells are there in every village. So that could be another basis, their groundwater management, their governance and their regulation, even that could be done in consultation with the community. You don't see any example in the world of community participation, maybe in China, in the world where millions of farmers have participated. That is the strong institution which you need to utilize. My third, request in this area would be that, as was mentioned by to a question from Dr. Saab to Kufayat Saab, that it is the now there is a lack of coordination database. Recently, during the past few years, we feel that PCRWR has been restructured, and now I think this is the institution who can provide, who can help in case of research, implementation and capacity building. So I would humbly submit to the federal government, to Kufayat Saab, that we have taken efforts. There is a new Ministry of Water Resources, and PCRWR is one of the key research organizations. And so is it possible, maybe I'm just posing a suggestion, that for coordination in research database, if the Federal Water Management Cell, if they could be part of, because as Wahab Saab has mentioned, agriculture is a provincial subject, and you have issues or problems in case of the coordination with the relevant ministry. So this is one. And then the other development, for the last 36 years, IMI is existing. So IMI can bring this coordination of research with PCRWR. So this is the way, and I again would humbly submit that a mention was made all the time that there should be a regulation authority, there should be a groundwater authority, water conservation authority. But sir, let's see the fate of the authorities, whether it was PDAS, CDAS, the area water boards, the FOs, all this we can see is in a fluid form. So I would suggest that this is the high time to, to have a second look on this and come up with it. IMI can provide, as I gave the example of, India, where the village was taken as. My last, comment is that one of the questions was there, how the private sector can, come up, to scale up to almost 6 million farmers, water users in Pakistan, to go for irrigation scheduling or irrigation advisory services on all these services. I think, let me just suggest that private sector in this new age is quite vibrant. So I'm coordinating with 2 such private sector organizations, SECON and recently SAVI, and I think digital connectivity on this using the, and recently we have with PCRWR, the 20,000 farmers where irrigation advisory services going on 4 districts, we have put it now, our app. So this is my suggestion to come up with enhancing water productivity, which is a main issue of water policy. I'm sorry for these long comments, but these were my just suggestions.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Dr. Saab is our teacher as well. All the professionals, they are in coordination with him. And Dr. Saab, you have rightly highlighted these issues of asset management database and this water user association, who is a basic platform at even at village level, our sub-village level. And also those gaps in increasing the application efficiencies, lack of coordination, all these things. I will not say about this viability of your suggestion. I will say we will make it happen. Inshallah, just yesterday, I have talked to Dr. Ashraf Saab. We are in coordination with Dr. Mohsen Hafiz Saab, with our provincial colleagues. Inshallah, shortly, this workshop is also to bring us all in. Inshallah, we have collaborated well. We have talked many issues. And we will, this is the basically the gap. As you know, the water user association, they exist till the infrastructure is established. And after that, it dies. So what we can do, we can build their capacity through involving them in economic activities after this establishment of the water courses or rehabilitation work. We will take them to the further stages of, crop management and even to the market level. So we can provide, as a technical agency, we can provide them inputs. We can engage different stakeholders, organizations like you and research institution. And you have rightly said that PCRWR had done a wonderful work. Now it's up to you, how can we take them on board in our projects? And I think that these ongoing projects and ongoing activities, these are the right opportunities for us to bring all these related organization, research, and also our partners working in the provinces. So this is a very good opportunity, and you have rightly pointed out these suggestions, and this is the crux, I was very carefully listening. This is the only speaker that I was listening to carefully to him because he is our teacher. And Dr. Saab is here, our seniors are here, and we are also here. Inshallah, we will keep this coordination alive, and we will definitely take your suggestion and your guidance in our project. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Exactly. Is it possible and without, and timely, if you take the lead, timely, so with the consultation of PCRWR?
Yeah. I think that even if PCRWR is under the Ministry of Water Resources, we can still have collaboration, even with you or any provincial research institution as well. And also, we should not forget this academia who is working with us. They have sound professional, they have learned people who are there, they have even labs and all those facilities. So I will try my level best. Your suggestions, sir guidance, and Mohsen Saab is here, Dr. Saab is here. Even working under a different ministry, we are already in collaboration in some like the solar projects. We are in consultation. This is not mandatory that we will keep PCRWR on board, but we still have very good professional relationship, and they do engage us in various. So I think that this is takeaway from this workshop, and we will work on this further.
No, sir, relationship is another thing, but we have to just establish a focal point. I think this is the mandate of Planning Commission, I think not the Ministry of National Security. And also frame the TORs with the consultation of provincial departments like irrigation. So how, at what level it is it possible or not?
Sir, Ministry of PCRWR 6 months before were part of Ministry of
Science and Technology, yeah.
So if that could happen, I think this is the ample opportunity when you are planning the projects with the World Bank assistance. This is the way, this is the logical kind of, and I think IMI is working both irrigation departments, agriculture departments, PCRWR, so they can bring this.
Sir, we are talking, sir, this discussion we are talking since the creation of Pakistan, but still we are not at one page, sir. Still, we are facing, provincial is facing the problem. This is just my...
Kakar Sahab, you are absolutely pointed out is the right thing. I think what we can do it, I mean, again, that what are in our control we will put a final recommendation again to the government and again push it, lobby it, whatever we can do it, which is in our control. In order to make something happen now for the water conservation policy, we had a discussion with the Ministry of Water Sources and we said PCRWR should be the focal agency for the water conservation activities at the federal level and at well provincial level, trying to bridge the connection between the Ministry of Water Sources and food security. We will try our best, whatever we can do it within the setup. Thank you.
National water policy already completed. So now you are working on the national water strategy. Is it necessary or?
Conservation strategy.
So conservation strategy already included in the national water policy. We have consulted all this process. Is it necessary or?
Yes, it is already. And conservation at all levels. It gives a target more crop per drop of water. How we will achieve this in the agriculture sector? The roadmap is given in the water conservation strategy.
Crop per drop is concerned because there should be some integrated approach. Because livestock, we have implemented a project with the World Bank Asset Program, Integrated Water Resource Management and Development Project. So the livestock, if your approach is integrated, livestock and the fisheries as well as the forest department should be to work with the consultation. So the agriculture, livestock, fisheries and forest department, if your approach is integrated, so you can increase your land and water productivity. This is from us.
Plan of conducting the consultative workshops in the provinces. So I'm sure that once we receive all the feedback and the opinions and the concerns of all the stakeholders from the provinces, we can present this strategy in a more integrated way for the further implementation.
Thank you, Dr. Ifza. Thank you all the esteemed panelists for this very interactive discussion. I want to, this discussion could go another 2 hours, but I'm afraid that when the lunch will be finished, if we continue our discussion. So I would be thank you everyone and thank you for all the online participants and as well as all the people who are sitting here. Normally at the lunch break people go, but everyone is sitting here. More people are coming, so that's showing it really good discussion is happening. Thank you everyone.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 check 1, 2. Hello, hello.
academician, and consultant in the water resources development and management sector. The main areas of his interest are hydroinformatics, water resources information systems, water and food security nexus, and wastewater reuse. Sarfraz Munir has conducted 2 projects on wastewater reuse in peri-urban areas of Harunabad and Faisalabad, cities of Pakistan. He has keen interest in improving water resilience through wastewater reuse in agriculture sector. So I would like to invite Sarfraz Munir Sahab to take over as moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Bhatti, for your kind introduction. And I again welcome everyone for this session, session number 8 of Thematic Area 1, Wastewater Reuse Opportunities for Water Resilience. And also, I welcome online participants. The pattern of this session will be, we will have 2 keynote speakers, and they will present their experience and studies on wastewater reuse. After that, we will have a panel discussion, and we have very renowned panelists in our panel discussion session. And after that, we will take some questions from the audience, and audience here in this hall, as well as audience online. Let me give you a little background of wastewater reuse, as it is very evident now that Pakistan has been facing severe impacts of climate change in terms of floods and droughts, as well as water scarcity issue is one of the most critical issues in Pakistan. And this climate change has been causing billions of dollars of loss on frequent basis. When it comes to water scarcity and drought, we need to see some alternatives in order to enhance water supplies. One of the possibilities is to reuse wastewater, which is, if we look at around, let's say, millions of cubic meter of wastewater is produced on daily basis, and its generation has been increasing with time with the increase of urbanization. So we need to harness this water resource. It is kind of unconventional water resource. Based on our some literature and our studies, wastewater reuse has some benefits for the, let's say if we talk in agriculture sector, it provides additional water supplies to water scarce regions. It also has some economic benefits for the farmers because generally domestic wastewater is rich in crop nutrients, NPK, and it helps farmers to save money which they used to spend on fertilizers. It also creates livelihood opportunities in the peri-urban areas. So it has several benefits. With the benefits, it also has some consequences. That's why we are here to discuss those consequences as well as its benefits. One of the most severe consequence or serious consequence is the effect of wastewater reuse on the farmer's health who come in direct contact with the wastewater. In wastewater areas, you can see that skin diseases and intestinal diseases are very common in wastewater irrigated areas. In addition to that, where wastewater irrigation on regular basis
Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon everyone. My name is Mohsen Hafiz and I am your moderator for the session 8 under the thematic area of the politics, policy and institution, good governance and strengthening capacities. And in this session, we'll be exploring the transformative future for water security initiative, what that means. and what are the bold action which we need to take it, and basically how we could make sure that that a multi-stakeholder dialogue is happening, and that's based on the science-based action for improving the water security, and not thinking about the business as usual, but out of the box solution. What are the things, bold action which we need to do it? If we talk about the part of Pakistan, water change, I mean the climate change is a water change. We are facing so many complex challenges, water security, food insecurity, as well as the energy insecurity, and then talking about all the things on the ecosystem which has severely impacting the people living in the downstream in the Indus Delta, and as well as in other part of the Indus Basin, and even in the middle part of that one, the Satluj River and Valley and other areas there. So we need to think about really some bold actions, and IMI as an organization has set up some of the independent dialogues, multi-stakeholder dialogues, and for that one, Dr. Rachel McDonald, who is the Deputy Director General, she will be giving an overview about that one, what exactly the Transformative Future Water Security Initiative means globally, and how that will be doing, what kind of the dialogue if you're planning to do it. So I will be inviting Dr. Rachel McDonald to come and just present about that, the Transformative Future Water Security Initiative. Over to you, Dr. Rachel, please come. Please upload the presentation. Share the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Mohsen, for inviting me to contribute. For those that aren't at Pakistan Water Week, maybe one of the most important events taking place over the last 2 days has been the preparatory meetings for the UN 2023 water meeting that will be held in March in New York next year. This is the first UN water meeting for 47 years. Can you imagine that? The last one was in Mar del Plata in Argentina in 1977. And if you think how much the world has changed since then, and particularly in terms of water challenges and water stress, they probably weren't even discussing in earnest climate change in 1977. So we now have a very different world. 2023 is going to be very different. And what we know is that we need to think differently. So we want to talk to you today about a coalition, building a coalition and building an initiative which has the title Transformative Futures for Water Security. Next slide, please. Do we have a clicker? The IPCC report has shown us very loud and clear, particularly Working Group 1 and then into Working Group 2. If you look at the numbers of change resulting from climate change, it's very clear. This is thousands and thousands of academic papers, work of scientists being brought together. It is a huge evidence base. And what does it show? It shows, yes, temperatures and rainfall and everything around that, the warm nights or warm days or cold nights or cold days or consecutive dry days, all those climate indicators. There is serious change to more extremes. But the way that this also plays out is because there is increasing energy and because there's changes in temperature and in rainfall, there are going to be major changes in the water cycle. It's the way it's first being felt. This is energizing of the water cycle. And unfortunately, we could see the difference. So if you look at some of the data and what that means and what we're seeing is that extremes, whether this is from the Horn of Africa now and looking at water scarcity, this is not going away. You know all of this. Next slide, please. There's warnings everywhere. So what about our water future? Well, who is tasked with bringing that water security? It's governments. We've been hearing about the role of government over the last few days. It's the private sector. It's communities. It's many different organizations are tasked with bringing increased water security to all the countries that are part of the UN, in all the countries in the world. But when you speak to them, you say to them, well, what do you need? They will often identify all sorts of knowledge and research and innovation and data gaps that is holding them back. Next slide, please. So what we see is there are those working in sectors in water and beyond water. So here we have UN 23 with this whole background of changes, with this drastic need, and this is oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And this conference, it's halfway through the decade of fresh water, of the decade of water, and the focus will be on SDG 6, but it's also going to be looking at those other aspects, to do with clean health and no hunger and environments and all those areas like this. This meeting that is being co-convened by the Dutch and Tajiks will be a catalyst. What we do here so far is that the commitments are going to be voluntary. So I've been sitting in on some of these calls, preparing the action agenda for it. Voluntary commitments, and we all know what that means. Yeah, okay. So there are voluntary commitments, and as part of all of this, they are looking for actions, tangible actions that can support that. So this is why we have put forward this Transformative Futures for Water Security initiative. And the whole framing, as it is going to be a demand-led Global South agenda for research, science, innovation, evidence that's there completely to support the implementation, the needs of those responsible for bringing water security. So these are the questions that we're looking at. What do you need to know? We had, at the World Water Forum in Dakar in Senegal, we had a panel there. And it was fascinating. We had a representative from Danone, the food and drinks company. We had from FCDO, the donor, from the Ghana Water Commission, from the Nature Conservancy, and from business. And their needs were all quite different. But often some of it was they were saying, we need data that isn't just about projects. Too much of our work is about projects. We need portals of data that can support investment, that can support decision making, and not just be pockets of work. We've heard lots of pockets of work here in Pakistan, but what we also hear is that joined up support. So it's about what do those users need. They know the type of information they need, both for handling the SIT water security today, but more importantly, for handling water security tomorrow. What is it? What does tomorrow look like? What do you as an investor, what do you as a government here in, say, Pakistan, what type of evidence, research, science do you need to support your planning for tomorrow? And then, and what is it we want to be able to do and use to take that? And we have been told if we go in as a coalition to that conference, we can have it as one of the actions. So where we now need to look at is, one of the things we have to be very careful about is not to use the word science. And it's still in some of our science. Science always seems to make an us and them. That science is somehow removed. It's above, it's more esoteric than the real issues and the implementation done on the ground. So the idea is that this transformative initiative is about, we have the users of the data. We have those involved with scaling. Think about the investors in the private sector and all that's needed to scale those innovations. And then we have the science community. We are looking to have this agenda very much as an alliance within the Global South, but we know that working with the Global North can also help us with those researchers. And one of the things we've tried to do right from the very beginning is to have co-guardianship with youth. This isn't, oh, and we've got to put the youth in the end. This isn't tagged on at the end. So this notion that this co-guardianship will be there every step of the way, developing the solutions, because what we are talking about is their water secure future. All that we're coming up with. You know, yes, we have the endpoint, this initial endpoint of 2030 for this SDGs, but we know it has to go much further than that. So we are working with the World Youth Parliament for Water, and they have been very much involved with doing that. And what we've started to do is, the way we are going to be implementing this, the plan is that we will do this through a series of regional dialogues. Water security in all our countries, Pakistan, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Southeast Asia, Southern Africa. Water security is very different there, and that agenda for research and knowledge and innovation is different in all those areas. So we have been working with a facilitation company and working with users to develop a design process. And from then, we're then going to be going out to have a series of regional dialogues, one of which EMI Pakistan will be working with, and we really hope to bring as many people in. One of the parts that's been really interesting in the design dialogue is who our partners from many different organizations said should be there, and the questions that we should be answering, which is very different from the ones that we as a scientist would have. You know, the role of religious organizations, the role of many other organizations, they have a significant part in implementing climate change and implementing water security and influencing behaviors that will bring water security. So we are now listening to that. We've got that design process. And what we're doing with this is we are designing a series of 5 to 6 missions. Can you think about the breadth of science that's needed? We can't do that. So we are coming up with a mission. Now, if you see the work of some, particularly coming out of the European Union, it's often defined in terms of a mission. So if I give you an example, one of the missions I was reading about the other day, by 2030, 100 cities will be climate neutral. That's the mission. So this, we might say, by 2030, 50 river basins will have enhanced governance. And that's the mission. We will have a series of missions that look across water in its many guises, across many sectors. There might be a WASH mission. There might be a water and agriculture mission. There might be a Nexus mission. We're going to have 5 or 6 missions that define what's going to come out of this. And then from those missions, we will then break that down into a series of research and knowledge and innovations that are needed to make that mission happen. So that's the framing of it. Can you see how different this is to normal science? As a scientist, I would normally think this is a really interesting idea, and I'm going to look at this in more detail. I didn't have necessarily a clear line of sight to impact, whereas it starts with this new way of framing this. It starts with impact and comes back. And the idea is that to deliver this mission, it isn't just EMI or the CGIAR or the governments. It's a whole coalition of organizations, NGOs, other civil societies, business, investors. We've heard all week the important role of finance. We want financiers committing to those missions as well, but also knowing that those financiers, they need to explain and articulate the knowledge and evidence that they want. So, next slide, please. Okay, so the idea is that through all of this, we're building partnerships. EMI has put a lot of, we put quite a bit of money on the table. We have paid for the beginning of all of this. And then the idea is that we will come together. We're going to facilitate it. What we want is your time, your ideas, your knowledge, your insight to help take that into these missions, to help define the missions, and then what is the research and innovation that's needed to deliver those there. As part of that, we have a series of dialogues, as I mentioned, that will take place in the countries. And then those dialogues and the findings will come together at a meeting in Cape Town in February. And we're now working with various donors to try and facilitate people's travel there. And the idea is that we will then bring them together and agree collectively those missions that we want to do. We are looking at those conveners, the intensive design process. We have a media partnership. We know that media and communication is really important. So we have it with a television, a sophisticated news outlet in the UK is wanting to do it. We're working with journals. We're working with all sorts of different types of communications to highlight that the water and the water beyond the water sector have come together. They have agreed this on these initiatives, these missions, and this is what they want to have confirmed and then supported going forward from that meeting. So what we're asking you is to join us, mobilize your networks, bring in your insight. Who are the most critical people that we have to be able to deliver this? Join those regional and global convening partnerships. And if by any chance you have any sponsorship, that would be great, because we are wanting to bring as many voices to Cape Town as we possibly can. So I want to leave it there, Mohsin, there, because there might be some questions that I would be happy to answer on this.
Thanks, Dr. Rachel, for explaining the process. Just let me provide a bit more information on that one. Today is basically we want to introduce what's the Transformative Future Water Security Initiative, what that means. And that will be starter thing, and then in around mid-November we will announce the exact date, and that we want to bring it that all the actors as a part of the one-day dialogue that will be happening for part of Pakistan, and finding out what are the bold action, science-based action, and what are the missions for the high ambition mission for the part of Pakistan. Then that will be leading towards around mid-December or early December, that will be South Asia regional dialogue, because it's happening in India, similarly dialogue, in Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka is happening tomorrow, and Nepal and Bangladesh. So we are doing those kind of the dialogue, and then that will be South Asia regional dialogue, and then that will be the finding from that one will be going to the next one as a part of in February when we are doing that one South Africa dialogue. As a part of the co-design process, so we have identified youth representation. PCRWR Barira Fatma is representing there, and as well as the Hisar Foundation, who is a partner there. There is also Sonia Baksuma is representing as a part of the co-design process, and then we similarly we have the representation from other countries, so to have it basically formulation of the group, and then so that we co-design the agenda, co-design the plan for the South Asia one. And similarly, they are co-design working group for the other regions there. With this one, I think we will come back, Rachel, to you for more questions and things, but let's have a bit more inviting the esteemed panelists here. I will be first requesting Dr. Muhammad Ashraf, Chairman PCRWR, please join us on the stage. No, stage. Dr. Ashraf is the chairman of Pakistan Council of Research in Water Sources and well known. I will not be introducing much more him. Then I will be requesting Dr. Claudia Ringler from International Food Policy Research Institute, and Claudia has extensive work experience in part of Pakistan, and then about the agriculture sector, linking with the agriculture policy, and what are the bold steps, what we need to do, the actionable thing, which could turn around, provide us a transformative journey. Then I will be requesting Francois from the World Bank, who has basically he has been working in part of Pakistan and want to hear from the development partner what are the things what need to be done from that perspective. Then finally I will be inviting Kafayat Samad Sahab, who is the Director General of Federal Water Management Cell, from the government representation, and saying if Kafayat Sahab, if you could come and provide an overview. We want to hear what the government is thinking on that one. So starting with that one, I mean, the first thing is Dr. Rachel has mentioned on the 5 to 6 the ambitions, the missions driven. In Pakistan, we know what are the issues, we know what are the problems for the last 70 years, but still if we are looking around the water security, if we are looking around the food insecurity, if we are talking about energy, and then also we are talking about the environment. As a country, we know population growth is one of the major factors, but overall the things are not moving towards the positive way in terms of we are not going to be more water secure, even though we are building a new dam, we are also having a new energy power plants and everything, but still overall the things are not looking towards in that way that will be getting the water secure country will be also changing. There are some of the impeding factors there. And then when we are talking about those ones, then the agriculture sector is using 90% of the water, which is a lot amount of water there. But in terms of productivity, water productivity, our productivity is 1/3 than India in a neighboring country. I'm not comparing the Australia or California, Spain, but talking about the region in a neighboring country which has a similar climatic condition. The farming practices are almost same. The socio-economic behavior is same, but why they are improved all that one.
and agriculture sector need to transform. If we want to really go for more water for the domestic need, for the industry, and as well as for the other sectors, environment, downstream and everything, the ecosystem, restore the ecosystem. So my question is first to Dr. Claudia Ringler, what's wrong? What we need to do it differently in terms of, we know that when we are growing the crops into the agroecological zone which are not suitable for part of the crops, what we need to do differently, what are the key actions?
Okay, I guess now you can put the slide on, please. Before talking about a couple bold actions, I also just want to remind people in the room, you might remember just very recently we had the UN Food System Summit, which also was, you know, the first food, it actually was the very first ever food system summit. Before we generally just talked about agriculture, not about food systems. And I think, you know, there are a lot of people who are wondering, you know, we've invested a lot, I think EMI and Nexus Gains, we spend a lot of time in trying to make the case that there are no sustainable and no food systems without water, that water is essential. And, you know, most of the Food System Summit really, you know, didn't focus on water, and we try to make a difference there. So I think that's the first point. So most people, you know, talking about food security, nutrition, food systems, they forget about the essentiality of water in for food systems. So I think this UN Water Summit, conference, dialogue, needs to then itself make the linkage about the essentiality of water for food systems and for food security. So we need water for water security, but we need water for food security. We need to make that clear to the ministries of agriculture, ministries of health, that there can be good health, there can be good nutrition, there can be food security without managing water better and without paying attention to the investment needs, to the management needs, to the governance needs on the water side. So that's my first point, is the linkage. And the second point is that there are a lot of questions of people who have invested a lot of their time into making the UN Food System Summit a success. What has come out of it? What are the actions? And, you know, it's far in between. I personally haven't seen a lot of investment. There are some countries that are now trying to report more and trying to, you know, have some national commissions and some structures to think a bit more about food systems. But all in all, you know, I'm not sure if we have done enough in terms of action. So I think it's very important that this new summit focuses directly on action. Not just, you know, reminding all of us of the essentiality of water, but that we actually have some concrete steps forward that the global community can take together. Some reporting, some measurable progress indicators that we are actually committing to implementing going forward. I think that would be my second big point, just about, you know, another summit. Important, but it has to be now really linked to measurable progress indicators. And now bold action, yeah, I think Mohsin already made the point, you know, much of the water in Pakistan is used for irrigation. In fact, there would be, you know, very little food production, very little food security, and obviously much less nutrition if we wouldn't have the irrigation system in place that Pakistan has in place. But what you can also see is, you know, that the largest agricultural water users in Pakistan, they're staple crops, stable crop prices. Right now they're not too bad, but but they're very variable, and we consider them, you know, low value uses of water. But given the complex trade situation, trade challenges, countries now continually put export bans up whenever they see their own national food security threatened. So as a result of that, you know, I think we just have to live with the production of wheat, especially in Pakistan. I think rice, you know, to the extent that it's used for national consumption. I know there are important forex, you know, for exchange. There's income that the government makes from exporting rice, sugar, etc. But there is a big question, you know, is that the best use of water in Pakistan going forward, given the growing water scarcity? do you really need to produce rice for East Africa when East Africa has more water than Pakistan has to do that? I think there are some big questions should be asked, and obviously for me, sugarcane is the number one that has to go. It's very bad for nutrition. We actually all get sick from eating too much sugar. It uses a lot of water, it uses pesticides. I think that the incomes that people make from sugar, it's very skewed. There's a few people who make a lot of money, and there's a lot of people who make very little money. So, yeah, if you look at this, where can we make a difference for both water and food secure Pakistan, I think I would, put the X on top of the sugarcane, and then rice. I think rice makes sense usually in the delta area. That's also what Egypt does to flush out salts, because you have salinity intrusion coming up from sea level rise and less water going into the sea. And I'm not sure if Indus is currently doing the same. So you can have a rice belt at the bottom to ensure that you retain your fresh water. But the rest of the rice production, unless you really have enough water, monsoon rains, and it makes sense, at least that should be questioned. And both these staple crops, we have to do much better in terms of water governance, water use efficiency. And then we have the other crops, fruits, pulses, oil seeds, vegetables. I think a lot more can be done there. I mean, that's where we've also heard in the conference that there is some high efficiency irrigation attempts. That's where we can have greenhouses. We can do more on exports, more on value addition for the population. So yeah, the bold action, if you want to be more water secure, is really to rethink which crops we irrigate, why we irrigate them, for whom are we irrigating them, what are the water security implications and the nutrition implications of these cropping patterns. Thank you.
Thanks, and thanks, Dr. Claudia, for providing the overview. I think when we are looking around the four major crops, wheat, rice, sugarcane, and cotton, still take the example of a rice. On average, we are using it to produce 1 kg of rice. We are using it 5,000 to 6,000 liters of water to produce 1 kg of rice. But on the South Asian other countries, we are going at around 400 to 500 liters to produce 1 kg of rice. There is a huge potential. And similarly for the other crops, which we need to think, if we are growing that one, the sugarcane crop in Rahim Jakha area, which is an arid environment, and the temperature is 50 plus during the summer, then are we doing the right? And then that have destroyed the whole ecosystem. And it has, the freshwater zone has become into the saline water zone and all sort of things, and then that we are having a serious problem there in part of that one. Now, moving on the agroecological zone on that one, why we are not adopting the agroecological zone, even though on the papers the FAO has done the work, the Ministry of Water Sources, Food Security has implemented the saying this is in the agroecological zone. But there is hardly any political will to implement on that one. And then there is also that it's a nice report, but no implementation anywhere in part of the Punjab or anywhere in part of Pakistan. This is same scenario for Sindh, same scenario for Balochistan. As a country, we are not. We need to do some of the fundamental steps on that one to correct that one, and to make the water more surplus, and then to have restore the ecosystem. Kafai Sahib, you are representing the Ministry of National Food Security and such, which is the federal. The custodian of that, how to improve the food security. So what do you think, what are the impediments of why that the agroecological zone where the ownership is available from the government, Ministry of Food Security has invested the money and then the effort, and why they are not being implemented? What are the constraints? Is it the data? Is it the lack of political will? Or the farmers, are there no awareness to the farmers? What exactly is the problem?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Saab. I think that, that it's the political will at first, and second, it's not that this initiative is not taken up by the government or the institution, but there is lack of coordination and there is lack of, controlling authority over these, nationally identified things that we can do in this water security and food security sectors. So One is the political will, the lack of political will, then the coordination due to 18th Amendment and autonomous, provincial autonomy. I think that these are the impediments that have slowed down this adaptation. But sitting at demand side, I think that there are still many technologies and there are means that we can, ensure this efficiency of water use and our crop productivity through various interventions. These may not be at broad spectrum resources side, but that can be at community level, at on-farm level. For example, as a lead of this federal water management, on-farm water management, so beside going traditionally for this lining up irrigation channels and this water storage tanks, we can also contribute to this water conservation through on-farm storages, rainwater harvesting. We can, accelerate this kitchen gardening activity, and we can couple this farming practices with high efficiency irrigation system. So if we high efficiency irrigation system are designed, it will just be a standalone project and no one will own it or he will replicate it. But if it's coupled with other farming practices, like if this high efficiency is coupled with this tunnel farming or open field raised bed, all these things, so its impact will be maximized. And when the farmers see the benefits from their land, so definitely they will switch to these technologies. So I think that a lot that can be done, like if we are talking of this water use and water losses. So as you know, sir, 104 million acre feet that is diverted in our irrigation system, and 46 million acre feet is lost in conveyance. Still we lose another 27 million acre feet around in the application. So a lot of projects that have been completed on this conveyance, covering conveyance losses, but very small activities has been done so far on this improving the application efficiency on farm practices. So there is a need that these activities should be incorporated on future planning, and also there should be some sort of transformation, like technology is not a standalone subject. It should be incorporated in all these across all the departments, subsector within a ministry, like water management and even fisheries and livestock and all these things. So this is the only way I think that we can go ahead with this. Thank you.
Faisal, if you need to identify 3 bold action, what will be the 3 bold action?
Sir, the first would be that we don't have, we have not conducted so far water accounting study of the whole Pakistan. We don't have. The second thing is that the works ME has done, PCRWR has done, PRC, NARC, and we have done. But these have not been institutionalized to be available for effective implementation. And these should be taken care for at our planning commission, our provincial P&D departments, and also by the technical, leads of all the departments. So unless and until these things are not taken care for, so we can proceed further. And the other thing is that normally we formulate projects, but we ourselves, like a professional sitting here for the last 3 days and listening and giving advices. But if I can't incorporate the role of PCRWR, the academia who are sitting here, even the research organization, international organization, so I can play a role on this. So from just as a takeaway from this workshop, I will go ahead and I will, in all my future plan, I will incorporate these things. So I think that's, there is a need for actions rather than policies and all these things. So we have all the policies available. Now it's the time to act accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Faisal. Just now moving to Francois Francois, you have been working around the globe. Okay, when we look around in part of Pakistan, and recently I was reviewing some of the policy papers, and then the per dollar amount of investment, whether it's coming from the loan or TA or grant, whatever the mechanism is there, that includes all the development partners, World Bank, Asian Bank, Development Bank, and everything. In terms of the value of water, I mean in terms of the investment and then the return, in Pakistan it's very less. In terms of we're talking about the major infrastructure, I'm talking the water sector. How we could even, it's an agriculture sector, it's also on a development sector, and typically We know that this country is supplied, I mean that the water supply is on that one, but we are repeating again the projects and everything. These projects are being run in the same one. Modernization or new innovation is not captured as a part of the, not coming from the development partners. But when I look around in other countries, there are new innovative ideas are coming on how they will do the pilot project on irrigation demand management, some of the other irrigation modernization activity to transform the system. But here, most majority of the projects are being developed on still on the same thing, the system which was developed there. I just want to know, what are your thoughts? Is that a kind of the, in terms of innovation or technology, what are you thinking on that one if you compare to the other regions? Is the lack of adoption or the demand from the government agency, they want to, the development partner to stick on the technical grants and loan on that one? This is what we needed, and typically they are always asking for the major dams or the major infrastructure, it's hardcore, then on the soft side of the thing. So what are the things which are really impediment on that one in terms of having maximizing the return of the investment or the loan which is happening in water sector in Pakistan?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the very good question. No, as you said, thank you. As you said, no, we have had many projects, and you know, I was reading. So I started working on Pakistan like 3 years ago, right? And now I moved to Islamabad, but I was already working in Pakistan, and I started by reading a lot of EMIS paper, you know, IIMI from the 90s, from Pierre Strasser and others, our colleagues here. Excellent papers, right? And I mean, no, some things have changed, right? But the basic paradigm, I think, is still there, as you mentioned, right? So in terms of irrigation management and water resources management. So yes, there is a need for transformation, definitely. I totally follow you, you know, when you say we have so many projects. You know, Pakistan is a big country. There are, it's a federal system, and there are so many players, right? So many players, and then the donor agencies and the project, so many projects. It's overwhelming. I mean, no, one of the feeling I have at the end of this Water Week, I'm overwhelmed by the quantity of things that are being done, but we don't really see all these things being done having really an impact and towards this transformation. So I think Dr. Rachel used the line of sight on impact. I think that's one very, very big message that we need to deliver, and that's impact science and impact measurement, impact monitoring is very important. So really have line of sight on impact, and this should not be done at project level. This should not be done by through systems, provincial system, national systems. When it comes to actually what kind of transformation, again, one of my surprises when I started working on Pakistan. So I started looking at the feasibility studies, of our project and so on, and I was looking for about canal modernization, canal rehabilitation things, right? These irrigation systems, and I was looking for crop water requirements, and there was no crop water requirements. That we have a duty, canal duty, and we increased by 20%, and is there enough water or too much water, and when is a water shortage? Nothing. I've never seen that in any other country. I don't know about other countries in South Asia actually, but so I mean this line of sight between supply and demand that's very important, and that's absolutely needed to increase water productivity. Yeah, so I'm all for this, in support of these coalitions or partnerships. I think this is a very good initiative. What I think that, to make this work, so I hear regional networks and so on. I think it's important to have like country chapters. I think you mentioned country chapters in your presentation. So I think it resonates with the ADC, under the Paris Agreement. So it will be very good to use that basically as a leverage to bring in the decision makers into our discussions that we had. I think this Water Week is an excellent milestone. So that's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Francois. Now I will be moving to our online panelist, Anik Azam, who is a youth representative. Anik, my question is, from the youth perspective, do you think that what are your thoughts on that one, achieving that for water security for part of Pakistan, not only for agriculture, but water for all sectors, and especially when we talked about the water for if you look around the Constitution is saying it that everyone will have the water supply, the safe water supply available and everything is, but practically the tap water is not safe. And then hardly, we are going it always around that one, the bottled water and everything, after even 75 years. So what are the things from the youth perspective on that one? I want to know your thoughts on that one, how we could achieve that one, the water security, while we are talking about the coalition of partners, how we could take the youth as a part of the coalition of partners. Over to you, Anik. I think he is not able to hear it. Maybe, Anik, you need to log in again, or then I think that will be the way. So you are muted as well. Okay, so let's move to the Dr. Ashraf. Dr. Ashraf, Pakistan Council of Research in Water Sources is looking around the water sources also, as well as on the water quality. And then the drinking water is one of the major, you guys are standardizing all the water, private sector providers who is providing the water, and quarterly basis producing the report and making sure that when the companies are providing the water supply, their quality is assured, and providing the information in a public open space and public space that when these companies are good, these companies are complying according to the WHO health standard, and these are not. But when we're looking around the overall in the country situation, water supply, the tap water is not safe and everything is there, but also a lot of the water, the industrial water is being polluted into the groundwater, and then we have the problem of arsenic. And when we are looking around the bigger agenda of that one, that the every third person is having that one, the hepatitis C in this country, and waterborne is one of the major diseases, that one, that's one of the major risks there. What are the bold action which we need to do it to overcome of these issues and to achieve the SDG goal 6, and also how that could be done? What are your thoughts on that one?
Thank you very much, Mohsen. First of all, I would like to respond to Francois, his comment on crop water requirement. I think you have not got chance to look at our website. We have determined the crop water requirement of all major crops through very precisely through the drainage type lysimeters in the central Punjab and also the lower Indus in the Tando Jam. The reports are all available in hard form copy. You can get from our office, or you can download from our website.
Actually, I read your report in detail. I know it's an excellent reference. So I was really referencing feasibility studies of irrigation projects, not PCRWR work.
Yeah, basically those are. Unka title is the crop water requirement of major crop in the central Punjab and crop water requirement of the major crop in the lower Indus. These are two separate reports. I would like to request you to just go through those reports, particularly those reports. Those are only particularly on the crop water requirements, very precisely determined crop water requirements. So coming back to your question, regarding the the achievement of the Sustainable Goal 6, this is basically a big goal.
Okay, as this has again six component which are difficult. But your point is, I think, related to 6.1, more related to the drinking water issues. You rightly mentioned that our report shows, UNICEF WHO reports shows that at this moment only 39% of the population is getting at this moment only 39% of the population has access to safe drinking water, unfortunately. There are a number of reasons, and you have mentioned some of the reasons. But the first of the most reason is the lack of priority of the developing agencies. They always try to focus on the brick and mortar, hardware component, and their focus is relatively very much less on service delivery, service provision. There are a number of instances we have gone through where they invested on these water supply schemes. Okay, they built they installed the tubewells, they built the pipelines, but at certain point of time there is no pump or motor to operate the system. They built one component, they left the other component because of number of issues. For example, the funds have not been released on time. Okay, there is inflation. The new government comes, they stop the previous project and they started the new project. And one of my colleagues who were, evaluating this kind of project, he wrote very interestingly comment, and it was a ADB study. And when ADB people look at his comments, they were really amazed to that. That is very interesting comment. He wrote that the objective and targets were achieved, but the goal was not achieved. Targets and objective was achieved, but goal was not achieved. The meaning, the target was you have to build so and so brick and mortar. Okay? And the goal was you have to provide people with the safe drinking water. So the safe drinking water was not provided, the targets were achieved. So this is basically, and secondly, I think the most important, I think I have been studied in UK from University of Newcastle upon Tyne. And I spent there 3 years, and I have visited many countries, particularly last year, Canada. A water supply scheme, water supply is never provided by the public sector. There are always public-private partnership. There are service delivery service providers who provide services. They provide service and they then accordingly charge accordingly. Because we are providing water by the public sector, government sector, and almost free of cost. And when we are providing free of cost water, then there is no money left for its operation, maintenance, and all kinds of. So I think we have to change the mindset first. We have to move from the public-owned entity to the public-private partnership. And there is a number of examples. For example, give you example of Changa Pani program at Bhalwal. That is a classical example of public-private partnership. Government built the system and they handed over it to the NGO. Okay, since 2012 they are providing safe water round the clock, round the year, to 2,100 households at the reasonable cost. They have installed the meter and they are charging according to the per unit of water every household consumed. And they are recovering 87% of the cost they are incurring on it. So the sustainable recovery is there. They are earning money. They are providing the service. Because in the public sector, you are providing only input. There is no output coming out. So I think there is a big mindset change where there is a radical change that needs to be brought into this system,
because the public sector has badly failed to provide these services. Services provision cannot be, yes, there should be a service provider, and the role of the public, the government should be to regulate it, so that neither the consumer is exploited, nor the service provider is exploited. So this is the basically win-win situation if the government play their role of regulator, not the service provider. So this is the I think the major point that could bring a major change into this system.
Thank you, Dr. Ashraf, for sharing some of the insights on the on-ground reality, and then yes, we start on some of the project and then move on to the other one, and there are one of the, and we always rely on that more on the hardware thing than on the soft side of the thing, and how these things could be working in practicality. Let's move into that from that perspective to the Anik Azam, who's our youth representative, who joined us now. Anik, could you please confirm that you're able to hear me?
Hello, yeah, I am able to hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So, Nick, I just want to know your perspective from a youth. What are the things which we need to improve, which we need to do it for the transformative actions to improve the water security?
Okay, first of all, I congratulate all of the panelists over here, and especially IWMI Pakistan, CGIAR, and PCRWR for organizing this conference and making sure that the youth voices are heard. Coming to the questions of Mr. Moderator, the water security is a very big issue of the decade, and I personally believe representing the youth over here is a big responsibility, and the voices that I hear every now and then is whether my age group is really bothered by water or not. In a sense, my fellows or my peers are more have a higher responsibility as compared to the generations previously. An overgrowing population has been seen. There's 1.8 billion youth throughout the world. And the reason that we are still looking out for water security, not in that perspective in Pakistan, is actually quite alarming. What is important is that the youth should be included in the different processes, which is not only related to the science, but also related to the policy making process. This could include the 30-30-30 youth agenda, which was uptaken by the United Nations bodies in Dushanbe this year. So the overall scenario can be etched in a very fruitful manner if the youth is included. So the water security is more, the youth is more educated about the water security.
Okay, thank you. Now just moving to the, we are often talking about the Pakistan is a water scarce country, but if we are looking around the resources, so we have a huge untapped, the resource which is a wastewater reuse. We are using it less than 1% of the wastewater after treatment, and then there is a huge potential that could be used. Dr. Rachel, based on your experience with the ICBA, and in the Middle East region where you spent almost a decade there, what are the steps which we need to do it basically to utilize the wastewater, and how the wastewater could be on a part of for different purposes? What action which could take it that could be helping us to put that one, to use that wastewater for different sectors?
Thank you, Mohsin. So EMI works on, we call it recycle reuse, reduce, recycle, reuse, 3R. And we work on that across the world. And so our main work has actually been in West Africa. So you can imagine the wastewater that is there and the state for its reuse and what it can be reused for is very different to the Middle East, North Africa, which are lower middle income countries. So it's been fascinating, there isn't one answer, there's many different answers. In West Africa, we've also looked at developing business models for making briquettes for burning from the fecal sludge. we're looking at using the fecal sludge as part of soil enhancement. In the Middle East, North Africa, this is a rapidly growing, rapidly urbanizing area, and the systems can't cope. You know, the wastewater system, so although there is treated wastewater, it's not treated to a particularly high extent. But these are also the most water scarce countries in the world. So what we see is, and we've done a lot of work on policy analysis, regulatory systems in place. There's some really good best practices there. For example, in one country we looked at, they have two sets of regulations. One is for reuse of water in crops that are going to come near for human consumption. So that's a Class A regulation, and then there's Class B regulation, where it's all about you use it for fodder or for irrigating, or a different way where there's absolutely no link, direct link into the food chain. So there's lots of things that we can do. Develop the policies, but a lot of it starts with designing wastewater treatment plants that don't just stop where the design is, we've got this wastewater coming in, we're going to treat it, we're going to put some of the wastewater here, we're going to dump most of it into the sea, and that's it. We need to then put into, right from the very beginning, design it so there is a link to agriculture or whatever that new reuse is going to be, aquifer recharge, there's lots of things like that. And we did a whole, just to say, we did a whole economic and environmental assessment of that. And it's about, well, farms have to move nearer to those systems because you don't want to have to transfer the water that far. There's lots of things that would challenge the way we currently do agriculture that would use that. So we were trying to look at how this could be very high-end agriculture. So there's lots of possibilities, but it starts with the design of the wastewater systems.
Thank you, Dr. Rachel. I was talking with my colleague Funke, who is the West Africa country representative, and she mentioned when she joined IMI in 2002, she was looking around the research area where she could work, and she came to Pakistan, and then she looked around the IMI's work, which was done on the wastewater and all that one. That was picked up some of the things from here. But over the last 15, 16 years, in part of Pakistan, we have not done any new research. There are bits and pieces have been done on the wastewater reuse and how that the wastewater reuse could be done, what's the impact on the human health, and how these things are linking together from the system level, and how we could develop the design and how we could link about the whole system level pictures there. So that's just on. And right now we are having a wastewater reuse seminar a session on the other one as parallel. And I will look forward to hear the recommendation. But coming back here now, looking at the time as well as, I will be saying, starting with Claudia. Claudia, what are the three bold action which we need to do it? You have 1 minute.
Okay.
And then Dr. Ashok,
If we stay bold, grow the value generated from water use in agriculture by 50%, get the 39% drinking water security up to 50%. 3 bold actions.
Yeah.
Grow equity. So we want the poorest people, to have access to safe and nutritious food and the best drinking water. If you can show that we bring up the bottom quintile of the population to be able to access water and food sustainably through better water management, that's probably the boldest action. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Ashok.
I think the first most important, the bold point would be appropriate pricing for all the sectors, whether the domestic industry or agriculture. Appropriate pricing is very important for conserving the water and giving value to it. Second one is the appropriate notifying the approved cropping pattern, restricting certain crops as sugarcane, rice to certain area, not beyond that one. And third one, the most important one, I think that is bold step that needs to be done. It is basically banning the export of rice. Export of rice by all means is a loss gain for the country, as you mentioned that when we grow 1 kilogram of rice, we spend 5 tons of water. So exporting 1 kilogram rice mean exporting 5 tons of fresh water to those areas. So instead of, and at the same time, just to strengthen my viewpoint, we are basically exporting rice with an average $2 billion US dollar, cost of $2 billion exporting. And at the same time, we are importing pulses of the same magnitude, $2 billion US dollar. It's rather more than $2 billion. So if we, instead of focusing on the rice export, if you put our emphasis on pulses, that has almost 1/10 of the water requirement of the rice, that will help to attain the food and water security in the country. Rice and sugar cane we should produce only for our domestic consumption, not for export purpose. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ashif. Kafaya Saab, any change of mind? Any mind change? You mentioned about 3 actions, but I want to again give you the chance.
Just go specific, hearing from Dr. Saab. Of course, crop zoning, this is the basic thing that is required in agriculture and other sectors. Second is better extension services, like we are just behind infrastructure and there are no ongoing extension services. The people who were engaged, there was a setup that water management department, on-farm water management field staff, they included an engineer and agronomist. So the role of engineer was infrastructure and the second was to provide extension services. But now they all are behind this construction thing. So better extension services and awareness. And the third thing is indigenization of these efficient irrigation technologies. This is, need of the day because we are not adopting this ECIS. Still we are below 1% in utilizing this ECIS. So unless and until these are not indigenized, locally not manufactured, so its operation and maintenance and service provision will not be ensured. So these are 3 points, I think.
So my first one will be in line of what notably Claudia said, remove all subsidies on sugarcane, no export support price, fertilizer subsidies and so on, and put all this money into conservation agriculture, water thrifty crops and so on. So that's the first one. The second one is in line with what Dr. Ashraf said. He mentioned water pricing, but to get there, you need to first be able to control the flows and measure the flows properly, accurately at the level of the MOGA, and that means requires a modernization of the entire canal system. So be able to control volumes delivered at the MOGA in accurate way. And the third one is even bolder, move out of the project approach, build programs with proper impact evaluation to make sure that you have adequate science to support improved decision making. Thank you.
Yep. Just quickly on pricing, because it's a very important tool, but what we have been advocating for at least 2 decades is actually just pay farmers to use less water. Those are often poor farmers, not all, so you know who's who. So, but the ones who are poorer, and we can incentivize them to move to pulses if we pay them for using less water. That requires exactly the same information on measurements and controlling water access. But why not pay them to use less water? The value is very high, for example, to ensure drinking water security. So just we can try both pilots and see what works where.
Dr. Rachel.
I wasn't expecting that. So what's my mission? That we will produce more food for less, for substantially less, and that's the mission, and we can put some numbers on that. We will increase, we will keep keep food production, but using 20% less water by 2030. And then all those things we've spoken about would be part of the delivery, the research, the innovation, the programming to be able to deliver that. I want 40% of Pakistan's population to be less at risk from climate extremes, from water extremes. That's early warning systems, planning, movement, that sort of thing. We'll give it till 2040 for that one. And the other bold statement, the mission statement, will be to acknowledge that Pakistan will become an increasingly urban population, and that we bring our food systems and our water systems to be fit for purpose to support that urban living.
Thank you. Now let's moving to Anik. Anik, what are the 3 bold actions?
So I have 4 bold actions, if you could allow me to put that to my fellow panelists. So number 1 is the data and the knowledge. Just recently I've been to Denmark in World Water Congress, and I was surprised to see the amount of data availability to the youth over there. Do not sell your data to the students, to the youth, sell them to the CEOs who are going to make money out of it, not to the youth who are going to help your nation to grow. Number 2, the motivation. The students need motivation, which comes from the teachers. The teachers need motivation, which comes from funds. The funds need to be allocated in order to make SDG 6 the agenda. Number 3, inclusivity. Try to be as much possible closer to 30-30-30 target. Hire 30% of your workforce in their youth below 30 years of age till 2030. Number 4, exposure. Expose your youth. You have the biggest asset. Pakistanis have the biggest asset. And this is something that needs to be exposed to the people around and tell the world that, okay, we have the workforce and we have the ideas. We just need to implement that. And exactly, the onus is on the youth. So we need the trust from the seniors in the field to have us on board with us.
Thank you, Anik, for sharing that really bold 4 actions. Thank you. Data and knowledge and all those steps are very valid. Now let's move to that one, the ground, on the audience who are sitting here and then the online. I will be saying that if you first introduce yourself and just instead of providing a brief comment, if you have a particular question, just mention the question, introducing yourself, starting with Saisab.
My name is Saeedur Rahman. I used to work with IMI when in early days it was established. My question is that you want to participate in March in 2023 this UN conference. The important actor farmer is missing here. How you will include them? It's in fashion to bring in youth in nowadays. You have connected youth here, but how you will bring in, you will take one big landlord with you and who will present in the conference, or the real actors, how you will give representation?
There's a certain assumption that when you say the word youth, you're assuming that they're youth activists. We want to hear the words of youth, young farmers, young researchers, young entrepreneurs, young health workers, young people working in government. So it's all the sectors that we would have in any case, but also the people who are early in their careers, because in the end it's going to be they're going to be the ones who are having to sort out the problems. And they often have different ideas to what we have. So we want to have farmers groups represented, absolutely, but we also want young farmers to be represented, because they're often thinking differently. They might be challenging some of the existing systems because of their education or their exposure. As Nick was saying, they've seen things on the internet, or being able to travel to Denmark and see farming there, for example. So farmers come in many shapes and ages and genders, and we want their voices.
Okay, if not, then any online participant? Any questions?
Sir, I wanted to say one.
Yep.
Yeah. So my name is Ansar Ilyas. I'm also working in EMI, and my question is just for the. Is there anything, and can you please shed more light on that? Is there anything doing on the livestock, the water use in the livestock? Because to my understanding, so if to produce 1 liter of milk, we need more than a 600 liter water, and to produce 1 kg meat, we need more than a 20,000 liter water. So is there any research is happening in this side? Thank you.
Actually, we have a paper on cell-based culture protein for milk, so we don't need any livestock to produce real milk. So, but I think you don't quite. That's one way. I think that's one way to do it. You actually still need sugar because you have to feed those cells. So one can calculate life cycle analysis in terms of water use and obviously you will think about the farmers, the livelihoods of some of the livestock farmers will be affected. But in fact, what we calculated is that there's so much unmet demand for livestock products, also for animal source food, including milk, that even if you convert 15% of current milk production, as an example of a livestock product, into cultural proteins, you can still grow the number of livestock farmers. So they're not completely forgotten. So that's one way. Many other, there's obviously a lot of work going on. In fact, there is under Nexus Gain some active work on livestock water productivity going on in Nepal with ILRI, International Livestock Research Institute, and some other partners. I'm not sure what's going on livestock water productivity in Pakistan, but it has to be brought together with greenhouse gas mitigation, which is obviously a very big thing. Methane emissions, manure management is a huge topic, and water actually is a component of improved manure management. It also fits in there. There's a lot on changing livestock feeding practices, generally more focused on reducing emissions, less so on focusing water inputs. There is a lot of permanent discussion if intensive feedlots are better for the environment or worse than grazing, and it really is very context dependent. And then we also obviously have a lot of heat stress that the animals experience. So there's a lot of topics out there, and yes, I would like to hear, and also I think Rachel wanted to come in, what is, if, for example, PCWR is actively working on that. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. This is very interesting. In fact, a livestock sector in Pakistan is taken as the byproduct of the agriculture sector. They are not exclusively taken care of the livestock, though it contribute, the contribution of agriculture sector in the GDP is now around 19%. Whereas the contribution of livestock in the agriculture GDP is more than 50%. So it is a huge sector, but it is taken as a byproduct, as mentioned, that whether it is fodder, it is a water, and then our desert, they are basically providing the main folk of livestock, particularly in the context of the meat, they are providing, folk. So I think relatively less focus on water requirement of fodder requirement of the livestock, though some of the universities are doing a lot of work on their their meat requirement and all other, but as far as the water requirement is concerned, I think they are least concerned sector.
So any online question? Yep, if you could unmute Steve, please.
Yes, Steve, you can now speak.
Steve, please go ahead.
Let me do this. Okay. Following on Dr. Ashraf's comments on livestock, I mean, kind of our CGE model sort of says the same thing. The value you get for the amount of water that goes into livestock is very high compared to what you get for the 90% of water that goes into crops. And so from that perspective, while per unit it seems like a lot of water, it may not in fact be. And then my question for all you specialists and knowledgeable people is, what's a good design of a system that accommodates a big increase in inflow of water from snowmelt for 25 years, and then turns around and has declining water at perhaps a rapid pace? And so how can we deal with that in Pakistan with a growing population on top of all of that? So it's a, that was just one thought. There may be time to say something about and maybe not. So thank you.
I just have to say that the CGE model might not correctly reflect the total water that goes into animal feed. Maybe it does, but something we should take a second look at. That's on that, but
no, that's fair. That's a fair point, actually.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's not, it's not like in developed countries where, 70% of the corn goes into livestock feed.
And the other question was, we have growing contributions from meltwater for, 30, 40 years, and then it'll go down. So how will the agriculture water use systems adjust to that in Pakistan?
Yeah, actually, because of the climate variability, the flow is becoming more erratic. In fact, over the time, sometimes we are getting more water from the glacier melt, sometimes less water. Similarly, in the case of rainfall, we are getting sometimes more water, sometimes less water. But I think this is one of the most important component to regulate such kind of diversity or variability is the storage reservoir. When you have a storage reservoir, that may be in cascade approach we can adopt, and you get water. For example, in case of Pakistan, we get almost 84% of water in the 3 monsoonal month, and the remaining 60% in the ninth month. So under that condition, it becomes more imperative and more important that we regulate that water throughout the year. And regulation is only possible if we have a reservoir, number one. Secondly, if we invest on the watershed management. Watershed itself, it regulates the whole ecosystem. One of the best regulator in the world, watershed management. And it is a first line of defense in all kind of calamity, whether it is a heat, it is drought, it is floods. So this is the first line of defense. So we need to work on, invest on watershed management and also to regulate these variability through the reservoir, because there are some misconception about the reservoir as well. Reservoir don't drink water. They basically help to regulate water throughout the year. It is very, very important to invest on the on reservoir, not on the large dams, but it should be reservoir. Whether water is coming from it's a meltwater, it's a rainwater. The storage will provide you the regulator. Thank you.
Thank you. Just now, thank you. I would like to say thank you all the panelists and then the keynote speaker. Thank you very much. And now, finally, I would be, please join on the floor, and I will be requesting Madam Simi Kamal to join us for the closing remarks and then sharing her thoughts.
Thank you very much. For benefit of some of you who came late, including our youth representative, I'm just going to make a quick summary of what we discussed in terms of transformative futures for water security initiatives. So we're looking for coalitions for actions, mission-driven alliances, co-guardianship with youth, and dialogues. We want to engage with users, scaling up, and science perspectives. And we want to start with looking at impacts and making so these statements relate to impacts, and then finding the research, the knowledge, and the technology to support the missions. This was you, my dear friend. Then in terms of building partnerships, we also talked of agroecological zones and how that idea seems to have now disappeared. I mean, I remember a decade ago writing this 3-volume study on Integrated Basin Resources Management, IBRM. This was done by WWF, and I was the lead author with Khalid Motadullah and Dr. Parvez Amir. And that laid out all the agroecological zones and spoke what could be done. So yes, I agree with you that that's an idea whose time has come and passed, and we need to catch on to it very quickly. Then in terms of youth voices, we talked of the responsibility of youth, helping them to raise awareness on water challenges, the inclusion of youth through all processes that are related to water. Then we talked about what are some of the takeaways. Everybody talked about 3 or 4 really important actions, so some of them are really interesting. So yes, water accounting for all of Pakistan, and we agree we haven't done this yet, and that needs to be done. Institutionalization of the studies of IMI and PCRWR and PRC and NRC and IVASRI. Yes, a lot of them are gathering dust. We've been talking today with so many of my colleagues here that those are so relevant and they need to be picked out, and that it's time now to do action. Then we spoke of equity in food and drinking water sectors, bringing the poor up to par in terms of their access and the resources that they can use. We talked of appropriate pricing. We said ban the export of rice and remove subsidies on sugarcane, focus on pulses, and that all of this would lead to better food security. We talked of better extension services, the indigenization of irrigation technologies. We said that we need modernization of canal irrigation, we need to move out of project approach and produce more food for less water, and that 40% of Pakistan's population needs to be pulled out of vulnerability. And we talked, of course, on an urban focus, as most 50% of our population very soon will be living in urban areas. We talked of data and knowledge, which is sold to corporates instead of being shared with stakeholders, especially with youth. I think, and I'm so glad this is brought to our attention, and unfortunately that it's very true what is happening. That we need motivation that can be provided by teachers. There was inclusivity in terms of 30-30-30 format and target for youth. And of course, how we get farmers to be represented in fora like this. I think that's a very, very valid point that came from the floor, that we tend to miss them. So in terms of relationship between government and development partners, whether these partners, these development partners meet the real needs of countries, or do they only push for the perceived needs as donors see them? I think that's also something which came up. And of course, someone said that while targets and objectives were achieved, the goal was not achieved. I think that's so true. We build the infrastructure, but we don't see the ultimate result that was supposed to be gained from that infrastructure. So last but not least, I have a question to pose for everyone. The thing is, who is going to lead this transformation that we are talking about? Okay, is it going to be donors? Is it going to be corporates? Is it going to be young people? Is it going to be us, all of us, countries? Is it going to be governments? Because I think that's really important. Who will drive this agenda, and the shape that it takes will depend on that. So I think that is something that we as a group need to think about now that this process is starting up. I think that requires serious thought. I think I'll end there. It was a very interesting session.
Thank you, Simi, for providing a synthesis on that one. The journey, this is not a, we will not be able to resolve the issue in one day, but then you have asked the right question, which we need to think again, and then we'll have a further deliberation on this one as a part of Pakistan country chapter around mid-November, mid to late November, and we will have a bit more discussion, and we will take that one as a part of the South Asia regional dialogue. Thank you everyone, especially to all the keynote speakers, the panelists for sharing your thoughts, and then Anik from online for sharing some of the new ideas and how the data could be playing a much more role, and how the youth could play a role in improving the water security. And thank you everyone here. Now we'll break for half an hour, and then we are meeting in the Kaksha Hall. This is, I know that one you guys have been actively working for the last 3 days, so you need to be, we will have a closing session where we will be providing a summary of each of the thematic areas. Overall, there are 24 sessions. In each of the session, basically, in each of the thematic area, there will be high-level summary, and then finally providing some of the other thoughts on that one, where we are standing now, and from where we will take from today, and how we'll share some of the key findings and what will be the mechanism. Just have the tea break, and later on we'll be again joining in around 30-minute time, around 3:45 in the Kaksha 1. Thank you.
Also want to mention that unless we have the decentralized solutions for different types of the wastewater we are producing in the cities, in the urban areas, in the rural areas, we will not be able to manage the wastewater. I can quote here an example of the CDA wastewater treatment plant in I-9, which was established in collaboration with the French government over an area of 40 acres. And it has to treat the wastewater received from the 26 residential sectors planned and or fully established in Islamabad, and it has to generate the biogas from the solid waste. It has to produce energy. It has to produce the farm manures, and it has to, fully utilize and exploit the wastewater as the potential resource. But unfortunately, its capacity is underutilized, and there are several reasons for that. And one is lack of manpower, lack of funds for paying the power generation. So, but the systems like these can also evaluate and quantify how much of the wastewater they are producing from the whole of ICT sectors. And in this way, I think the municipalities should play their role to quantify the wastewater. And in the similar way, it should be mandatory for all the hotels, restaurants, and airports that how much wastewater they are producing in addition to the quantification of the water supply consumption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hifsa. Very comprehensive answer. And especially, we like your initiative of zero liquid discharge, and we wish you good luck with that and success of the project. My next question is to Dr. Mohammad Mukhtar. Now, when there is irrigation of wastewater, it stays in the field, and also it stays in the low-lying areas in the ponds. So how vector-borne diseases, let's say malaria or other vector-borne diseases, what is the, let's say, how we can control that? It is known that it creates more vector-borne diseases. What are the control measures? And in addition to that, the farmers who are in contact directly with the wastewater, how we can minimize their contact in order to keep them safe from health perspective. So vector-borne diseases, and then contact, minimizing the contact of the farmers. These are my questions. If you have any other, let's say, suggestion in this aspect from health point of view, feel free to respond, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarfraz, and it's my great pleasure to be here at the IMI forum because I have the long working experience with IMI, early 2000. I started my career with IMI. Definitely, people normally don't think about the role of the wastewater, not only the wastewater, but also canal irrigation in the generation of medically important mosquitoes. Actually, the malaria and dengue as well has direct link with the irrigation system, and people normally think that the expansion of irrigation system always bring a great green revolution in the economy of the country, but they normally forget the incidence of vector-borne diseases, particularly malaria. In the beginning, Dr. Naqvi rightly mentioned that it's not the question of the use of wastewater, it is actually the question of the management of wastewater. If I give the example of the Faisalabad study with me and Dr. Sarfraz did together in the Chakera area, where the wastewater treatment system were there, we collect in 1 year 1.3 million mosquito larvae in 1 year in that system. And that system was generally built for the treatment of wastewater. But when we studied that system with respect to the vector-borne diseases, that was something unbelievable. And 1.3 million larvae, till after 23 years career in the malaria program, this is only the site where we collect the maximum mosquitoes.
And that was for the treatment?
For the treatment system. And then IMI headquarters give us a project that how we can handle this situation, because 1.3 million larvae is a huge, unbelievable population. Then we make some environmental management, the removal of the grasses, flow rate of the water from one pond to each pond, because that system was built, I remember 22 years back, memories, my 22 years back. Yeah. It was built for the flow of water from entrance up to exit for 28 days.
Yes.
But due to poor management, it stays water for 43 days or 42 days, close to 40 days, due to which there was a huge production of mosquitoes, medically important mosquitoes. And what we did in the intervention, after 1 year, and we increased the flow of water in the system, as well as removal of the grasses, because grasses are the site which provide the sitting place of mosquitoes to lay the eggs in those ponds. We remove all the grasses. And after 1 year evaluation, there was not a single mosquito recorded from the same system where we collected almost 500,000 from one site. No, there were 2 rows, if I remember, 2 rows of these ponds. 1 row was control and was experimental. And there was only 14 feet road was in between.
Yes.
And one side, next year we collected the same number of larvae, that is almost 500,000, almost 500,000. And 20 feet away the other experiments had not a single larvae. What we did, the magic we did, just the flow of the water, which was the actually mandate at that time, IMI was doing that, how we manage the water resources to reduce the generation of the mosquito, medically important mosquito. And that study was declared as a classic study of the environmental management on large scale in the world. And that was published at that time. Yeah. Second, so this is the a very important example. And other thing, and this story is not 20-year-old, it's a 2 week back. After the flood, I started the survey of the country to see the mosquito fauna after this flood. And still we feel we found something which is totally out of our expectations. The malaria vector, sorry to say I'm using some difficult name of the mosquitoes, that Anopheles culiciferae. Maybe somebody knows the Anopheles is a mosquito which transmits the malaria. There is one species, Anopheles culiciferae. Before the independence of Pakistan, Indo-Pakistan, this is the species which transmit the malaria. And after this flood, when we visit the country, we could not find in 4 districts, which are highly malaria affected, we could not find a single specimen of culiciferae, while the malaria cases has gone up to 10 times more. If you read the news reports, that malaria is almost 10 times more as routine cases. And when we see the species composition, there is not a single specimen of the culiciferae for 4 districts, Jafarabad, Jalmaxi, Sobatpur, and then Khairpur, Muzaffargarh, so these are districts. And when we monitor the water quality, because I have the background from IMI, other than from other parameters, I took the samples with respect to water quality. And the water quality gives you the answer of this question, why the Quli-Sifesi wash out from Pakistan. And there was a sudden change of water quality of this flood, and the Quli-Sifesi wash out from Pakistan. If Dr. Sarfraz remember, in 2004, we published a paper, why malaria is no more in Punjab. What are the reasons after 80s? And we analyzed the water quality data from 1947 to 1999. We found that the water becomes saline in Punjab, surface water becomes saline, due to which again the Quli-Sifesi replaced by some other mosquitoes. So water quality is very important to monitor. And Dr. Sarfraz also asked the question from one panelist, how we are monitoring the water quality. But being a national program manager of malaria and other vector-borne disease, this is very important for me. And this is the training of the IMI that I started thinking on this parameter, that we should monitor the water quality. Then we can design some evidence-based strategy to control not only malaria, but also dengue and other vector-borne disease.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Mukhtar. Thank you very much for your comprehensive answer. Actually, we are running out of time. The last but not the least, thank you very much, Professor Sher Jamal, for your patience. And actually, I saw your profile. You have worked a lot on wastewater treatment. And it is whenever we go through some research, the first recommendation is to treat wastewater before reuse. But when we look at its application, we hardly see any application. How do you see what is the best option in the local settings of wastewater treatment, at least partial treatment, so that the farmers or other reuse of wastewater can be benefited from that? So let's say the most feasible wastewater treatment options which can be adopted by the municipalities, as Dr. Hifsa said, or at least by the community. Please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. It's a pleasure to be here at the IMBI Water Week. It's an excellent opportunity to express our ideas and concerns. So coming to your question, I would like to be as brief as possible.
Thank you.
First of all, if we look at the wastewater scenario in Pakistan, let's first divide it into three areas. One is, as Dr. Saiba mentioned, that is the centralized wastewater treatment systems, which are not feasible anymore, because when you divide such a huge population and then make such a complex sewerage network and take it to a centralized treatment plant, it becomes almost impossible to maintain the sewerage network to feed that treatment plant. So, as she mentioned, I am a very big advocate of decentralized wastewater treatment systems. And when you make it decentralized, reuse becomes relatively a viable option, because it means that that network is simple, and when you bring it in a decentralized manner to a point, then when you treat it, recycled water can go back to the community. So you don't have to put a very large reuse network again. So that is very important. Third is, which is extremely ignored, I've been working on it for just in the last 3 to 4 years, is the fecal sludge management. Almost 35% of the entire country has septic tanks. And unfortunately, all the housing societies have made it a bylaw to have a septic tank in each house. It means you are now having all that sewage, that pollutant in your house. And there is no awareness, so people just built it. Actually, every septic tank has a lifetime of 2 to 3 years, and then it has to be emptied. And once it's not emptied, it means it's filled, and whatever wastewater is coming in, it's going out untreated. Societies do that because they don't want to take the huge burden of making large and complicated treatment plants. Now, the problem is that once we have the septic tank, it only serves as the primary treatment. Again, it doesn't meet the national environmental quality standards or the provincial standards. So it means that the secondary and tertiary treatment is needed.
Right.
Now, your golden question, that how do you reach from secondary to tertiary? I'm sorry, it is an expensive, there is no magic bullet. So for example, I've been working on membrane technologies. Membrane technologies have been developed in the West in the last 2 decades for wastewater treatment. And once you start having these technologies transferred into Pakistan and then having a technology transfer and building upon it, only then the reuse potential can be reached. So let me just answer in a very quick manner that as far as agriculture is concerned, the standards are not very stringent.
Right.
So what you need is, you can have a gravity-based, decentralized wastewater treatment system, non-mechanized.
Right.
Again, it will be an RCC structure, but we call it 3 stages: the settler, the anaerobic baffle reactor, anaerobic filter, and the water that comes out of an anaerobic filter, it has the potential of reuse.
Yeah.
One classical example is that through my...
sorry, Doctor, I think we are running out of time.
Just my just last point.
Please, please.
So we have developed this treatment plant for Saidpur village in Islamabad. So we have that treatment plant, and that water is then suitable for reuse. So this is the way I think we can go ahead, and I think it's very important, as mentioned, that reuse is the only way forward to handle the water scarcity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Excellent answer. Thank you. I think we request Engineer Mushtaq Gill to quickly conclude the session, and we don't have time to have the answers from the audience. So sorry for that. Engineer Mushtaq Gill, please join us on the stage and conclude the session, please.
Thank you very much. It was a really a session which involves every Pakistani, whether in urban areas or in rural areas, whether in agriculture, domestic or drinking water use, is concerned about this, these facts which we have been explained. As was mentioned by Dr. Sarfraz Munir in the opening, that hardly less than 1% of our wastewater is treated in Pakistan. And then for agriculture is the main users or consumer of this wastewater, which is totally untreated. And other figure, the alternate solutions which you posed in the beginning, and then Professor Dr. Pei and Susan, they also indicated about the solutions, that one is to use it through conjunctive use, by blending with the fresh water. The other was the alternate use, alternate irrigations, and last was the treatment. But fact remains that as alluded by Suhail Naqvi Saab and Professor Zubair and Madam Hifza, that right now the major concern which we are, that for almost 40% of urban population is actually, they are living in slums. And these are the areas. I have the classic example of Pakistan, Lahore transboundary drain of, Hadiara drain, which used to be a stormwater, drain, but right now it's carrying, industrial, city waste, hospital waste, industrial waste, and even more than 150 industries are, dumping water, in that drain untreated. And at the end, almost a couple of years back, WWF, I think Sohail Saab will bear me out, and PCRWR and my organization, On Farm Water Management, we conducted a study there in Hadiara drain, and there almost 200 pumping stations were pumping that untreated water, wastewater, for agriculture purpose, for growing vegetables, for growing crops, and all Lahorites were eating goat and buffaloes and animals. They were having that fodder, and this total untreated water is then passed on, to River Ravi, which is more or less a sewer line, and after this Indus Water Treaty. So these are the major challenges, whether through bioremediation or through, the suggestions which were Professor Jamal. And recently, Dr. Mukhtar Saab has indicated that 5 mega cities where these interventions are there. I think agriculture needs the priority, and for that, I think those nature-based solutions which I think could be implemented by the use of some simple and smart solutions. I think these are needed, and this is actually a big challenge for us, particularly in the changed scenario, as Dr. Mukhtar Saab mentioned, that the waterborne diseases and the particularly malaria, dengue, and these heavy metals which are creating problems for all of us, whether we are drinking milk from those animals which are using that water, or we are going for crops, vegetables, and all these. And this is causing serious problems. I think Dr. Saab will bear me out that right now it's right now the situation is about after dengue and other cancerous diseases which we are facing. So thank you very much, IMI and the organizers, for inviting the attention of all of us, to this matter. And we, at the end, we should see that, as Dr. Hifsa mentioned, every citizen produces 150 liters of wastewater daily. I think that's again a question mark, that how can we reduce the wastewater, when we are not going for these solutions. Thank you once again. It was quite educative.
Thank you so much, sir. So thank you everyone, for all the participants, for the keynote speakers and the panelists. It was really great session, and my heartiest gratitude to everyone. Thank you so much. Thanks for your participation. Thank you.
Merci.
Hello.
And regional representative for Central Asia office. And today I am the host. Thank you for the last 3 days for active participation during the Pakistan Water Week. And we, Mr. Ahsan Iqbal Chaudhry Saab, he will be the chief guest for this closing ceremony. He was the chief guest for the opening ceremony, and he will be joining us in 15 minutes time. And he need to leave sharply after certain time. So with this one, we are starting the official, the closing ceremony of the program, and I will be requesting Dr. Muhammad Ashraf Saab, Chairman of Pakistan Council of Research in Water Sources, if he could provide an opening remarks based on the, for the last 3 days. Over to you, Dr. Ashraf Saab, please join.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dr. Rachel McDonald, Dr. Claudia Ringler, Madam Simi Kamal, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. As you know that Pakistan water resources issues are becoming complex day by day. In fact, water security is emerging as one of the most important non-traditional security threat. And when we say the national water security, it means national food security.
And national food security means national security itself. So whenever I talk about the water issues, it reminds me one of the saying of engineer Shamsul Mulk Sahib, who is a renowned engineer who has been the chairman of WAPDA. And he says that the simplest issues has been resolved in the last century. Now we are rest with the more complex and complicated issues. And these issues cannot be resolved by a single mind in an isolation. It needs multi-sectoral last year, I requested Mohsen Hafiz in Pakistan office that this issue is emerging as one of the most complex issues. And it needs, as I mentioned, multi-stakeholders, multi-dimensional approach to address these issues. Let's start organizing Pakistan Water Week on the analogy of Korean Water Week, Stockholm Water Week. And thanks to IMI Pakistan, Dr. Mohsen Hafiz, and then IMI headquarters, who basically, join hands, and we were able to, set foundation for first Pakistan Water Week last year. We celebrated it for the whole week. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you know that there was a 3 days international conference where you participated actively, and in these 3 days, we tried to cover through the 3 thematic areas and 24 thematic sessions. We tried to cover all the emerging issues in the water sector, right starting from the domestic water management, inland water management, to the transboundary water management, to the wastewater management, to the environmental concern of the water sources management. And I am really thankful that all of you participated actively, and ultimately the proceeding of this conference will be sent to the real stakeholder, planner, policymakers for taking action on those. So next year we will be able to see some of the recommendation in action, inshallah al-Aziz. Ladies and gentlemen, from tomorrow onward, there will be a 2 days, national workshop, national exhibition at PCRWR headquarters, as we did last year. There will be a showcasing of the water-related technology instruments. You will be able to see around and see what is basically, there are some new innovations, technology, and those companies, those people, those students, they will be showcasing their technologies. Then there will be a competition among the students. Essay competition, speech competition. They are developing short video clips on water resources conservation and management, and there will be water board games. So you see that our focus is on youth, because youth is basically our future. So we are investing a lot of time and energy on youth, so that they, from the early age, they are able to understand the issues of the water resources and take action accordingly. And one youth means one whole family, whole system, whole ecosystem, and the whole institution, in fact. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would urge you who are available tomorrow to visit PCRWR, Ministry of Water Resources. Sayyid Khurshid Ali Shah Sahab will be the chief guest in those inaugural session there, and followed by all those events I have mentioned to you. With these remarks, I once again thank you all for taking time, particularly those participant delegates who travel a lot from abroad
and from within the country, and this spare their time. I know that 3 days or 5 days of a professional are very important. For example, I give you example. A day before yesterday, I could not see my emails. When I last evening I opened my email box, there were 85 emails to respond. So this from here you can see that I know that all of you are passing through the similar phases. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, and look forward to see you tomorrow at PCRWR headquarters. Thank you very much.
Before we'll be starting asking the thematic area lead to come and present about the synthesis of the thematic area, as Dr. Ashraf mentioned that they are the 3 thematic areas, and in each thematic area there are 8 sessions. I would like to request Dr. Claudia Ringler to please come on stage. I would like to also request Dr. Nadeem Javed, who is the Chief Economist, Ministry of Planning and Development, please also join on stage. So now we have the 3 thematic areas. The first thematic area is climate resilient pathways, adaptation, mitigation, and sustainable development for a secure Pakistan. And the thematic area lead is Dr. Juan Carlos, who is a senior researcher working for IMI Ethiopia, and he was assisted by Dr. Shahid Iqbal and Dr. Imran Nadeem. I will be requesting to Dr. Juan Carlos can come and please present your synthesis of the finding for the thematic area. You will have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Mosim, for the kind words, and also thank you to Dr. Shahid and to Dr. Naeem for the fantastic work. Without you, this would have not been possible to compile in such a short time. Also, thank you to the team for trusting me on this task. So, Mr. Chair, I can report that the eight sessions throughout the whole journey of thematic area number 1 were really lively. We have to thank also all the participants, all the presenters, because they gave very interesting inputs, and at the end of the day, we can conclude that we had a really successful thematic area discussion. In terms of how did we organize the reporting back, we have 5 areas where we have clustered facts or hard truths, data, innovation and solutions, governance, and issues to take forward. So in terms of facts, we have heard that the climate crisis is also a water crisis, but yet is not really taken forward in the international negotiations. So that's something that we actually need to look forward or to take into consideration as we move into the next negotiations, specifically in the context of the COP. Then we also understood from the experts that most of the effects of climate change are experienced in water-related phenomena, food security, water security, floods, droughts, etc. So this is related to point number 1, but more quantify water resources and understand where to store all of this information to make it available also for decision makers. We need to harmonize the different data sets, and also that has to be done in guidance and under the leadership of governments. We need to use that data for modeling and for better understanding optimal use of resources. And of course, there is one challenge, specifically in terms of transboundary, where data sharing is still one of those very complex and sensitive issues. So that's one of the key areas that we need to pay attention as we move forward. In terms of innovative solutions that we have heard through the past 8 days, we have the issue of mitigation and adaptation measures that they are both smart, for example, smart agriculture, but also ecosystem-based adaptation. Those are a couple of things that were resonating throughout the sessions. We also heard about environmental flows as a huge opportunity for Pakistan to ensure sufficient water for people, but also for nature. And also understanding that it's not about only counting frogs, but it actually makes economic sense to apply these environmental flows. We heard sufficiently about improved early warning systems and forecasting, so that's one of the issues that the colleagues see as one of the solutions taken forward. We also heard about alternative solutions, for example, related to crop insurance, and there were very good discussions on that point. We also heard that floods will be becoming more frequent. So in terms of solutions, then again, we need to look at the improved early warning systems, but also at the improved adaptive capacities, which is one of the key core concepts that we have heard throughout this climate change journey. Modeling, specifically modeling in the context of the Nexus, is also one of those very powerful tools that we can take forward. And one that I really would like to highlight is the South-to-South cooperation. And that was one of the things that came out also from one of the sessions. Finally, in terms of governance, all the cluster around data is important, but now in the context of decision making. So yes, of course, collection of data is important, but we need to understand supply and demand in terms of available resources for better decision making. So that's one of the things that we need to actually improve. How do we actually measure the resources? How do we actually care of that monitoring of the data? And of course make it publicly available. There were some discussions on water pricing, which I think was also quite interesting, and it's seen as one of the potential governance mechanisms for reducing at least issues of wastage and pollution. And of course, the topic of inclusion of civil society was recurring, not only for improved decision making, but also for implementation of existing policy frameworks, monitoring, stewardship, and of course making sure that the most vulnerable are at the core of any climate change measures or disaster risk responses. Finally, I think taking into consideration some of those elements builds on 3 of the core principles of governance that were shaped in one of the sessions: efficiency, effectiveness, and trust. If you allow me, one last remark on issues that we didn't hear so much, the issues of finance. For example, who would finance support for all of this public participation? Innovative mechanisms. We had a small intervention from the Green Climate Fund, yet it was something that we would welcome to explore more in the future, alternative mechanisms of financing for climate and water-related work. I think that's one of the areas where we can have further discussions. A second area that was maybe not so much touched upon is how much our work on water, our work on agriculture, and even our work on energy within the framework of the Nexus fits in with the implementation of the nationally determined contributions. Remember, we started saying that we understand that climate change and water crisis are very much linked, but this one has not permeated still enough into international negotiations. So NDCs should be one of the priorities where we could be working. And finally, someone raised also the flag of urban complexities. As our people are migrating more to the urban centers, as cities become more important, it's also important for us as researchers, as academia, as government, as development partners, and as a group of experts on these topics to take also urban issues into context. Mr. Chairman, that's what I can report from the thematic area number 1, and I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guan, for sharing really the practical insight. I must say thank you to Guan that he just joined IMI, I think 2 weeks ago,
and once joined it, and I requested him that would you like to come to Pakistan, and then, I mean, he was kind enough to come, and then on a very short notice, and thank you for picking up everything. Thank you. Okay, so now we are moving to the next thematic area, which is thematic area 2, politics, policy and institution, good governance and strengthening capacities. That was led by Dr. Stephen Davis from International Food Policy Research Institute. Steve Davis has worked extensively in part of Pakistan. He was a pre-program lead, so he's not a newcomer for Pakistan. Over to you, Steve. Unmute, please.
Okay. Is it coming through then? Yes. Okay, so I'm going to kind of run by sessions, but try to highlight themes that showed up along the way. We started with session 1, which was policy coherence and implementation. And as is no surprise to most people, multiple policies exist: climate change, agriculture, water. And there are lots of procedures associated with them, but there's very little coordination. One of the big things, of course, is that implementation is not really designed along with the policies, and if it is designed, it's not actually in process, and many of the real beneficiaries and stakeholders are not included. There was a need to get on the ground, talk to local groups and local governments. The second session looked at communicating climate change in a warming world. This was a group of journalists, and one of the things that they sensed is it's really not a very easy sell. It turns out not to have enough excitement to get on the front page, and so they thought we needed to find a way to do that, and they also thought that journalists really aren't skilled in climate change and in certainly the nexus, and so they were unable to communicate that very well, so that there was a real recommendation for providing journalists with skills. And in a third session, in addition to providing them with skills, there was this sense that in government, nexus is a new concept, and so people are really not. The organizations have not really adapted to it. The coordination is not there. It's not reflecting it, and so a lot needs to be done in that regard. Capacities need to be built to align in that way. An important thing is that policy research is still important, but it is needs to be action-oriented and demand-driven. And so there is a real role for academics, but they need to be on top of things in terms of understanding climate change and the nexus, and but there's real potential there if we can do policy research in the right way, which I've always found is more challenging than saying it. The national water policy implementation was also discussed, and there was a sense that the federal government dealt with getting the water policy created, and then a lot of it was handed off to the provinces, and they've gone and made their own policies or are making them. Little implementation was done at the federal level, and there's a sense that it would be a much better way to have the policy controlled at the federal level and implementation done by the provinces in a more coordinated way. I'm sure that that's probably debatable among a lot of people. Water crisis is a women's crisis, that there was a sense that women are invisible in the water sector. Their voices are not heard, and they're not included in decisions, even in things like water and sanitation, where they have real better knowledge. And some reasons as to why that might occur is just the general perception of what women's work is and its value, and what has to be done in the water sector. And though there were, I think, lots of suggestions for improvement. One was that there are quotas for women in many situations, and those should be followed, and that the possibility of the sensitivity of projects, the existence of mentors, and the roles of collective action are all things that were discussed and are appropriate to move forward and get women's voices included and have women as central players in the water sector. We also had a section on transparency and resolving interprovincial water disputes. They discussed really two technical aspects, the water accord, modeling done by CSIRO for IRSA to help them forecast and allocate water in accordance with the water accord, and work that IMMY's done on telemetry systems were both discussed quite a bit. The idea, of course, is that better evidence leads to better negotiations and fairer solutions that are agreed to by most parties. There was a sense underlying it that nobody wants things to be too transparent, because if they're too transparent, then in fact, you might actually have to give up some water, which most people don't want to do. Most provinces, for example. The interboundary waters was discussed with regard to Afghanistan-Pakistan shared waters. And there was this sense that they need to shift to benefit sharing, and things like developing hydropower in Afghanistan and selling electricity to Pakistan were things that might be profitable. The whole area in Central Asia and related to Afghanistan there's a lot going on in there, and so significant capacity strengthening programs would be very helpful. And quite an effective South-South coordination and capacity strengthening effort. The final session was one on future transformations. It was a wide-ranging session with many quite interesting proposals. Increase the value in agriculture, water and agriculture by 50%, make sure that there's equity, ban the export of rice, that always seems to come up, control sugarcane acreage, implement water pricing, get 50%, I guess 40% less admissions, among other things. I would recommend that if you can have access it, you watch session 8. It was a lot of different perspectives from very knowledgeable people. So with that, I would just say, as there was a lot of interesting work done in these sessions, things on coordination, on capacity strengthening, on communication and action-oriented research came up over and over again. And I think it was very useful with water, food, energy, multiple projects and multiple locations. It's obviously a complicated way forward. So I would stop there. Good timing, apparently.
For giving the overview about the thematic area 3, now we have the Honorable Minister, Mr. Ahsan Iqbal Chaudhry Sahab have joined. And now we are moving to the third thematic area, which is technology and innovation responding to the challenge. That was the thematic area lead for, initially was Dr. Simon Langan. He was there for day 1, then he has to go for some other one, and now Dr. Arshad has picked up this thematic area. Dr. Arshad has been supported with Dr. Hamad Gilani. Dr. Arshad, over to you. Please come and give a synthesis of the thematic area 3.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. So the thematic area 3 was technologies and innovation responding to the challenges. Primarily, as other sessions went, we had 8 sessions during the 3 days, in which around 40 panelists and 2 keynote speakers for each sessions were participated. There was online participation as well, which was more than 90% of the invitees as well. They participated in the sessions. So the session 1 was on role of digital innovation tools in dealing with the climate shocks for sustainable water management. And session 1 particularly focused on big data sets which are available, and they shall be used. There was consensus that big data sets are available but not used to the extent as they meant for, because there is a little knowledge or awareness about those data sets which are available free of cost. There was recommendations that such data sets can be used for multi-hazard risk mapping for various sectors, such as in the recent floods, there was difficult to map inundated areas, and that can be used for flood hazard mapping, food insecurity mapping, as well as such big data sets can be used for water footprints, water insecurity mapping, and similarly for urban water mapping, and as well as these data sets can be used for a high-level information to inform policies or update policies as well, and particularly in the emergency response. Session 2 was related to the solar irrigation. That was very interactive and interesting session. And the key discussion evolved around solar technology is definitely bringing a lot of financial benefits to the farmer with higher yields, higher productivity as the water is available during the dry season as well. When there is no surface water, farmers can have access to those water for their crops. It has energy efficiency. Definitely there is no fossil fuel energy involved in that, and it has a low carbon footprint. The demand of solar water pump is very high, and farmers, they are installing it by themselves, as well as in 2 provinces. I think there are subsidies going on which are being provided to the farmers to sustain agriculture. But the key question, the other flip, is that there is a zero marginal cost of extracting each unit of water, and that put a serious threat to the sustainability of the groundwater resources as well. If such solar pumps are installed on a high scale, like more than 2 or 3 million pumps down the road in next 20 years. So I think what the panelists and the participant interacted on that we need a solar suitability mapping for different regions of Pakistan. This is a very good initiative, but that has to be used in consideration with the sustainability of the groundwater resources as well. So there were 2 keynotes and experiences as well shared on the solar irrigation from India, Pakistan, and Bangladesh. And Dr. Mohsen also provided insight to the status of the well development right starting in the 1970s. And now we have altogether 1.3 million wells. So that needs to be considered. Session 3 was on the water accounting, and definitely scientific data on water resource is critical for planning and decision making. In Pakistan, lack of data availability is the biggest hindrance in effective water resource planning and development and building resilience. On similar lines, national water policy put a high emphasis on putting instrumentation and water accounting both for surface water and groundwater. Initiatives are underway, but there is a need a lot of instrumentation has to be covered, particularly in other provinces as well. Session 4 and Session 5 particularly, I would say that was more on nature-based solutions for groundwater sustainability, and in which the key recommendations was that we need to reuse water, particularly over water recycling through wetlands, and groundwater recharge as well are the option. Session 6 was on better salinity management in the Indus Basin, in which presentations were made to harness the potential of aquaculture, particularly inland fisheries, which carries a huge potential. It has started, but still there is a need to uptake of this all over the country. Salinity is definitely a inherent feature of the lower Indus Basin, and we need to learn how to live with it through salt-tolerant crops or the other mechanism which has been implemented in other parts of the world. And the last session on urban water was very interactive, particularly over big cities, Lahore, Islamabad, Quetta, Karachi. They are facing a big demand and big deficit of drinking water supplies. So the key messages were that we need to upgrade our institutions, and we need to bring the private sector to take part in delivery of those water services. On similar lines, there has to be some enabling environment for those private sector utility providers from the government side in terms of enabling environment and taxes and rebate. So that is the finding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arshad, for providing the summary. Now I will be moving on to the next is to Dr. Claudia Engler. The conference thematic is on the role of water, energy, food ecosystem for a climate resilient Pakistan. So I want to, Dr. Claudia Engler is the deputy team lead for that, the Water, Energy, Food Nexus CGIAR initiative. I want to hear what are the reflections from the conference. Over to you, Claudia.
Yeah, I just first would like to say thanks to the organizers, thanks to everyone in the room for allowing us to launch the CGR initiative on realizing multiple benefits across water, energy, food, and ecosystems from taking this joint cross-sectoral nexus approach. So this was really our Pakistan launch, and while you might not necessarily have always seen it, we actually had sessions. We had sessions for all of the work streams of the Nexus Gains initiative sprinkled throughout the various themes. And I, of course, have not had time or the opportunity to attend the 50 or more sessions that we have had. So I just have a very few quick thoughts on what I've heard in relation to the 5 work streams that the Nexus Gains initiative is trying to implement in parts or, to the extent possible across many geographies, South Asia, East Africa, Southern Africa, and also Central Asia. And we have already heard South-to-South exchange, so I think that's something we really would like to try to promote. So the workstream number 1 on co-developing and scaling Nexus innovations, I think we have heard that there is a need, and in fact, just reflecting on the fact that the Pakistan vision is to 2025. We are almost there. So what is the vision after 2025? To what extent have we been able to achieve Vision 2025? Can we have another vision that squarely takes into account those challenges in the water sector, energy sector, food security, ecosystem health, and then can we have some measurable indicators? How does a climate resilient, water secure, energy secure, food secure, nutrition secure Pakistan look like? And then really have some measurable indicators going forward. Will the vision be 2030, 2040? Can we have some actionable measure? I think that is just an appeal, to Pakistan to really think about that, bring society together, discuss that, and then try to commit resources towards that. So that I think is the key, the key issue in terms of innovations and using foresight and trade-off assessments. There are trade-offs, different investments will lead to different trade-offs. We really have to look into that. The second work stream is on boosting water productivity across scales and also using, a broader storage diagnostic. I think that's particularly important because of the recent flooding. I think everyone is talking again about how can we store water. We know there'll be more meltwater. We've been talking about peak water, when meltwater will go down. How will Pakistan's agricultural systems look like once the glaciers might be receding or have receded? So yeah, I think we've heard a lot about the fact that in one way or another, water scarcity will grow. Some people, always like, how can you have water scarcity when we are flooded? Yes, this is still water scarcity because it's not the water we want. It's not drinkable. We can't use it to grow crops. To me, a flooding situation is really an indicator of water scarcity. So, how can we deal with it? So what do we need to do in terms of on-farm water storages, in terms of interprovincial cooperation, benefit sharing? If someone has too much water, why don't we transfer some monetary benefit and use the water where it can be used most productively? And we need a much more landscape-based storage diagnostic. I think all of that came out, while we, of course, also still need some gray storage. The third work area on energizing food and water systems, I think, again, a clear call that we need cleaner energy. That's also a contribution, I think, of Pakistan to COP27, something to consider. How can we provide clean energy to urban areas, to rural areas? But again, clean energy while without degrading and without depleting our water resources. So again, a big trade-off there. So, but yeah, and then what is holding solar back? What can push solar forward sustainably? I think that's an important question we have to work on. Then I think we have heard from the beginning to the end that we need better coordination between national, provincial, district, local, communities. We need much better coordination. This is something, that we cannot really come in from the outside. That is something that has to be resolved internally. I think there's understanding that some things have become better with decentralization, some things have become worse. For water, which always moves across boundaries, putting new boundaries in is not necessarily resolving the problem. So what we need, but at the same time, we know that farmers are the main water stewards in Pakistan. Farmers use most of the water that's withdrawn. So if we don't empower farmers to use water more sustainably, we'll never be able to solve the problem. So the question is, can it be done at the provincial level? So we need to bring the communities together with the federal level. Can this be mediated at the provincial level? To be seen. So right now, I think we've heard a lot of challenges. And just to close, before we hand over to our chief guest, is developing capacity. Just this morning, I read a Twitter message that from 1270, year 1270 to today, someone was able to calculate that the largest contribution to GDP growth in the UK came from investment in education. So I think we all can agree that investment in education always pays off. And we've heard a lot about the need for education, extension service, farmers, education on Nexus, how to look at the Nexus, how to discuss the Nexus. The media has asked for capacity building on how to communicate the climate emergency, how to communicate the climate crisis. So there is a hunger for capacity building. I think there is a clear understanding, or there's clear evidence that any capacity building in education will lead to economic growth. So are we doing enough? We've heard that PCRWR has been investing in education, capacity building of youth in the water sector. I was there last year. It was an incredible event. It was, top notch. We need to bring the youth more into this event as well. So maybe next year, have the youth, more youth panels. People selling their stories. There will be a lot of prizes being awarded, so we can award the prizes here. So, but obviously a lot more has to be done. So, and again, Nexus Gains is trying to, in part, doing a south-to-south exchange, bringing people together across regions. In part, we've brought some experts in from Sudan, Central Asia, Nepal. More needs to be done there because we all face the same crisis, so we can only find solutions together. And thank you again very much.
Thank you, Dr. Claudia, for highlighting the key challenges and saying what should be the pathway, and especially in the Nexus context. Definitely, we are planning to do next year some of the south-to-south building, further strengthening the collaboration, and then the Uzbekistan government delegation along with the young people will be spending 1 to 2 weeks in part of Pakistan under the Nexus, and that's a giant capacity building of those activities that will be definitely happening, but we need to much more strengthening those collaboration and everything. Now moving to the next is I will be requesting Dr. Nadeem Javed, who is the Chief Economist, Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiative, Government of Pakistan, and he will be talking about need for a public-private partnership for climate-resilient water infrastructure.
Honorable Minister for Planning, Professor Hassan Iqbal, Dr. Rachel McDonald, Dr. Mohsen Hafiz, international and national experts, and distinguished guests. Assalamu alaikum and very good evening. So the topic I was assigned was the role of public-private partnership in climate-resilient water infrastructure and how we can also leverage this new mode of financing in Pakistani context. So fortunately, we have a very good public-private partnership framework right now that is well placed in Pakistan at the federal and almost in the 3 provincial governments. That's very well established authorities which are working to have in collaboration with the private sector and exploring the funding resources in multiple domains. But primarily, this authority at the federal level is also applying these modern concepts in the infrastructure, but this infrastructure is primarily focused on the mobility context. In water, there is a kind of a serious challenge, and what are those challenges? I will highlight some of those challenges and you could say that barriers, that how it could be further leveraged in Pakistani context. So when we talk about resilient water infrastructure, then it means that resilience should be seen as an ability to deal with the adversity, withstand shocks, and continuously adopt and accelerate as disruptions and crises arise over time and again. So PPP could be a more effective and efficient way to deal with the water infrastructure projects and exploring funds for them. But the serious problem is that PPP, unfortunately, is seen in the countries like us or where the financial markets or the equity market is not as developed as it is in the West, that perhaps the PPP is a kind of an instrument to solve the public sector fiscal space or budgetary constraint problems. So once you look at this from this angle and try to fill in that financing gap that the public sector cannot manage, so then this tool becomes a kind of a very complex tool. The reason being, because the public-private partnership mode is the best way to capitalize on the private sector's capability to effectively calculate, monitor, and deal with the risk aspect in multiple projects. But once you look at that, okay, now the private sector is only providing the funds and the rest of the job will be carried out by the same line ministry or by the same government department, so then it becomes a problem. But then what happens that in the next phase, the central challenge is that governments may not be fully capitalizing on this aspect, and then their ability to assess price and manage certain type of risks becomes compromised because the PPP that do not transfer the risk and benefits from the private sector risk management capabilities to the government or from the government to the private sector is most likely to fail in the implementation phase. So this approach then usually entails a risk premium once you are going to offer the private sector that, okay, so now you have to share the risk and as well as line up funding from your own resources. So then, of course, the private sector is going to charge a certain kind of a risk premium on that. But unfortunately, once again, the problem is that in the large privately developed projects, the central part of the cost equation is this risk premium. But unfortunately, then the government and government departments are not willing to, pay this premium to the private sector. And eventually what happens, that this change of mindset is required on the part of the government to allow such premium while conducting the technical, economic, and financial appraisal of the PPP projects. The consequences of the risk are different for private and public sector. So the sensitivities to the risks are also different, because if the private sector company looks at that, the sensitivity analysis shows that by having, cost overrun by 10% is going to wipe out, major profitability out of that firm, whosoever is funding that project. Then, and if that entity is conducting multiple projects in that country or somewhere else even, so, they cannot afford to have this dent of 10% return on their equity. But on the other side, once the government is going to look at this, so then it's for the implementers, it's just a kind of that's what is called as the soft budget constraint phenomena. So you know that, okay, if there would be a cost overrun, then eventually the government is there and we will simply revise the PC1, we'll go to the planning commission and ask for more funds. And eventually, because now it becomes a kind of an escalating commitment for the government, you have already spent billions of rupees, so you have to allocate another few billion rupees just to keep the project, alive and get it completed. So these risks kind of sensitivities once are going to be properly gauged, monitored and priced, and then private sector is allowed to incorporate this premium into their calculations, then only then it could be possible that these kind of investments become attractive for the private sector as well. But now there is another very serious challenge when it comes to looking at the Pakistan's water sector, because the water is a kind of cross-governmental, cross-sectoral subject. And it adds complexity to its financing challenge. And that is, like for example, federal government domain is to build the reservoirs and ensure the water availability at the provincial level as per the apportionment accord of the 1991. But then over and above that, that's the provincial domain. When it comes to its distribution to the agriculture, industry and other household usage in the different cities or different areas. So then it becomes a problem in the sense that if, that's the kind of a right domain, because the mega projects are of such a huge, you could say that financing needs are involved, that no private sector entity could take that kind of an exposure. Either the multilateral banks or the government itself could finance those projects. But when it comes to really cascading it to the provincial level and then their usage at that level, there is a lot of potential for the private-public partnerships at that stage. But the problem is that the way the water is being priced in Pakistan, okay, that's create a kind of a big hurdle when it comes to private-public partnerships in those domains. Because if you look at that right now, whatsoever is being recovered from the water, you could say, available for the agriculture sector, it's not even enough to recover the O&M cost of the water infrastructure in the provincial domains. So, and the federal water policy and subsequently the water policies and at the provincial level very precisely highlight that they are going to embark on this aspect and going to institute some mechanisms over where the water is being priced appropriately at their level. But unfortunately, no progress have been made so far. Since the water policy was introduced in 2018, but yet a lot of things needs to be done, and I hope IMI will play an important role in this aspect as well, that what are the best practices in the world and how we can also opt for those practices in Pakistani context. And I think afterwards, then there is, of course, a lot of possibilities and potential in the water sector that the PPP potential and financing modes could be applied and their potential could be further unleashed in the days to come. Thank you for your attention in this.
Thank you, Dr. Nadeem, for highlighting that the need for the water pricing and everything. So before I will request to Honorable Minister, I would like to give a quick overview about the COP27 and Pakistani perspective on the climate change. When we are talking in the context of Pakistan, climate change is a water directly, and then we are facing 3 months of flood on a typically given year, 9 months is a drought. In this year, we were facing that one, the heat waves in March, April, May, June, and then we were facing where the flood. I think in terms of the in the context of the Pakistan, I think if the government of Pakistan has the aspiration that Pakistan wants to become a middle income country by the 2050, and if we really want to achieve that, that the aspiration goal, one of the biggest factor or the risk is the water. We are not still in that one in this year or even now, right now, we are not considering the water as a serious threat. We really need to think about that one, how we could think about one of the major risk water and how we could reduce the water risk. Looking around all the Asia Pacific countries, Pakistan is the country from the bottom 3 in terms of disaster risk, and mainly that's about the water risk, which we are not taking serious. We don't have it, the system which is able to guide us to overcome of the risk and become the more water resilient in Pakistan. So under that one, again, we are looking around the reliable information on water. If we talk about the Pakistan as a country, we don't have the water accounting at the national level. How much is the water sources available, where we are using water, and how much water is available for future. As a Ministry of Planning and Development, I would really request Ahsan Saab that we need to think about that one, how we could think about the water for a better planning and how we could make some of the fundamental decision on to make it declaring a water as an emergency, and thinking about that one, water is fundamentally where the government is doing a lot of effort, and government need to do much more to overcome, like this year that the event which happened. Coming to the COP27, I will be going representing that the IMI for the COP27, and again as the COP27 I would like to mention that IMI as a knowledge institute is happy to provide a support to the government and happy to have joined the hand with the Ministry of Planning and Development and other ministries in several ways. We are a part of the steering committee of the Water Pavilion. We are also organizing that one, the thematic focus on the Water Pavilion. And also as a part of the leading of the 2 of the days, one is disaster risk reduction and other is about that the sustainable cities for improved livelihood, where we are organizing as a co-partner different sessions, and we would like to have ministry to provide a support and basically provide the whatever the ministry need a support for that one, to make sure that the government of Pakistan voices are heard there. So provide a hand and joining the hand with the ministry on that one. Other is IMI is also organizing several of the side events. One is on the IPCC AR6 conclusion on water security and launch of the expanded water trackers for the NDC, for national climate planning, and that's where we are again offering that's a potential opportunity to join the hand with the ministry. Overall, I will say that the IMI as a normal, our DG is interacting regularly with the different ministries, and then we are supporting the Nepal government in that the climate negotiation. We are also working with the Sri Lankan government, and our Director General Dr. Mark Smith will be meeting with the Prime Minister, and again providing the support, and especially on the high-level delegation when we're talking about the presidential delegation on that one for the water security, which will be, even discussion will be happening on 7th and 8th November. So we are happy to basically provide any support, whatever the ministry is required, and see how we could work together to overcome some of the water scarcity issues in part of Pakistan and build Pakistan really climate resilient. Pakistan, thank you very much with this one. I will be now requesting the next is basically to the Honorable Ahsan Iqbal Sahab to come and please share his thoughts.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dr. Rachel McDonnell, Dr. Mohsen Hafiz, Dr. Nadeem Javed, and distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I think towards the end of the conference, there is hardly anything left for the chief guest to say except to thank the delegates who have participated from all over the world, whether physically or in virtual space. We are very glad that you all have come to Pakistan and we have benefited from your contribution. And so thank you very much. And that's all I should say. But when a politician has an audience and has a mic, he does not say something, his reputation is in danger. So therefore, I would have to say a few words. I think we all agree that water is a very scarce commodity. I think the fundamental challenge that we face is while water is becoming a scarce commodity, we continue to deal water as a commodity item. Water has to be valued. Unfortunately, the pattern of behaviors that we have, that still shows that there is an abundance of water, whereas water is becoming quite a scarce commodity, and we are already a water-stressed country and may soon become a water-scarce country. Pakistan has two drivers that are driving the demand for water and creating an increased competition between different uses of water. First is the demographic challenge, the population growth, and second is the very high urbanization rate. Pakistan is the fastest urbanizing country in South Asia. So these two drivers of our society create new demand and competing demands for water usage. So therefore, it is important that we use water in a responsible manner so that we can provide or cater to the needs of different sectors, whether it is agriculture, whether it is clean drinking water, or whether it is used for industry or other irrigation purposes, which is agriculture. So that requires a holistic perspective, and therefore we devised a water policy in 2018. And it was pointed out that that water policy has not been implemented upon. I think while we devised this water policy, we did take some major steps to implement this water policy. The biggest challenge in water sector we face is that in Pakistan we have very little capacity for water reservoirs. And as I mentioned in my opening talk also, that the new capacity that we are hoping to add is only a replacement for the water reservoir capacity that we have lost in Mangla and Tarbela. So we did start work on the Amir Bhasha Dam and Moman Dam during our tenure. But unfortunately, then beyond 2018, we did not see any follow-up on that policy. Not just the water policy, but also the National Flood Protection Program that had been finalized and approved in 2017. And there was talk of Vision 2025. We were well on course for Vision 2025 till 2018. But then after we embraced change in our country, that path was abandoned. So there is no harm in abandoning any policy which you don't like, but then there should have been an alternate policy framework to see that how we manage the economy and how we manage our resources. So for 2018 to 2022, unfortunately, we have a period where there was no plan, neither a 5-year plan nor a long-term plan. There was no policy at work, so we were going quite on ad hocism path or status quo approach. So that has resulted many challenges for us today. So we do have that Vision 2025, that period is ending, but as part of Vision 2025, when we launched in 2013, we saw it as Pakistan's journey towards 2047, when Pakistan would be 100 years. So this journey was broken into 3 steps. First path was 2025, when we were hoping that we would join top 25 economies. The second phase was 2035, and third was 35 to 2047. So unfortunately, the last 4 years of this journey have been lost because of political change in the country. But now what we have done is that we did a national moot or a national summit of Turnaround Pakistan, in which we assembled all experts in different areas, and we are trying to do some damage control and have some stabilization strategy for next couple of years so that we are again stable. And beyond that, we are now going to Vision 2035, which was the second phase of our original journey. And already we have directed Ministry of Planning to come out with their outlook documents or policy briefs in different sectors for Pakistan 2035. That will enable us to then chalk out with much more clarity what should be our vision till 2035, what choices we have to make, because we have scarce resources and we have huge demand on our portfolio in different sectors because of the large population that we have. And we would benefit greatly from all the knowledge that has been shared in this conference. And as I said, that I look forward to receiving recommendations from you, and I sincerely give you this commitment that whatever wisdom you will throw on our side, we will readily accept it and try to implement as much of it as possible. Because normally we have this deficit that there is a talk, but we do little to implement that talk. So there is this action deficit in most of the conferences that take place. So I can assure you that whatever recommendations you will give us, we will try to implement them with full sincerity, because this is not something which we need to do because we look nice to you. But this is something we need to do because we owe it to our future generations. We have to give them this planet Earth in a shape that they can also lead a normal life, and they are entitled to same resources that our generations and we have enjoyed on the planet Earth. And if we give them polluted water, polluted environment, we have been unfair not just to planet Earth, but also to our future generations. So therefore, it is our responsibility to preserve our natural resources and to chalk out our development agenda in a manner which fulfills the demand of sustainable development, that preserves the health of the ecosystem of this planet. Otherwise, we have disasters like we have seen in Pakistan recently. And for irresponsible development, people somewhere on this planet will pay the price for others. Like in Pakistan, poorest of the poor people have paid price for the global warming. So likewise, for water also, we need to make sure that while we fulfill our needs, we do not deplete underground water, that we make this water unavailable for future, or we pollute this water by over-exploitation so that there is more, diseases or cancer or whatever when there is, this toxicity in the underground water due to over-exploitation of this resource. Similarly, how not only we produce water for our use, but how we dispose that water. We are polluting our drains, we are polluting our rivers, and we have to take and accept responsibility for that. So therefore, while we discharge more water for our use, we also have a responsibility to process that water so that it is discharged in a manner after our use that it does not destroy the soil, it does not destroy the underground water, it does not destroy the ecosystem, it does not destroy the habitat of our planet. So therefore, this requires a behavior change, and behavior change can only come by creating more awareness. And finally, all of this requires resources. I think one of the fundamental challenges is all the authorities and all the organizations that have been given the responsibility to deal with water also need adequate resources to either preserve or to manage this portfolio. But because we treat water as a commodity item, the tariffs are so low that these institutions are almost without budgets. So we cannot blame them because they have no revenues. And unless they are given adequate budgets, they cannot perform their job well. So I think this is again, then this becomes a political battle, that how much of water tariff can politicians afford in their societies. Now that will only happen if our public is also aware that water has to be preserved. And particularly I can say for us it is a matter of faith. I would conclude by hadith of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam once said to his companions that you must conserve water even if you are making wuzu or by the side of a running river. So if you have abundance of water running by your side, and if you make wuzu out of that water, you must even conserve each and every drop from that water also. So this is what we have been told and we have been guided. So we must conserve water so that we can, as I said, pass it on to our future generations in a manner that they can also live a healthy life, and they are entitled to all the resources that we have inherited from our previous generation. So with these words, I thank you all, and I hope that your recommendations will give us practical plans, not just for our country, but for other countries also to follow. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Ahsan Iqbal Sahab, for giving the commitment from the government that the government will be taking those recommendations and will be providing the practical recommendations for the transformative future of the water in order to enhance the water security. Now with this one, I will be just taking one more minute. Before that, I would like to thank especially to our international guests who came all the way from various countries. Thank you for your participation, and thank you for the online participants who are joining not only from Pakistan but also from other countries. And thank you everyone here for joining it, and especially to our partners. We have at the Ministry of Planning and Development, Essence of, thank you for your support over the time, Water Sources, Pakistan Council Research in Water Sources, and CGI at Nexus Gain Initiative. And lastly, we have 19 co-partners as a part of the Pakistan Water Week. Thank you everyone. And thanks to all the people who have helped us, and for the people who stayed for the last 3 days and actively participating and then contributing to this conference. Allah Hafiz, and have a safe journey back. Thank you.